Is my audio fine or is it fucked? I never know because I don't stream enough. Rhyming. Wow, why aren't I a songwriter? Oh, sorry, there's gonna be fan noise because it's hot. It's hot. I got an AC on. I've got my little desk fan on. Just gotta deal with it. Soz. Sozzy bozzy. I mean, people say it sounds fine, but equally, I listened back to like the last stream and everyone was like, "You sound fine." I was constantly fucking peaking. It was like I was peaking on like the mic end, so I've tweaked my gain settings a bit to hopefully it not peak, but it's fine. Drinking moonshine. Oh, EXP Cookie, hey man, I got a driving exam tomorrow that I failed twice and I haven't driven for months, so that'll be fun. That is fun. I failed my driving test, and then I moved, so I couldn't go with my instructor, and I didn't need to drive, so I gave up. And that was 7 years ago. So, but the fact is, if I'd have gotten a driving license when I actually did my test, I wouldn't have driven in that time anyway, because I moved into a city, and I don't need to drive here. I don't have a car, I don't need a car. So, I could have passed that, and been in exactly the same position now, and I don't feel comfortable driving a car now. That feels like a bad thing. Also, 17 months. Fucking suck. 33 months. Thank you. It's very kind. I'm gonna put this is a camera stream. This is like an ooh. This is the ooh overhead cam stream. Wow. And look, we still have the side cam, of course, which I've got set up at a certain focal distance, so I can show stuff up close. It'd be nice to have a light on this little side cam to get better close. It's fine though. Look, it's all going grand, right? Remember this? Remember how I set up this needlessly convoluted and expensive fucking setup to do this kind of thing, and I've barely streamed? No, you don't. No, you don't remember this needlessly convoluted setup with the 2 cameras, and I've got a fucking arm and a light rig, and I got a fucking foot pedal, and I got this big workshop space with all these tools. Look at all these fucking tools. You know, this is the fucking Porsche of this is the Porsche of soldering irons. Do you know how many times I've used this soldering iron? Twice! I've got this big cunt. You know what this is? It's a desoldering gun. I've not used it at all. I'm scared of it, honestly. It's scary. I put it back in its holster. It's fine. Now let's put the wires. We're gonna iPods. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But hey, I've got this now. I've got this new iFixit work mat, which is sick because it's magnetic and it's got these little holes, these little kind of divots for screws. And as you're working on it, you can say, "Oh, I'm working on a 3DS." Right? I can write 3DS down there. And I can write the project, what the project is. I can write the date. And it's an ESD safe, and it's magnetic. It's got a screw, like, length thing here. And I can obviously just kind of mark stuff. Like, I've got this little screw here that you can't see, which is from this 3DS. And you can circle it and go, bad screw, right? Which you can barely see, but the point stands, it's there. And then you can rub it out with the back of it. Wow, sick. We all like iFixit here in this house. Although admittedly, I do have... Where is it? Oh god. Wait, I'm going to mind myself slightly. It's over the other side of the room. I don't need it. I mean, I've got my iFixit toolkit, but I also have a fancy Hoto one now. With a... Oh, I'm going to grab it. Actually, I'm going to grab it. I'm going to grab the boy. I like Hoto. They are... They make kind of designer stuff. And they made this, which is I had the little electronic screwdriver thing. It broke. I was using too much torque with it. But they do a pro one, which is this little thing. And this is like an iFixit toolkit on crack, but yellow. It comes with a little magnetic project mat. Comes with all the screws you need. It comes with, much like an iFixit toolkit, it comes with all the stuff. I mean, I do prefer the iFixit blue, but I'll take the yellow. And it's very nice. It's got all these little kind of slots for everything. And the best part is it's a dock. It's got a USB-C port on the side, and it charges this electric screwdriver. And it comes with some long bits as well that I quite like. And this screwdriver, it's got 2 gear settings, and it's got a light on it. Sick. Absolutely fucking sick. Might as well use that for it over here. Sick. I rate Hoto quite a lot. I like them. their stuff can be quite expensive, but you can find it much cheaper. Like, they do sales, and you can get it, like... There's a lot of companies on Amazon that are, like, selling it not as Hoto, but you get it, and it's the same thing, and it says Hoto on it. So, put that there for the time being. I mean, I love the iFixit Pro Toolkits. I love iFixit stuff as well. I mean, the bits are interchangeable. I like iFixit stuff a lot. Most of my stuff is from iFixit. But I've started getting more stuff from Hoto. I mean, I got the... I got this. I replaced my little my Dremel. Well, I didn't replace my Dremel, actually. Let's, can I grab the Dremel? You can see it back here. I got this, which is a cordless Dremel. And I still like the Dremel because I've got like a thing for it. I don't know how to describe it. It's over there. This. You can put the Dremel in, it's a thing. And there's loads of like cool accessories for the Dremel. So you can use it as just like a generic power tool thing. I didn't need to get the one, but like this comes with battery packs and stuff like that. It's a big heavy duty cunt. In a big kit. But it's big, right? It's a big chunky boy. And I got it wireless because I was like, oh, I want to be able to do little intricate things. But it's so big and chunky that it's awkward to do anything little with. And now it charges like, it comes with 2 batteries and the batteries go in a charger. And you swap the batteries out, which kind of makes sense because it means you don't have to delay charging. But it's been a bit fanny-on-y. Hoto, however, brought out a kind of Dremel. And it's this. And it's dinky. It's... Look at that. It's got the sheath. Look at that. Look at that. Stinky. And for doing like smaller intricate work, this is great because it's got this little it's got this nice little ergonomic bit at the end. And you set the speed down here. Charge with USB-C. Actually, no, it doesn't charge with USB-C. It comes with a charging dock. And you just, that's USB-C, and you just go plonk, and it sits in the charging dock and it charges. Sick. Sick. It comes with some nice tools. And again, much like a lot of the nice Hoto stuff, it's got a light on it. I like Hoto stuff a lot. This is way better for like small intricate stuff because you can hold it like this very comfortably. Dremel make a little hand rotary thing, which you attach to a Dremel. And it's basically an extender, and it's meant so you can hold it like this. But obviously you need the full Dremel, and you've got this big thing coming out. This is just an all-in-one little unit. This is great. The only problem I've had with it is it can get hot. And obviously I'm holding it here, and this is where the motor is. And you can see there's the cooling vents there. But if you sit doing this for like a while, this will just get hot. Anyway. Yes, Derpy, I've heard that. Related. Here's my 3DS. I got this the other week, very excitingly. I found it at CEX. I was trading something in, and the trade-in value for the thing I was trading in, they offered me like 85 quid cash or 140 trade-in. I went, oh, I'll take the trade-in. And I have wanted a metallic blue 3DS, a new 3DS for ages, right? Because I like the colour. I really like the interior colour. And I'd never seen them at like a CEX or anything. They seem to be semi-rare. So I was in Liverpool CEX, and I walked in, they had one in the fucking window. And I looked at it, and it was in good nick, and it has an IPS top screen. It's in good nick. Bit scratched, but it was fine. And obviously CEX, the nice thing with CEX stuff is you get a warranty with them. So I grabbed it. I never had a 3DS. I never had a portable console in this context. The Switch was my first kind of proper portable. I always avoided these, and like I avoided Game Boys and DSs and PSPs just because I never had a need for them. If I ever wanted to game, I'd game on a big TV. Like I don't know why I'd want to game on a little thing. It was always my argument. And then when I wasn't at home, I would just read because I was a little book nerd, right? You know, I was speaking to some friends. They were like, "Yeah, but what did you do on long car journeys?" And I went, "I read my books." So I was really excited to get this, and as Derpy can attest to, yes, piece of piss to hack. Absolute piece of piss. So, if you don't know, the eShop closed down a couple of months ago. And you can hack it in like half an hour. It's a piece of piss. And there's a thing called Hate Shop. And Hate Shop is... I'd like to point out, if you're buying some CX, always buy online and pick up in store, even if you're already in town, or purchase online with a 14-day refund policy. That's interesting. I mean, I don't care. This is called, like, the Hate Shop is just, it's a little thing that's put on with a hack, and it is literally just It lists every fucking game. Games, updates, DLC, every virtual content stuff, DSiWare, themes, extras, everything that was ever on the eShop is on here. And you can just get them all. You're like, oh, what games? Oh, let's look at, let's look at fucking, Japanese games. And it literally just lists every single 3DS game. And you can just download them. And it's a piece of piss. And you just literally, you can put them in a queue and you just download them and they all download to the home screen. And they appear like a normal game. And I don't feel bad about this, because let's be honest, this is piracy. But I can't get them legally anymore, so I don't care. And, you know, if the eShop was open, I would have probably bought most of these. But, like, alas, here we are. So, fully recommend. It's so nice. I got so many 3DS games from it. And I've not really had a chance to, like, go through them much anymore, but, like, look at all of these. Like, these are all downloaded from the eShop. It's just loads of, like, virtual console stuff. A lot of these weird little 3DS exclusives, some, like, DSi stuff. Loads of stuff. And, which you can also get, these are on Amazon. These little, I think they're called flashcards. And it's a 3DS cartridge with a little SD card slot. And it comes with the SD card, and it just comes with loads of DS ROMs. Like, this can't do 3DS ROMs, but it does original DS ROMs. And mine came with, like, 500. And you can just put other ROMs on it. Oh, you can see my reflection. Oh, it's my eyes. You can just put other ROMs on it. And, like, actually, is there a better... I'm trying to not get the reflection of the thing in. You can put other ROMs on it, which I did. I just got my own ROMs, because the Internet Archive has every DS game on it. I just downloaded all 3,000 European DS games from the Internet Archive. 66 gigs, I want to point out, for all of them. Wild. And I just kind of went through, and anyone I sort of recognized or looked vaguely interesting, I just put on this SD card. This like, cart was 20 quid, and it came with 500 games. Notably, I got one for Rebecca, the same one. I got the same identical one for Rebecca, the same Amazon listing, and it was a different cartridge with different games on. But so you can get the ROMs yourself, so I've got loads of other, like, I've got loads of random ROMs on here. You can get themes for this. I've got a Switch kind of light theme on it to make it simple. Sick. So I just have, like, basically every DS game and every 3DS game ever made on this. And people always espouse emulation, right? I'm a fan of emulation. I got that Inoden thing to do emulation. But the problem is, unlike, I would argue, most consoles, even, like, you know, the PSP and the Vita obviously has some unique hardware to it with the little touchscreen things in the back. The DS hardware is obviously quite hard to replicate. Also, Matt, you can load up DS ROMs on... I know you can have them appear on the home screen. I know there's a way to do that. I haven't bothered to do that because it's a mild faff. I don't care enough. Like... Oh, yeah, and the DS games, I got a widescreen patch, so they all run in widescreen. And most of them are actually rendering in widescreen. They're not just being stretched. Some are being stretched, but I'm fine with that being stretched. And also, a lot aren't being stretched, they're just being rendered in widescreen. Sick. Everything about hacking a 3DS is great and a piece of piss. An absolute piece of piss. It's great. I am adoring this. It's just such a nice little thing. It's such a nice thing. And you can't replicate it. Obviously, like, everything you would ever play a 3DS thing on, emulation-wise, you have to have, like, both screens, and they're side by side, or they're on top of the... It's just awkward. And you don't really have the touch screen, and you just... And I want the 3D. As much as the 3D is a gimmick, I like the gimmick. I want the gimmick. So it's got very unreplicatable hardware. Because I like the 3D, actually. I remember when I was younger, and the 3DS came out in the first place. I remember, like, going into HMV or something. And, you know, they had one. They had a demo kiosk stand sort of thing. And I tried the 3D and I wasn't very convinced by it. However, this new 3DS has a tracker in it. So it tracks your eyes to a certain degree. So it kind of takes a second for my eyes to kind of get adjusted and not feel weird. But then I actually quite like the 3D. Because, yeah, a lot of people, as dare people say, there's the 2DS XL. The new 2DS XL, which folds, which is actually a really nice thing. And that came out after the original Switch. Like, that's the last gen DS. And it's really good, and that is what a lot of people get. But I wanted a 3DS because I want the 3D. I want the full... I want all of the hardware features. That's why I'm buying it. And I'm glad I got the new 3DS. Like, me and Daniel were talking about it. And the new 3DS basically only just... It has the 3D tracking, which is, I think, a nice big thing. There's a couple of games that I think are vaguely exclusive to it, but I'm not sure. And it's got the C-Stick. this little fucking, you know, think book, the little think book nipple, basically. Which, as far as I can tell, only one game actually uses. It's completely fucking pointless. But I'm glad. I just wanted the best one. I just wanted the newest, I wanted the most feature 3DS, and this is the most fully featured 3DS. So I got it, and I was happy with it. And I replaced the battery. I went on Amazon, and I found a battery. You can just get the batteries on Amazon. Hex screw? No, I don't know. You can just get third-party batteries on Amazon for like nothing. And I got a because I got this 3DS, and I was like, "Hey, Daniel and Rebecca, I got this 3DS," and then I went to theirs, and then they both got their 3DSs out, and we spent the entire time just playing 3DS games. And I repaired Rebecca's 3DS because they had a bit of a problem with it, which I'll tell you about in a second. And I also I got them new SD cards, I got them new batteries. Like this battery, this is the original battery that came with it. The battery I bought from Amazon has a higher capacity. This is 750 milliamp hours, and this is 900 milliamp hours. So it's a bit better. And again, cheap as shit, and it's obviously got a fully replaceable battery, like a phone. So it makes these things really good to just kind of work with, because you can get one. Doesn't matter if the battery's fucked. You can just take the battery out. It's got an SD card. It's like the simple stuff is repairable. Expandable storage, replaceable battery. Good shit. So, let me get the battery out. Actually, I should turn it off first, properly. I mean, it doesn't really care. But, so I want to explain to you why I'm taking it apart, sort of thing. I had a few problems with this when I got it. This is a bit sticky. Right? It's got a bit of a left and right. It's got wear and tear. I can feel it. Some of these things are a bit... I want to replace the rubber kind of gaskets. The off button kind of sticks a bit. The off button kind of sticks a bit. Oh, the battery fell out. Fuck it. The power button sticks a bit. And I just wanted to just, like, vaguely refurb it. And, you know, kind of replace the components that I'm interacting with, right? So I ordered a bunch of stuff. It was really awkward. I had to get it all on like eBay. I couldn't get it from iFixit. The 3DS is in this kind of annoying spot where companies and kind of a load of support exists for like shell swaps for like the Game Boy all the way up to the GBA. And you can get these lovely sort of aluminum shell swaps and everything, and they're beautiful. Boxy Pixel does them. And you can get them for the Switch, Joy-Cons and everything. And there's loads of parts for those systems, and loads of people have made mods for like better screens and all that. And then obviously the Switch has got loads of mods because it's new. This is in the middle, and no one's doing anything for it. Getting spare parts for it's a fanny on. No one makes nice third-party cases for it, like third-party shell swaps for it. There's nothing. And it was all awkward to get, so I had to go on like... I bought most of them from eBay. I had to get some stuff from AliExpress. So I've got a bunch of stuff here. I bought a bunch of these replacement parts. I bought new actual bits, which admittedly I don't know if I look at them closely, I don't know if I am actually going to replace it with these, because I'm not fully happy with the this shell. It's very similar. I think on camera they look basically identical, but you can see when I'm kind of tilting it, this one has this sort of like metallic effect. You can see it's kind of darker, lighter. This kind of doesn't. This has, you can see a texture on this one a bit more, and like there's some bits that are just kind of worse. Like it's got the little indent for the headphones here, the little marker for the headphones is worse quality, and then on here where the original's got this like power and Wi-Fi light kind of things, this doesn't have it. I don't know. Obviously, this isn't an OEM one. Clearly, it's not an OEM one. It's different on the back and everything. But I just wanted to get... this was the only one I could even fucking find. OEM scavenge then. The problem is, obviously, I got this, you know, these are expensive to get. And I wanted to replace these, obviously, just because, obviously, they're the things that have the most wear and tear. I mean, I've cleaned this, but it's, like, scratched and scuffed and everything, and I just wanted to put, like, a new one on. But, yeah, it's obviously, like, look at that. You can just see the colour difference. And I obviously want it to be blue. I actually wanted something matte. I don't like this glossy finish. I got this blue 3DS because I like the interior, this sort of, like, blue, navy, matte interior. I want these to be that blue. I want them to be this. So I don't know if I'll bother doing this swap. I mean, obviously replacing the bottom is really easy because, I mean, I literally just took the bottom off. It's meant to come off, so I can just stick the new one on. The top one is a bit more involved to take off. I've got to remove these little rubber gaskets and, like, pull it off, but, like, that's easy enough to replace anyway. I don't need to take anything out to do it. I don't know if I'll bother. I'm actually half debating even painting these. I don't know. That's a later thing. I only got these yesterday. They were kind of, had to get these from AliExpress. Couldn't even get them on Amazon. Slightly annoying. I also tried to get replacement bits for the inside, especially this, because this just is worn. This section especially, just from where the things are. I couldn't even find one. I found one seller on eBay that had them, and I bought them, and then they were like, yeah, we don't have any, sorry. And then they just refunded me, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, thank you. But yeah, I'm thinking, because obviously these are quite cheap, and I don't want to paint the originals, but these ones, you can get these for basically nothing. I may just paint these. Because I don't care about all the details or whatever. Or even like I don't care, I just want it to look nice. Again, my preference would be a boxy pixel full aluminium shell. That's what I want. It doesn't exist yet. Might in the future, and if it does exist in the future, I'm fucking buying it. But for the time being, it does not. So the things I'm fixing and kind of refurbing are just these, like, basically just all the buttons. I got new rubber bits of, like, rubber membrane sort of things to go under the buttons, because a lot of the buttons are kind of wobbly. I got a new joystick. I got new actual buttons. I got new buttons for the triggers. I already have done this repair. On Rebecca's 3DS, their L button just barely worked. So I already did this repair on Rebecca's. It's a piece of piss, because much like the Switch Joy-Cons, everything's just little plugs. Like, there's nothing. None of these parts are soldered together, which is fucking smashing. The most awkward thing that I would like to do, which is this part, the smallest part here, and arguably the most awkward to replace, is the hinge. Because the hinge on the 3DS is slightly odd. Like, it opens and it clicks into place, and then it clicks, and then it clicks. It's got these, like, 3 click points. And that kind of goes over time, and I kind of want a firmer hinge. So I got this hinge replacement, but it is a bit of a faff to do a hinge replacement, so, yeah. Just not, I've been looking into getting a PS Vita again, doing things with it, and I had a lot of games in my library that I could download again. I mean, my friend loves the Vita, also I'm drinking moonshine, hello. My friend loves the Vita. Apparently, they're not great for emulating. Some people will swear by them, but, like, apparently they're good for emulating Vita and PSP stuff, original PSP stuff, but apparently anything else is just kind of awkward and shitty, and you get a better experience out of, like, a way cheaper little handheld, like an Ambernick or something. If you have one, they're fun. I don't know how much I would recommend getting one, especially because you can emulate PSP and Vita, like, a piece of piss on, like, so many little emulation handhelds and stuff. And I think it'd be a slightly better experience. That's what I'm planning to do with Vita games, so I have not got a Vita. It's self-made moonshine. No! It is O'Donnell, Wild Berry. I got a little taster kit for my birthday off a friend. And I love them, so I bought a big bottle of them. So my plan is, I'm going to replace, obviously, the control interfaces, all of the buttons, all the rubber gaskets for the buttons. I also bought a new, there's a visual mod I'm doing with this, in that all the buttons on this are like this sort of, they match the contour, like they're a very deep blue, they're a very deep navy, all the buttons, and the C-stick's grey, and that's grey, right? The buttons I bought are black. I bought black buttons and a black sort of a black stick thing. I don't know. I quite like the black on the blue thing. I think that'll look nice. It just gives it a bit of visual difference. I also did buy a black C-stick, which is just a bit of rubber, which I've been fucking waiting for, and it's still in fucking China. And I've been literally sat with all of these parts for like a week, just wanting to do this, and I can't be fucking arsed waiting for the C-stick anymore. So I'm just gonna do it, and I'll do the fucking C-stick later. So that's the plan. Replace all the buttons, replace all the rubber gaskets, replace the actual physical switches for the shoulder buttons, because they can go, and maybe replace the hinge. So, Tony streams. I've got a 3DS and a PS Vita. I really like playing stuff on the original hardware, so they hacked the shit. Never seen the appeal of playing handheld games on a PC, and all those emulator devices I've wanted many issues are too expensive for me. That's fair. I can appreciate that. I like original hardware. I can see the appeal of original hardware. I think for me, I mean, I obviously got this for original hardware. I like original hardware. I think it's just novel to play something the way it was. There's just like PSP and PS Vita like exclusives are basically there's barely any. And a lot of them have ports that are good to other systems, and even if they don't, like all these handhelds, there's so many really good ones. I mean, I've got an Iron Odin, which is like a really high-end one, and that's really good. But then there's little cheap ones. There's loads of little cheap ones that are apparently really good. Like Ambernig apparently make loads. Wolf Den on YouTube does loads of really good videos about them, and some of them are just great. Some of them are fantastic and really cheap, and have great communities. But I appreciate there's a mild faff there and ready, but so's hacking. Whatever. So I took this apart already when we were trying to do Rebecca's. To do the jailbreak, you really need the left trigger to work. You really need the left trigger to work because for just like doing some of the sequences. And Rebecca's left trigger not working was a right fanny on. So I bought the new things, but they weren't arriving yet, and I just wanted to get Rebecca set up with it, and Daniel was trying to do it. So what I ended up doing was just taking this entire bottom shell off mine and putting it on Rebecca's. So there's just this weird... Rebecca's got this lovely, like, Animal Crossing 3DS. So they just had this weird blue bit on the bottom for a little while. So I've already taken this apart to do this with. So I just have to get these little rubber bits out here. These little rubber feet. They're just stuck on. Ooh. And... Shanty biscuits. I've just scratched it a bit, but I'm not that precious about it. Because, as I say, I can't really get case swaps. If the case is already fucking... Or the shell's already kind of damaged and scuffed up anyway. And my intention is to, if Boxy Pixel ever make one, which I'm assuming they will, is just to get that. Like that's the kind of current plan in my head. Because I would have, like, the Boxy Pixel things are expensive, right? They're these full, really nice machined sort of shells with machined buttons and everything. I debated getting a Boxy Pixel, Switch, like, Joy-Con, shell. But I don't really care about the Switch Joy-Con shell. I mean, I like the Switch Joy-Cons, how they feel. And I wouldn't mind them, but they're quite expensive. Whereas, obviously, a full handheld, like a Game Boy or something, is something I'd be much more interested in doing that too. It's just put these vaguely there. And this I would. I mean, if Boxy Pixel brought out a shell swap that was like, hey, it's 100 quid or whatever, I would pay 100 quid for a really nice anodized aluminum shell. Because I think they're really high quality. Everyone fucking likes them. Everyone likes them. Right, so this just comes off. There's these two little, I love these pliers. I literally keep buying these. I've got like 10 in my little drawer. There's, pull that out. There's two little, yeah, I have to manually adjust focus with this one. I had autofocus set on it, and it literally just doesn't fucking, it's shite, unsurprisingly. So you're just gonna have to deal with me vaguely autofocusing occasionally with this. Soz. Autofocus is a piece of shit. And I'd like the new Elgato kind of 4K cameras that I can control, but they're really expensive. Anyway, there's these two little cables here. You just pop off. There we go. And that's the bottom shell out. And then to replace these, I just literally unscrew these, take them out, put them in. So I'll do that last. I don't need to do that yet. I'm going to put them over here. I need to swap my right Joy-Con to a Hall effect stick. I mean, a lot of people have been doing that. I mean, I had stick drift on my original Joy-Cons. I don't have them on my current Joy-Cons. And I did replace the sticks on my original Joy-Cons. And I also did a shell swap to like some nice clear purple, kind of atomic purple ones that I got on Amazon. And that was fun to do. And I've replaced the sticks in like Daniel's Joy-Cons. But if I need to replace the sticks in my Joy-Cons, I'll replace them with Hall effect ones, but I'm not going to do it preemptively because they're fine. Anyway, I get a good angle on this. So, focus, focus, focus. Where's the focal point there? Oh, there-ish, right. This is as far as I got last time. And basically, from what I understand, to get to anything else, I need to remove more of the board. Now, this here is the C-stick. It shows those 3 screws, and if I want to replace the little C-stick rubber bit, I basically just remove that, take that off, take the rubber bit off, we'll put it back in. That's a piece of piss, and that's something I'm going to do later. It's the game cartridge slot, that's the SD card slot, that is the plug. Some people have made some interesting mods, and you can do it to replace this port with a USB-C port, which I would love to do, but every single thing I've looked up of someone doing it, it's a right fucking faff with loads of micro soldering. It is not an easy thing to do. Because it is obviously, this is soldered to the board, and you need to make them intercompatible, and I can't be fucking arsed. I do not care enough. If someone makes a kit that makes it easy, maybe. But not yet. This is the joystick, and the buttons will be sort of under here. So I'm assuming I'll need to remove these boards. I had a problem with the power button on this one where it was kind of sticking, but I think it's probably just the rubber, because the button itself seems fine, so I think it's just the rubber. So I've got an iFixit guide up on here just to make sure I like figuring out how to take stuff apart on my own. But iFixit usually, the reason I quite like looking them up is a lot of times you'll kind of removing something, it's very easy to break something that you don't know about. You know, like a little flex cable or something, if you just ram it out. So it's nice to just kind of know. But these are relatively simple things. Yeah, that is what it says. That makes sense. It's just this little thing here. Hey, Speak Cookie. Is it a ZIF cable? It's a ZIF cable. I love a ZIF cable. Nintendo love these little ZIF connectors. And the ZIF connector is basically just these little like pressure fit kind of things. You just flick them up. You just flick them up. Come on. Yeah, you just flick this up. There we go. It's a little clasp, and then it just locks it in place. And then you can pull out this little flex cable. There you go. And that's how most things on this board are connected. That's how the joystick's connected. This control board for the buttons is just a separate control board that you can just replace. The SD card's replaceable. The screen's obviously connected by ZIF connectors. This is how Nintendo make their devices, and they still do. The Switch is made like this, which is a fucking joy to work on because they're very repairable as a result. They are very repairable, and they're very fun, I find, to repair. You move these screws. Very fun to repair, just because they're kind of small enough to be fun, but they're not. You don't have to fanny on with soldering unless you're trying to do something really specific. I mean, I like to take my Xbox apart and kind of fixing the capacitors on and stuff, but ooh, buy my fairy art, excellent. Thank you for the gift subscription for Quietly Robin. Oh, there's another screw there. See, I think this will be a kind of piece of piss, really. I just wanted to do it on stream because I like doing this kind of stuff on stream. And then that just lifts out. Should I remove that? Couldn't I fix it? No, that's just a separate ribbon cable underneath. That's a slightly awkward thing about... I was going to say that's a slightly awkward thing about the C-stick, but actually, the C-stick... I can just take this off. I don't actually have to disconnect anything to replace the C-stick, I don't think, and I'm probably just going to do that because it's easier than fanning off with a connector. There we go. And yeah, for me to replace this little C-stick, all the C-stick is this literally little bit of rubber. So I have a black one of those arriving, and aesthetically, at this point it's just for aesthetics, because I'm making all the buttons black. But I'll do that later. So we have a bits of rubber here. Bits of rubber. There's another bit of rubber for that button. That's for the power button, I think. And we need to replace the things. Oh yeah, well, apparently there's a bit of a problem with 3DSs becoming kind of partially bricked. If you leave the battery on charge too long, apparently that can be a problem with the Switch as well. So they do recommend you turn them on the odd occasion. But as I say, I mean, just replace the battery. That's what I quite like about them. Right, so that's A. Then I'm replacing it with black ones just because I think it's a visual difference. I wish these are coloured on the back and these aren't, which is slightly annoying, but whatever. I'm just hoping it feels okay after I place it, because I would normally want to buy OEM parts or really high quality sort of third party parts. iFixit normally sell very high quality third party parts. I'll say they just didn't. Oh, hey Hannah. This is the most boring stream you could have rated. I'm very sorry in advance. Look at me with my tiny tweezers taking out these tiny little buttons. I'm refurbing it my 3DS because I want it to be nicer. And I want a new shell case, but I can't get it. That's the TLDR. You've not missed anything. And right, oh fuck. And I'm drinking moonshine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah. That's really nice. It's like alcoholic Ribena. Very alcoholic Ribena. And they make it in Manchester, from what I understand. Which admittedly makes me slightly suspicious. Because is that? No. Makes me slightly suspicious. Because anything from Mank, I'm just a bit like, oh dear. What happened there? But, whatever, man. Yeah. I'm going to keep all of these original pots in a little bag as well. I'm not going to throw any of them away. Because I like having all the original stuff available to me. If I want to put it back to stock, I can. I'm not kind of fucking myself over here. That is a button, and that is another. Okay. 2 identical fucking buttons. Okay, thanks, great. British geese, Canada geese. I like a goose. I mean, wait. Is there a specific? Oh, I should have probably paid more attention to where that was going. Whatever. Everyone gets. I like a goose. I like a geese a lot. Oh, fuck me. I really like geese. Everyone's like, oh, they're really angry. I'm like, just don't be fucking dick. Like most animals, right? If you're not a dick to them, they're pretty good. Does it matter which orientation that's in? I don't know, but I'm going to put them in the same orientation, so fuck it. I got 2 sets of rubber replacements. I kind of bought 2 by accident. Because I bought this set, but it didn't come with all of them. It only came with some of them. Then I had to buy another set. However, there is a different... They are different. I mean, they look visually different. However, this darker one on the left is thicker than this one on the right. So I don't know if it'll make the buttons feel more firm, but I'm going to go with the darker ones. Just in that hope it makes the buttons feel a bit more firm and well together. Fuck it. I just want it to feel nice, you know, that's the point. I'm replacing the components that people have to interact with on a regular basis, and I'm hoping that it just sort of sorts itself out. I hope this fits right, because again, I got these from fucking AliExpress. It's the only fucking place you can get them. There is also the distinct possibility that this is for, like, the 3DS original, and this is for the XL, because Nintendo just love doing slightly different SKUs. I mean, they are slightly different, actually. They are a slightly different size. What fail? Do I have to use the other ones? There's this fucking annoying thing, right, that I realised with the fucking DS, is that, yeah, no, I can't use those ones. I think they must be for the... This is another thing with fucking finding parts, because of Nintendo's shitty naming scheme. Because there's the 3DS, there's the 3DS XL, there's the new 3DS, and the new 3DS XL, and the DS, and the DSi, and the 2DS, and the 2DS XL, and the new 2DS XL. And they all have different parts. Every single part is different. The buttons are slightly different. The styluses, every stylus is slightly fucking different, because, oh, what's consistency? We don't need that. We're Nintendo. Literally, it's a fucking fanny on. It's very annoying. So finding parts, the amount of times I'll like find a listing, I'll be like, ooh, that's what I want, but it's for like it's for the new 3DS, not the new 3DS XL. And some places call the new 3DS, and obviously if you just search for new 3DS parts, it's going to come up with like parts that are new for the 3DS. So a lot of places just say, oh, it's the 3DS 2015 revision. But if you Google 2030, it's a bollocking to find parts, is what I'm trying to say here. It's all a bit of a bollocking to do. It's a pain in my fucking arse cheeks. Well, there's rubber there to replace, we'll have to do in a minute. There's a bit of rubber here. I don't think I have a replacement for that, but I don't actually know what that is. What is that? Oh, it's an indicator light. Okay. What did you do to it? Oh, nothing. It's fine. I'm just refurbishing it. That's why I'm using the word refurbishing, not repairing. I'm just replacing all the buttons. I'm replacing all the buttons and replacing all the rubber gaskets. That's all I'm doing, really. Do I want to connect this? I'm going to screw it down, but I'm not going to plug it up yet. I'm just replacing all of the sort of touchable components to hopefully make it just feel a bit nicer. Because these things are really well built, but obviously wear and tear just happens. Rubber slowly degrades a little bit. The buttons get a bit worn. The case gets a bit, slightly warped and scratched. So I got a replacement case, but it's shit, so I'm not going to use it, and you can't find fucking easy replacement cases for these cunts. It's all just slightly annoying. Also, I was going to put music on. I should put music on. Wait, I had music lined up. Copyrighted music. Shh, don't tell the government. Oh. Ah. There we go. That's fine. I'm a big fan of taking these apart as well. I just... If I have an excuse to take part in a Nintendo thing, I will. Because as much as I enjoy taking apart all the iPods and stuff like that, Apple loves glue. Apple fucking loves gluing things together. Absolutely adore it. Whereas Nintendo tend to not. Everything's clipped. Everything's fucking clipped down and screwed in and is connected with zip connectors. Like, stuff usually isn't soldered. Stuff isn't glued down. Stuff is just little clips, which are kind of meant to be taken apart and repaired. I mean, Nintendo and Nintendo, and they're not a big fan of user repair, but they are built to be repairable, which I like a lot. You taking the Joy-Con apart? Oh yeah, I love taking Joy-Cons apart. I fixed loads of Joy-Cons. Big fan of them. I did a stream where I took a Joy-Con apart. Love taking Joy-Con apart. Big fan of Joy-Con. Right. Let's look at another... The directional pad. Love it. Yeah, I like these little intricate things, because it's just small. That's the only difficult thing with it. It's just small, and diddy, and little. And there's just little ZIF connectors. Like, this is a little... Like, taking this apart is very similar to taking apart a Joy-Con. It's just all of these little sort of, like... These little ZIF connectors that you just clip up, and... these are just little clips. And I like using a little teeny weeny little tweezer. I'm just a big fan of just this kind of... Ah, fuck you, Chans. It doesn't matter how big your hands are. Tiny, tiny tweezers. That's why I have lots and lots and lots and lots of tweezers. So many different tweezers. Look at all of my tweezers. And you need a lot of these kind of like little picks and stuff like that. I've got these tweezers, these little inverted ones, which can just hold something without you actually keeping pressure on it. And they ping off into the distance, but it's fine. I'll find that later. Point stands I like, and I've got all these little like hooky things. These are really useful for actually getting ZIF connectors up and like getting these little connectors out. I mean, tweezers, I prefer the tweezers because obviously I can grip with the tweezers. But if it's too small for even the tweezers, this little tiny pick is really handy. I've got a few of these tiny little picks. Unfortunately, I keep bending them. The problem with these little things is because they're so little and delicate, they're really easy to just slightly bend and warp. So I have to keep like kind of replacing them. I keep the bent ones because they're still useful. But like, I've been through a lot of these little tweezers because you can see these tweezers here are just wonky. Just happens. So I just have loads of them. I mean, look at this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look at my little tiny tweet cutters. Great. Not for you to do that. No, it's literally, this is just such thin metal that if I got this and I put it under here, if I put it under this board and I just moved it like that, it would bend. It would just bend. Like, they're tiny little things. But they're meant to be used very delicately, because that's the problem with delicate things, they're tiny. I mean, I've got, where is it? Is it in this pile? Oh, no, there it is. Is it this one? I'm assuming it's this one because it's got a fucking sheath on. Ah, yes, this soldering iron head, which I'm a big fan of, which comes with this big rubber sheath because this fucker's sharp. It's effectively a needle. It's a either 0.01 millimeter or 0.001 millimeter head, and it is. Can I? Oh. Look at that. Look at that cunt. Look at that. That's for micro soldering. That's for tiny, tiny, tiny soldering. Which is kind of good fun. But I've got loads of these tiny little tools for this purpose, right? Like, so when I take apart stuff like this, I have basically an entire little workshop full of tools designed to do this with, so I find it kind of a piece of piss. At that point, you just use solder paste and heat. It depends if you're trying to... If, for example, on this board, let's say I was just trying to... Let's say I wanted to desolder and resolder this tiny little thing. This little board there, above the even already tiny board. I have to bring the focus right in for this. This little board here, that one, if I wanted to desolder and resolder that for whatever reason, that's what that ridiculously tiny soldering iron's for. It's for that. Absolutely tiny little micro soldering, like soldering these like little capacitors up. So it's for that level. I'm not at a level where I can do that or I would feel comfortable doing that, but I have the equipment in case I want to. So, you know, it's an option. Well, my hands aren't. I have normal human-sized hands. Look at my human-sized hands. Look how normal and human they are. Regular human hands for a regular human. Ooh. One moonshine. It's very sweet. Probably buy some more. 50 proof, 25% volume. Sick. I like it a lot. It's really good. Don't you compare me to fucking Trump. That's just a... Ugh. Yes, sorry, I was looking at the tutorial. I briefly forgot what I was doing. Use my train of thought. Oh, names are originally sub to 2 months, and I completely didn't notice. Top 3, let's just scroll down, blah, blah, we know. It just wants me to remove... It wants me to remove that little connector. Take that off. There's a gold terminal plug there, which I need to remove. Like, this is why I like looking at the iFixit guides, because there's something like, they're saying, with this plug, for example, they're saying, you can't even see the plug with this camera, that's why I have the close-up camera. This little plug, it wants you to pull that up, but it has this big red warning on the thing going, do not do what we did, don't pull on the cable itself. This is why I go to the iFixit, because they'll make mistakes, and then tell you, hey, don't fucking do that, it'll break it. Yeah, I just need to remove this, like, terminal plug. But not pulling the cable, because the cable's delicate. Come on. There we go. There we go. They just clip in. Like, all these plugs are just meant to clip. Oh, that watch video where I destroy my Apple Watch is the funniest fucking thing in the world. I fucking love that. Where I'm just like, I don't know, my Gen 3 Apple Watch, I think it was. One day I'm just sat at my desk and I hear a pop and I look over at my watch and the screen is just detached. And I'm looking at it like, what the fuck, it's working. But the screen has detached. And then I'm looking at it closer and it's not just like the screen has like, it's not like the adhesive has came off, it's like cracked all the way around the screen, the glass. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't smash it into anything, it just popped. Obviously, I went to Apple, and they were like, well, it looks like you've broken it. And I'm like, yeah, but it didn't. And they're like, well, the battery's fine. But apparently there was some people reported an issue. Sorry, I'm slightly distracted. Oh, that's a ribbon cable I'm going to take out. Yeah, so it, obviously, and I don't think they were unreasonable. Let's say some people reported that their watches were also doing it, like, and the battery was like expanding and then contracting, and there was no evidence left behind that the battery did that. So I didn't want to pay the fucking fee to repair it. It's like 100 quid or something. And I tried to, I bought some like glass glue, and I was like, look, if I can just glue the screen back down, at least I can still fucking use it. If I do it carefully enough, yeah, there'll be a fucking little stupid crack around it, but it'll work. Was the goal. I was like, at least it will work. And then I just fucking was carefully pushing it in and like holding the glue down, the whole screen just went There was a video I did on Twitter, it was the funniest fucking thing. It's still up on Twitter somewhere if you want to watch it. It's good shit. It's funny shit. Peak Matt, as several people have said to me. Is that a Ziff connector? I don't know, but I don't actually need to take that connector out, but I do need to take that out, but I will in a second. Gen 3, no loss. I mean, it was just years ago. It was the year of, I think Gen 5 it just came out, or Gen 4. It wasn't that old. Right, remove that. Double checking. I've been slightly ignoring the order, foolishly. Oddly, in their guide, there's a step 8 is just removing the cables from these two ports that hold the little L and F buttons, and the next one is removing this cable. But then, in the picture they're showing, these two cables are already removed. So I assume I have to remove those. This camera's too far away. I think I moved it at some point to get further out my way, but it's now up here. Like, it's like literally an entire arm's length away from me. And for something big, obviously it makes sense, but when I'm doing this, I just clearly just need to zoom in, but it doesn't have the resolution. This is why I want a 4K camera, because for the 4K camera, I could zoom in and not lose any resolution. Okay, let's just remove these things anyway. Carefully. I'm actually going to use my little thing. Oh, fuck silicone straps. I mean, I've got a silicone strap for the gym. We can't watch, but I love these. I'm a big fan of these, like, stretchy fit fabric ones that Apple sell. These are fucking, I love these. Big fan of those. They're super comfortable. Problem is, when I lost a load of weight, I had to replace it because it was just too big at that point. So yeah, see, like, these little picks. Take these Ziff connectors off, no fucking problem. This, I don't know what that's connected by. Is this an original 3DS? No, it is a new 3DS XL. Okay, yeah, these pictures are weird because there's like every other picture, a cable might be reconnected or not connected. Oh, they've just the guide. Okay, the guide is just slightly confusing. So these ZIF connectors are held in with pressure, not locks. Lifting the flaps on these connectors will break them. Okay, so I've got to remove all of these little connectors. And I've got to remove this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. It's the cookie. By the way, Matt, since your last stream, I got my internet finally fixed. I'm cookie bit internet now. Oh, it's sick, isn't it? Fuck it, honest to God, the best fucking thing. Ooh. I'm sure I'm feeling about this one. These are all pressure fits. I just need to pull on the actual connector and pull it out. Which means these are going to be a slight faff to put back in, but whatever. Again, this is better than them being soldered on like Apple fucking do. They're delicate, sure, and these are quite easy to rip. That's a difficulty with them. They're just delicate little thin cables, and they're very easy to rip, which is the difficulty with them. That's always the danger. That when people take these apart, they just rip them. See, some of them are like really pressure fit in there, like this one, and I'm worried I'm going to rip it. Nope. Toothed boy. Provide more even pressure, so I'm not putting too much strain on a single bit of it. There we go. Oh yeah, no, one of the frustrating things about going to Daniel and Rebecca's is the internet. Because like, I'll do stuff here and I won't really think about the fact it takes time. Like, if I upload like a fucking DadCube video or a live stream, it takes, like a few minutes, if that, for these big like files. So I kind of just do them whenever and however, and I don't really think about it. But then I have to do it like overnight at theirs, and it sometimes even doesn't work. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? This cable's an odd one. It doesn't say it's pressure fit. It says it's got a lock on it, but I don't know if it's just I don't know if it's just the colors are inverted, or whether the actual lock itself is inverted. Oh no, no, it's the colors are inverted. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. Right, taking those cables. Remove the screws. Yeah, this is a way more involved process. Is replacing the D-pad buttons, because that's a separate board that you can just take out and replace really easily. But yeah, I should label these things. Come on. Hello? Pen? Pen? Pen, 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 pen. Pen. Come on, there we go. Right. Shell. I can barely read that. The pen's being... Shell. Fine, whatever. Shell. Stick. Main board. Okay, so I remember which is which. I will try to have fun with the DadCubed intros sometimes. A lot of times I don't fucking bother, because I'm doing them every fucking week, and they are something I often try to do as quick as possible, because I have other shit to do, but, are they all the same screw? Yeah, all the same screw. Again, these are all Phillips head screws. There's no, like, Torx screws or anything here. They're all Phillips head, small Phillips head, and they're all the same length. Like, every screw on the main board is the same fucking length. Same with the case, same with the joystick. So you can just put in a pile. Great. No fucking notes. Thank you, Nintendo. I don't know if this was I mean, I'm assuming it must have been partially intentional, because even if it wasn't for user repairability, it was for their own repairability, I'm sure. You know, they need to repair the devices themselves, so they need to make them easier to access. Right, and then this should just lift out. Or just hinge it out. Oh, no. That cable's still in for some reason. There we go. And there's a ZIF connector underneath. Oh my god. Which I need to disconnect. Ugh, Jesus Christ, that's awkward. It's gonna be awkward to fucking put it back together, Jesus. Oh god, there's another one there. Fuck, mate. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking awkward cunt. All this to replace the fucking D-pad button. Plastic. Okay, Jesus Christ. Right, taking the main board off. That is all the 3DS actually is. Like, that is the guts of the 3DS. And that's the SD card reader, which is... I think the actual reader's soldered in place or glued in place, but it's got a cable connecting it, so I imagine you can replace it with just a bit of heat. I imagine that's where the sort of SoC is. Neat. Let's pop this over there. Out the way. Safe and sound. Right. Oh god, I need to remove the game card reader as well. Fuck me. I am very much not looking forward to putting this back together, if I'm going to be honest with you. And this is slightly more involved than I wasn't expecting to have to disassemble the entire fucking thing to just get to the D-pad. Is that clipped? I don't think it is. There we go. Right. They're different sizes. Gotta keep them in the right order. Yeah, I really need a light on this side camera because when I'm here, that top light is just not enough. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I'm just doing this and it's shadowed immediately. I have fun with the Daikyu vlogs sometimes. As I say, I will always listen around for music, and then find something that I like, and then if I come up with that, if it just seems like it has a vibe, I'll usually make the footage fit the vibe a bit. Okay, now we remove that. And then we can finally access the fucking D-pad. Oh, I see. Okay, those two screws are for the D-pad. Separate those. The smaller screws are for the D-pad. Those three screws are for the board. Okay. I need a webcam with like a little ring light built in. Razer make one with a ring light built in, but I'm not fucking buying a Razer electronic. And there's the D-pad module, which again is not soldered. Like, this is just a single module. It's a bit of a faff to get to it, sure, but if you just need to replace the D-pad, it's just this, which is sick. Right, that comes out. And that comes out. And then this goes in. With a new bit of rubber. Wait. They are the same. This one's just a bit worn and yellowed slightly. I'm hoping that the D-pad had a bit of a wiggle. I don't think this will fix the wiggle, but I'm hoping it improves the wiggle. I'm hoping it's just a bit firmer. I'm just hoping if the rubber's firmer and the actual D-pad itself is new, it'll help. Okay, there's the sheath for the joystick. Sorry for knocking you there, and then the joystick itself. Because I bought an entirely new stick. Oh, I do have to detach that, yeah, because I bought a whole new stick module. Well, you. I don't really have to worry about breaking this either, just because I'm obviously replacing it. How's that attached? Oh, of course recalibrate the fucking stick. Come on now. What do you take me for? Oh, I see. Okay. I just need to pull out this kind of little retaining bit of plastic. There we go. And then the thing would come out. Okay. Slightly awkwardly. Oh god, sorry, it's such a bang. Spin it around. There we go. Take that out. Need that. And then the stick should just... How does that come out? I'm assuming the reason there's like a little gap in it is so I can kind of angle it in some slightly awkward way. Surely? Oh, there we go. That is awkward. There's the stick. Right. Fuck off. Right, we have a boardless, stickless 3DS. Okay. Oh, I wonder if it'll turn on. Actually, it's probably... Feels very thin now. I'll give it that. Right. Let's give it a bit of a clean. I did try and put a tiny bit of sort of electronics like silicone lubricant in it to try and smooth it up a bit, but I think it's just the stick itself. I thought it might have been the stick rubbing on the plastic. It may be, it still might be. But I tried sort of lubricating the stick a bit and it didn't help. So that's what's sort of in there currently. It's just a bit of lubricant. I'm replacing the stick. So let's put the new stick in. Oh, that's much easier. That was much easier to get in. Put the little retaining thing back in, which I don't know why I didn't get a new one of those with my stick, but whatever. Sid and Rob, when I replaced my Joy-Con stick, it was only when I closed the whole thing back up and tried to test it that I realized I'd forgotten to attach the ribbon cable to the board. Yeah, I've done that. I'm a bit worried about this, because I have to reattach so many ribbon cables. I mean, there's 3 in this top corner for the screen. There's 3 there. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got to reconnect 11 cables to the main board, so I'm sure I'm definitely going to forget one, and it's going to annoy the shit out of me, but hey, we are. But yeah, I mean, if you saw me replace my Joy-Con shells on stream once, which I actually did it down at Rebecca's, I did close it back up and something wasn't connected right and I had to reopen it back up. Actually, my the Joy-Cons I did on that stream, because they were my old Joy-Cons, because I got new Joy-Cons with the OLED switch. Or I bought new Joy-Cons, I should say. And oh, fuck's sake. This is really awkward. Yeah, I've noticed when I took them out, and like one of them rattles. It shouldn't rattle, obviously. But one of them rattles. assuming this board is pressure fit, so I'm just gonna... I don't know if it is a zip pressure fit. It looks pressure. Nope, it was a clip. Fantastic. Old stick, fuck off. New stick. In you come. Slot you in there. Slot you in there, and then just shimmy you on up. Make sure you've got a good connection. Lock you in place. New joystick. Wow. Place the rubber, place the sticks. Now I've got to put it back together. Just double checking. The buttons I want to replace, the rest of the stuff I want to replace is on this. The power button. Oh, actually. The home button. I would like to replace the home button. Will that be a massive faff, though? Because... how would I even get to that? It seems to be part of the screen assembly. The home button may not get replaced. Oh, that looks nice, actually. That looks nice with the black hardware on. I think it'll look really nice with the black C-stick as well. Ah! Oh yes, ribbon cables are always... people complain about the repairability of these because of the ribbon cables, but I'm like... it's either that or they solder it. Microelectronics that size, it's that or you solder it. Like... you know, I don't think it's unreasonable at all. I'm trying to see if there's a guide that, like, mentions the home button at all. Actually, I don't think it's too much of that. This plastic bit here is apparently the support bracket for the NFC antenna for amiibos. There's some clips apparently at the top and the bottom. Once I remove that, I can access the home button, so I'm just going to do that. I don't need to take the fucking entire digitizer off. I did debate replacing the lower screen, but no one makes... like, you can get really high-quality LCD screens for, like, the original Game Boy. But, again, you can't get really nice screens for the bottom one of these. They're just... I'd like a better screen for the bottom, just that has better off-axis viewing, but, I must remove this for presuming that... release the plastic support clips using a thin tool at the top and bottom. Where are those support clips? These. Clip, 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 clip. I think? Let's find out. This guide is not very clear about... you can get a really good LCD screen for the game here, but that's the thing, yeah, for a lot of these older consoles. I mean, I debated the idea of just getting, you know, an original Game Boy, putting a boxy pixel fully illuminated shell on it, you know, getting a new LCD screen for it, yada yada yada, just because it'd be a bit of fun. But then equally, I don't think, as much as I think I'd like to do that for the novelty of it, I don't know why I'd bother, because I could just buy an analog pocket like, I kind of want to do it. Like, the novelty is appealing to me, but it's very expensive to get something that is basically identical to the Analog Pocket, but worse. You know. Maybe at some point I can replace Rebecca's screen on their Game Gear at some point, maybe. If they ever want it done. It just says, this guide, it just says, it like circled this entire thing and was like, this is the support bracket. You must remove this. Release the plastic support clips of the NFC antenna using a thin tool on the top and bottom, but it doesn't actually say where the... It's got one picture of someone doing this. I'm assuming... Ah. There we go. Oh, and there's the NFC pad. It's weird how, like, simple wireless charger and NFC, like, things are. They all just have little coil. it's wild that it took us, like, such a long time to get them. And there's the home button. There's the home button, which is its own little board. And there's its rubber little thing. There you are. Ooh. I'm going to replace you with a new bit of rubber, buddy. And we're also going to replace the button. The black button. Oh, you can just see the camera poking through. Yeah. Okay, you orient the fucking home button, right? That way. Oh, it's got a little thing to make sure it's oriented right. Good job, Nintendo. Thank you for that. See, I like opening stuff up because it's a bit of a... I think product design is fascinating inside, and you never really get to see the work a lot of sort of mechanical engineers and industrial designers do inside these things. And it's why I really like the iPods especially. You open them up and you look at them and you go, fucking hell. You know, they're quite beautiful in their own way inside. And I really like seeing them. I think it's really interesting. And it just, you gain an appreciation for the thing. I always love taking MacBooks apart because MacBooks are fucking beautiful inside, and Apple have realized that because in every fucking keynote where they announce a new MacBook, they show the inside because they are just stunning inside. How did I knock that off? That's the most awkward fucking... Imagine just needing to replace that single part. Everything I've done, you would have to do just to replace that single button. I mean, I don't know how else they could have done it. I mean, it is obviously a layered little portable device. Like, this is the compromise you just have with small portable devices. Like, there's only so much... there's only a certain level of accessibility you can really get with them. So I don't fault designers for, like, some things are just awkward to do, and they're always going to be awkward to do no matter what you do, so fuck it. Let's put this back. That clip needs to go under. Oh, come on. There we go. Double check the home button's in right, because I don't want to disassemble it to have to take that apart again. That home button's in correctly, and again, I'm really happy with how it looks with the all black buttons. My fucking foot pedal to go to the top camera is not currently... There we go. And it looks really nice with the black buttons, and it'll look great with the black C-pad. But thankfully, replacing the C-pad is a piece of piss. I just have to open the back up, pull this, unscrew that, take that off, put the rubber thing, put it back. I don't have to do any of this nonsense. I think if I would have to have done this nonsense for the C-stick, I would have literally just left it, take it apart. Right, now I need to put it back together. which arguably is more annoying. Much, much more annoying. Righty. Step by step. Let's reverse everything I did. What are you... What all are you replacing in this? I'm just replacing all of the buttons. I'm replacing all the rubber sections for the buttons and all the actual physical buttons themselves. It's a refurb. So it works fine. That's why it's a refurb, not a repair. I'm just making it feel a bit more like new, and the controls on this were just quite rickety, and I didn't really like how they felt. And it's just wear and tear, really. Yeah, it's just wear and tear. So if I replace them, hopefully it'll feel a bit nicer. I don't know, it makes it look a little different, which I like. I mean, one of the problems we had when I went to as I brought my 3DS, and Dan brought his 3DS down, we have the same 3DS. Every single other thing we own looks different, right? We have different looking phones, we have different looking consoles, we have different looking Switches, everything. We happen to have an identical metallic blue 3DS, like new 3DS XL and metallic blue. We were holding both of them, we were like, these are going to get mixed up at some point. You could tell the difference, just like, there's a bit of different wear and tear on dials and stuff like that, but we were really worried about that, so we just had to sort of, thingy it, which I thought was quite funny. Daniel ended up putting a sticker on his. Yeah, I don't know why. They tell you to take these two screws out when you're disassembling that, but they're just holes for those screws. You don't need to take them out. Some of these older iFixit guides are a little bit weird. They have a bit of a weird order, and you'll like look at pictures and they'll have done a step before they tell you to do the step, and it's a bit less clear. Modern ones are better, but we'll take what we can get. Back when the 3DS released, I wonder how many opened it up to fix whatever problem they had rather than sending it off to refund and replace. I mean, the thing is if you can get the replacement parts. That's always the key thing. Even if you knew how to open it up, it's whether you can get the parts. Admittedly, Nintendo consoles are obviously quite popular. So third-party parts for them are quite good to get. It's just, the problem I've had is a lot of them are just shit. Like, it's getting a good quality third-party part. And that's the problem I have with this. And then normally I shop around for my parts for stuff. But this, there's only one thing available for it. Like, and I just had to take the gamble on it. Like, I don't actually know how good these fucking sticks are going to be. I'm hoping they're good, but they were the only fucking sticks I could get. Replacement sticks I could get. Let's play Blue Mink. Ooh, the Blue Mink Anthology. Alright. Right, scroll back up. Okay, this is the really annoying bit. This is the bit that I'm quite worried about. I have to connect. There's three cables here in this little corner, and they're all bundled together. Two of them have to go on the back, and one has to go on the top. And they're all very similar. I mean, that angle, like this one's clearly meant to go in there, so that helps. But this is going to be a right cunt. Let's put this one in. Ugh. Okay, yeah, this is the fanny on. Fuck me. Ah! Get out of the way! I need to put the smaller one in first, because it needs to go under the bigger one, so I need to plug this in first. But it has no fucking pull at all, because it's like the screen cable. And I know you can't really see what I'm doing, but in fairness, I can't really see what I'm doing either. Oh, that's... Oh, I'm worried about this. What was that? I had something clatter onto the floor. Oh no, I think it was that falling off. Okay, that's fine. That was something clattering on the floor. On the old button, it's fine. Ah. Fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm just quite excited for when this system kind of gets that resurgence that the GBA and stuff got, and I can get like really nice kind of custom new parts for it. Because it's not old enough to get them yet. Like, all the stuff I seem to collect is stuff of about this age, where they're not old enough to be collectible or have nice things made for them, but they're not new enough for anyone to have them or like them. So they're just in this weird little limbo. Same with all the iPods. Like, no one fucking, like, a couple of, like, fucking weirdos collect iPods. You can't really do anything with them. Like, there is a little community for them, obviously. There's a little community for lots of things. But, like, fuck me, it's all just a bit awkward. Fucking hell. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this out again. Because it's just adding more fanny onto it. Basically, I need to push it in, but once it's pushed in, it's completely loose still, and then I need to, while it's pushed in, lock this connector. And if it moves at all when it's in there, it's just going to fall out immediately. So I need to very carefully... Fuck. Ooh. That's easier, because it makes the cable come out more. That would have been useful for them to have told me in the guide. Would have been very useful for them to have told me in the fucking guide. Thanks for that. It might be an iFixit community guide, admittedly, but... I mean, people open up the... Again, I don't know how big the... I mean, this is, what, 2011 or whatever. iFixit was around. Oh, thank fucking God. There we fucking go. iFixit, obviously, now, they sell repair kits for stuff. Like, if you buy a Joy-Con repair kit from iFixit, they send you the Joy-Con. And also, they send you, like, the screwdrivers you need. And a couple of, like, little stuff. Like, you can buy a kit for, like, $15, which has everything you need to replace your Joy-Con sticks from scratch. And they have a really good guide for it. And they walk you through it sort of step by step. And that's obviously quite a big thing now, especially because they're so broken. But these, as far as I understand with 3DSs, they were really well made. You know, I always heard about stuff going wrong with, I mean, PS3s and 360s especially had fucking constant issues. Yellow light of death, red ring of death. But I've never really heard about 3DSs having really any problems. Come on. Come on. Yes. Fucking A, mate. Right. Fucking hell. Right. Hope they're oriented right, because it's going to be fucked if they're not. Oh, actually, I'm worried about that. Oh, I'm worried about that now. Did I put that? Is that connected the right way? The picture on the iFixit guide is not detailed enough to actually tell. No, that picture's shockingly bad. What the fuck is that? I can't discern fucking anything from that. iFixit. Fucking... fucking hell. Because obviously there's this bit that kind of angles round. Nope. There's like a curve here and there's not a curve on this side. And I'm hoping that's the right way. God, I wish I could rewind the Twitch stream. Then I could actually just look at the footage. Piss. Is there another guide? No. No, the guide used the exact same picture. Someone could clip it for you. It was a while ago, though. You can pull up the VOD on Twitch while stream's going. Oh, didn't know that. I mean, something I always like about YouTube's like streaming is that you can just like rewind live, really seamlessly, because YouTube's system's obviously a little better. Videos, reach and broadcasts. Oh, you can and all. That's interesting. Okay, let's zoom through it a little bit. Thank you for that tip. Right. Further back, further back. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be a bad fucking angle or something, I bet you. I'm gonna have my hand covering it. Okay. I've got the footage. Come on, Matt. Angle it up a bit, you big cunt. Okay, I've got it. Glad I fucking checked that. Yeah, it's meant to go the other way. Oh, I'm glad I fucking checked that. God, I would have been right fucked off when I put this all back together. And then... Actually, admittedly, it should have been slightly obvious that that was the right way to go, because only one side has contacts. And the side with contacts should always be the side touching the board. Ah, thank fucking God, man. God, I would have just went with that if I couldn't have got the VOD up. Thank you for that. This is why I like to do these via streams, because people can tell me when I fuck up. That just does not feel like it's meant to go in like that. Like, it's got a crease there. And obviously it's meant to sit like that. It's meant to sit like that? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, this curved bit here does go down. So it has to go in like that. It's just making sure the cable's oriented right so it isn't going to get caught or anything. Yeah, the guide really needs to be clearer at this bit because it's so finicky. This is easily the most finicky bit of the entire fucking dissection. Dissection. That's I like something like that. Yeah, it is a weird way for the cable to sit, but it was weird. It sat weirdly in the first place. Like it was definitely at this angle. Like that cable's, I'm assuming in right because that's straight, but this has a crease in because of how it was sat. Like it was clearly sat like that or something. But like, if I rotate it around like that way, like that. I mean, actually, it feels like it should be in like that because that cutaway clearly leaves space for this other cable. doing it from this angle. I twisted it up like this. Kind of replicate exactly the position it was in on the street, on the thing. And it was sat... How the fuck? I had it sat like this when I was taking it apart. And it's like here on the desk. The camera was about like here. Like, when looking at it, it seems... That just seems like the obvious way it should connect. But that's wrong. Maybe I need to look up a video of someone disassembling it just to see what they do. I mean, I say that, I disassemble it myself. So if I do that, it's just... Looks like I'm going to break the cable doing it that way. I mean... It seems to be fine. So... That's how it was connected. So it must be fine being connected in that ridiculous way, if that's how it was connected. So... Well, let's go with that, I guess. And if the screen doesn't fucking work, I'll have to take it back apart. Problem for later. It's not the first time I've had to take something apart again after reassembling it. And say, thankfully, there's no gluing involved. It's not like an iPhone where you fucking glue the screen back down. You're like, fuck! I haven't broken it. Come on now. I'm not that incompetent of a fucking... I was gonna say electrical engineer. That's a much... a bit overly complimentary on my part, isn't it? Yeah. Reassemble it, plug everything back in, make sure it starts up and it works fine, and the screen's fine, and then I'll actually seal it all up. Admittedly, the process of taking the back case off is like nothing. There's some cables under here that I need to get access to that I've just trapped under there. Cunt! Oh, fuck's sake. Well, I'll have to take that back apart. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the fucking this boy. Fucking quicker. Don't know why I haven't been using this the whole time, honestly. Why haven't I been using this the whole time? It's just espousing its value at the start of the stream, but like, this is great, and I haven't been fucking using it for some reason. That's why it was sitting a bit awkwardly. I thought it was that cable, but it wasn't. It was because I trapped these two cables underneath. There we go. There we go. That one as well. There we go. Thank you. That one. Is that all the cables? 3 up there. 1 on there. That one. That one. That one. That one. 2 there. Yep. Cool. Name's an original. Excellent. Wait. It's fine. Looks like this weird 70s music. Probably what I've been listening to lately is just like 70s pop, funk, soul shit, disco. I know. This is Blue Mink. This is the anthology, but the anthology was released in literally 1970, just 1970. So that really illustrates the age of these artists. I've been getting into a lot of bands that like used synths in the 70s in that kind of weird way, like pre 80s synth, but like using it in a similar way that they did in the 80s, but clearly trying to figure it out, and they're always really fun. And also, no one gives a shit about any of this music, so no one fucking copyrights it. I wanted to do I've been trying to do my little kind of song of the day thing on Instagram, like I was doing a while back, but half the fucking songs I like choose aren't on fucking Spotify. They're on Apple Music, but they're not on fucking Spotify, and I'm like, why? Right, let's reconnect all of these cables. Put that Wi-Fi antenna back in. Put these ZIF connectors. I think I can figure it out myself now, honestly. What's I'm saying about that ZIF connector being like... I'm second guessing myself again now. Because I was like, oh, those ZIF connectors, you want the contacts to be on the bottom, but all of these ZIF connectors, the contacts are on the top. Actually, not all of... Oh. That's the difference between the white and the black ones. The white ones, the contacts go on the bottom. The black ones, the contacts go at the top. That's what the difference is. I thought it was just, why would they change the colours? No, there's a technical difference. Sweet. That's a fun thing to learn. Not overly useful, but you know. Flick, flick, flick. That one flicks up. Okay. Come on, cunt. Why does Twitch have a mass unban command? It does. You can do a fucking Elon, but I'm gonna unban all the white supremacists and a guy who posted fucking child porn, apparently. I actually don't know enough about that. People keep saying he unbanned a guy who posted child porn, but it feels like there must surely be more context, so that just sounds insane. Like, I know he's an insane cunt, but like, come on, there must be some further context there that I'm missing, surely. It's not really enough. Blue Sky's good, though. No, he did unban a guy that posted child porn. What? Why? Like, a guy just was like, oh, okay, some kids being fucked, and then he just unbanned him. Because I kept seeing that, I kept seeing people say, like, child sexual assault imagery, which obviously is the more formal term for child porn. But, I wasn't sure if it was like, oh, they'd, like, posted it as like, oh, look what Democrats are doing or some shit. I'm not saying that makes it any better, I'm just curious of the further context. Admittedly, there's a news story the other week that apparently Elon Musk fucking microdoses ketamine and is constantly on ketamine, and most of the weird decisions he's done were because he was high on ketamine, which suddenly makes things make a lot more sense. It's fucking not Twitter anymore, it's X now, remember? There's no tweets now, they're just posts. It just says it's a post now. You go into a thing and it just, this is a post, not a tweet. Imagine buying a brand for 44 million that's probably, arguably got the most recognizable, one of the most recognizable brand images in the world. To the point that tweet is just a word like iPod, and then just being like, no, I don't like that, I'm gonna get rid of it. Business genius right there, clearly. I'm finding it quite fun though, because you read all these fucking like Musk stands on Twitter and stuff like X. You read all of them like replying to his like posts, and they're all like, "What?" Like even there, he was like, I'm getting rid of the Twitter name and the logo," and even like people who were like subscribed to him and have Twitter Blue and stuff like that were like, "What? Are we like that? Don't get rid of it." Which is just wild to me. But even they're like all losing fucking faith with him. It's funny as shit. Right. I'm worried about that cable there. It's a bit skew width, but fine. Let's get this in. There we go. Oh, yeah, I mean, that Musk's kid disowned him, didn't he? Oh, I got blocked by Chakotay on Twitter yesterday. That was a fun. That's like the fucking. I popped my head back in on Twitter, and I saw Chakotay, like fucking Robert Beltran, who plays Chakotay on Voyager, was like, someone fucking tweeted, being like, "Oh, fucking bloody woke people. Bloody, they're not real Star Trek fans. Real Star Trek fans support you. It's all these bloody people with pronouns in the bios." And Robert Beltran was like, "Yeah, real Star Trek fans are great." And obviously everyone was like, "What the fuck, Beltran?" And I like to think I actually made a very polite comment to him. It folds around and it's off, yeah. I made a very polite comment. I was like, "Hey, you know Star Trek's all about tolerance and acceptance, even if you don't understand it, right?" And he blocked me, and I'm like, "Ah, perfect." Honestly, like, just peak Twitter. Peak fucking Twitter. And it just feels like such a perfect thing. Like, I popped my head back into Twitter briefly, and that happened. I'm like, no, this is just perfectly encapsulated. It's a perfect, like, finale for Twitter for me. Is being blocked by fucking Chakotay. And you know what happened on Blue Sky after I joined it? I joined Blue Sky, and Jerry Ryan's on Blue Sky, who's 7 and 9. And I put out people are calling him Skeets on Blue Skies, and I'm not going to do that, but I put a post on Blue Sky being like, "Oh, because Jerry Ryan thinks Elon Musk's a little cunt." And I was like, "Oh, I wonder how Elon Musk feels that the captain of the current USS Enterprise thinks he's a massive knob." I use a very British, like, very sweary terminology, and Jerry Ryan tweeted it was like, "Ha ha ha ha," and I'm like, yes, this is the better location. The captain of the Enterprise is laughing at my posts, calling Elon Musk a little baby bitch. And I'm being blocked by Chakotay on Twitter, and I'm like, yeah, suitable. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, most Star Trek actors obviously tend not to be dicks. I mean, it's obviously a very progressive show, and I think by nature of you being on it, you have to kind of agree with some of it, obviously. So most Star Trek actors are really nice and quite progressive. It's just fucking apparently Beltram's a cunt. Apparently there's a load of other reasons he's been a cunt. Apparently he's just being the general cunt, and I don't really know anything about it. But like I retweeted the thing being like, "Oh yeah, he's a cunt," and everyone was like, "Why?" And I'm like, just that tweet on its own. There is no further context needed. Might you still using Hive? No. I'm not. I actually deleted it from phone yesterday. Oh, yeah. I don't dislike... Well, actually, I've slightly started to dislike Hive. A, is not one on fucking Hive. B, the app just keeps getting more fucking unstable. C, I started kind of disliking the CEO, Ralula. She seems really nice, but she kept putting these jokey push notifications into every user of the app, being like, "Don't forget to drink water." And I'm like, what are you doing? You know, people go on about Hive being like having a bad trust and safety thing and all that nonsense, but like fucking Hive, they don't even have an inbuilt reporting system in app. If you try and report someone, it opens your email browser and you're supposed to email them. I'm like, what the fuck? That's connected. Cool. Screw that down. Oh, it's together again. Cool. Motherfucker. I forgot something. That's fine. Just take this out again. Not disconnect anything. I mean, invites. There's a reason, by the way. They're not fully open yet. There's kind of a lot of drama on Blue Sky because. What the fuck? That's. Because someone made an account with a username which was literally just the N-word. That was the entire account username. And it was up for a few days. It was just a random account until like anyone noticed. Oh yeah, I've just pulled that disconnector out. Clearly wasn't locked in properly. And fucking people got in a right thing about it, saying, "Oh, this is something that obviously shouldn't have been missed," which shouldn't. They should have had a word filter properly set up. But a big thing about Blue Sky, and one of the reasons they haven't fully opened yet is because they're frankly not ready. Their moderation tools aren't up to snuff. They can't handle that big influx of users from a moderation perspective and keep the site safe. They can't. They don't know if the technical side can like handle the actual data load. So that's why they're slowly expanding with invite codes. It's not because they don't want the attention of the money. It's the attention of the user traffic. It's just they need to scale more safely, which I agree with. It's obviously frustrating, but I hope that's good enough. If not, I can open it up and refix it. Right, I've done that bit. Now I need to screw it back down. Where's the best place to keep up with Dan's news and live streams? Twitch. Patreon. I mean, I think auto live stream things still go out on Twitter, because that's what the API is set up for. I made him a Hive, and I made him a Blue Sky, and I've made him and all those things, but like none of them have Twitch integration of that sort yet, so whatever. Right, let's do the shoulder buttons now, although I've just noticed for some reason I'm missing a shoulder button here. I was going to do the hinge! God, I completely forgot about the fucking hinge. Oh, I think I don't even have a guide for the hinge, that's why. It's hard now. I can't give you a good answer for that, honestly. Similarly, Twitch. Patreon and Twitch are the two reliable ones. YouTube, I guess. I mean, Twitch is obviously still... Oh, sorry, where is that module? I think it's over here. Oh. Can I find replacement hinge axle? I don't know if I have to disassemble the screen itself, you see, to get to the hinge. There's no guides on it, which makes me even more hesitant to do it, because everyone, like, anything I've heard about it is like, God, it's a massive faff to do that. I'm trying to do it without a guide. Is like fucking... Ah. Something there. It's not that, though. I don't know what that is. I think I'll just have to file that under a later thing. I'll have to, I think, do some research on it. And then maybe when I replace the C-stick, try and tackle that. I say I made down a threads. Well, I say it's a bit of a misnomer to say I made Daniel a threads account, and like I have a threads account. I didn't make Daniel a threads account, and I didn't make a threads account for myself. There is no such thing as a threads account. You have an Instagram account, and threads is just an extension of Instagram. So I was like, oh, you can't delete your threads account if you create it. It's like, no, you don't. There's no threads account. You have an Instagram account, and threads is just a part of Instagram. It's an extension of Instagram. Right, I am keeping this bottom case. So, the buttons and the power button. I'm replacing... Yeah, I think the power button just feels odd because I think the rubber in the power button is a bit fucked. So let's replace that first. Because I opened it up to clean it, and I tried to clean it as best I could, but I think some stuff's a bit degraded. Ooh, the Groundhog Day musical. I've heard about that. I've heard it's good, but every time I hear about it, it just sounds very bizarre. It just doesn't seem like that could work as a musical. But everyone says it does, and I'm taking people's word for it. Ooh, maybe I should keep that blue, because it's on the outside of the console. Oh, fuck it, I can... This area especially is easy to just replace stuff later on, so fuck it, if I don't like it, I can swap it back. And honestly, the power button was the only thing that was, like, slightly bucked. I don't know if I'd call it broken, but it was definitely, stiff and weird. That's what she said, why? Come on. Also, someone mentioning that you switch save data and stuff like that. Switch save data is a bit weird. It should be on the system itself, but sometimes they will save to the SD card. I think it's if your game's on the SD card, I think they will save. I don't know what to tell you. Even like the Switch Online, which will back up your saves, doesn't properly back up your saves, and I'm like, I don't know. Yep, just put it in like that. I'm struggling. Come on. Come on. There we go. It really does work in a bizarre way. Best stage work I've ever seen a play. Wait, really? Yeah, that's a high praise. It's very high praise, Jesus. I mean, I don't love it as a, like, I'm not a big musicals guy. Like, I like them. But I don't know. I always find something about them off-putting no matter what, which is annoying. But my favourite was always The Lion King. I always just felt it was so artistically interesting. I always admired it for that, but fuck's sake. How did this go in? Moonshine. Right. I don't even know how this is supposed to go in, which direction, which orientation it's supposed to go in. Motherfucker. Eh. Eh. Trying to position this fucking camera better. Like, this is obviously supposed to be the close-up movable camera, but it is sort of always vaguely in the way and always slightly in the wrong place. Apologies. Like that. Pretty sure it goes in the opposite way than I think it does. I think I remember that last time I disassembled it. That it, you know, it looks like it should go in with the circle at the bottom, but it's supposed to go in with the circle at the top, I think. Ah! You know that film, in the film where he goes to the phase of killing himself? Well, they really implemented that so he wakes up back in bed a few times and wonders how he got there. So that sounds impressive. Especially with films, like Groundhog Day is one of my favourite films. I adore Groundhog Day. And I just don't know why I would want it as a different format, is my thing with it. I think that's kind of what I always struggle with, is that I'm just like, well, but why? That's what it always comes down to. It's always a certain element of but why to me. I don't really. It's the same with like a lot of remasters and remakes and stuff like that. I'm just like, but why was it fine? It was perfect the way it was, sort of thing. Is how I always felt about Groundhog Day. I think Groundhog Day is a pretty perfect film, all things considered. I mean, we did a watch party on it. Good watch party that, if I remember correctly. Oh, you know, all the Mummy films are on Prime. So that's that'll be a hoot. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's clearly wrong. Wait, oh, wait. How the fuck does this go in? Let's refresh the VOD, see where it was. Avenue, oh, I saw I've seen Avenue Q. I was whatever about Avenue Q, honestly. My stepdad desperately enjoys singing Everyone's a Little Bit Racist sometimes, and I'm like, It was a bit of I had a bit of a problem with Avenue Q in the same way I had a bit of a problem with Book of Mormon, is that I liked it a lot, but I had a bit of a problem in that, okay, it's down like that. I had a bit of a problem in that, I think a lot of people kind of use them in a certain way. So I'm getting some texts. I'm going to briefly respond to Daniel. Very quickly. Right. And I can hear a ambulance. Right. No. Right. Daniel, yes. Can I help you? Oh, he's trying to watch Spider-Verse. Daniel says hi. He's trying to watch Spider-Verse. I own Spider-Verse on Apple TV. Oh. Oh, I just need to... I'm starting to Daniel's like projector. Occasionally, I'm having to verify it just so they can watch Spider Boy. Well, Rebecca's in the family account, so that should work. Cool. Right, fix that. Classic Matt sorting random things. Right. Let's put this fucking rubber grommet back in. Jesus Christ. No, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Hamilton live. I like Hamilton. But unlike a lot of... I say, at Book of Mormon, I struggle with live. I say for the same reason I struggle with Avenue Q, because I think a lot of... I like them, to be clear. But I think a lot of people use a lot of the messaging in those things to kind of justify being an asshole. It's the same people who are like, oh, Cartman's really funny. And I'm like, no. No, Cartman's an asshole. He's meant to be an asshole. He's an asshole. Why is that? It doesn't look like it fits properly. The button's not in correctly. The button not in right. The button must be in right because it's oriented correctly. Like the power button is oriented the right way up, so I'm assuming that's right. Why is there a hole? I'm going to assume that's right, and if it's a problem, I'll fix it later, just because it's a small thing. Let's replace these, which aren't broken, but I'm just replacing them because it was a piece to replace Rebecca's, and apparently they can go, so I'm just... They were pennies, you know, so I thought I'd replace them anyway. I'm taking them apart to replace the buttons, actual physical plastic bits anyway, so fuck it. Replace the rubber grommets, so fuck it. Come on. Come on. Come on, you little bitch. Come on, you little bitch! Mm-hmm. There we go. There's a little... I need to make sure that stays in. That little thing. And then we have a bit of rubber here. We have the buttons. So this button is... Actually, which button am I currently missing? It's exactly this button. I feel like I pinged it off somewhere, is what's happened. More moonshine, more moonshine. Woo! It's really good. It's genuinely just like alcoholic Ribena. It's great. I'm having a great time. Drink. Yum, 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 yum. Also, I got this bottle yesterday. So, thought that'd last longer than it has. Right. Where the fanning fuckballs could that button have gone? I lost it on the floor or something. Have I accidentally pinged it off and it's fucked off into outer space? That does happen a lot. A lot of times I'll be holding like a very tiny, intricate little fucking part. And I'll just flinch slightly and the part just fucks off. I never find it. Actually, here's a question. Was it at the start of the stream? Like, was it just missing from the packet, or have I lost it? That's a question I should resolve. No, it was there. It was there. It was like, they were in a little pile and it was like here. I'm half debating keeping the outside as blue, because the whole outside's blue and I'm keeping the ones in, but I'm gonna, I say, put them as black for the time being. That's quite annoying. And that's black. I kind of like them being contrasty on the outside. I do like black and black. I mean, one of the Boxy Pixel have a few different color kind of combinations you can do of their cases and buttons. And the two I was looking at was either the silver one with the red buttons and the black D-pad, or the navy one with the black buttons. I think they both look really good. But I really like, I've got red Joy-Cons currently, I really like them. And they don't do a red, if they did a red aluminum one, I'd do it. Well, and they do a red aluminum one, but it's always out of stock, so. How does this come out? Chat, help. Chat, find the fucking D-pad in my office. Where has it gone? But it's fucking on the desk staring at me. Taunting me. Nope, that's a Lego power out. Why is there a Lego power out on my desk? Piss. Pissing cunt. So you might have a bad time taking apart 3DS. I'm going to put the electronics on just so I don't forget which is which. Because that happened when I was doing Rebecca's as well, and I got really confused. And they're weirdly like stacked like this. You have to sort of like tangle them into this little bit of sort of plastic housing, and then you just assemble the plastic housing into the case. And they just sort of sit like, it's weird. I don't know why they work like this, but they do. Fuck off. Let's do all of them at once. Fuck it. Do you also like that they for some reason use this pink plastic for this housing? It's the only bit of pink plastic in the entire fucking thing, and I don't know why they use pink plastic. It's a very specific choice, and I don't... I'm curious of the reasoning for it. Also, you'll notice this has a bit of foam on, and the other one doesn't. And I thought that was one of the reasons I ended up replacing some of this stuff is because when I went to Dan and Rebecca's, and I finally got a look. I looked at theirs and went, oh. Because I wasn't sure on mine what things were just how the 3DS is versus, oh, that's just not supposed to be like that. And me kind of handling theirs for a bit made me go, oh, yeah, no, that's not supposed to be like that. That's supposed to be... It's supposed to go like that. That sort of bends. I want to replicate that bending. There we go. rubber out. Fuck off. Actually, let's put a bit of rubber into the new bits. So how the fuck... Oh no, gotta be careful. Yeah, there's these two little, like, nuts, which aren't glued in. Because I think Nintendo just hate glue, so they're loose. So you can see they can just come out. So you be careful. I could just glue them in, which I'm half debating doing, but if I do a shell swap, like if I want to swap to another, like, bottom shell, it won't have any of these, it won't have those metal components in, and it won't have these foam bits, so I'd have to transplant them. So I don't want to just screw... Right, how the fuck are these two... So I'm going to take those things out just so I can turn it upside down without worrying it's going to fall away. Oh, that one is glued down. Okay, fine, weird. Who the fuck is Guybrush Threepwood? See, I feel like I'm progressively just... I mean, I was like, I'm progressively getting older. That's how fucking time works, Matt. But, like, as I'm on the last year of my 20s, I'm very aware of that. Oh, yeah, no, I do recognize that name from... I've never played Monkey Island, but I do recognize the name. I should play them. There's so many games I just haven't ever got around to that I need to, but I think I'm slightly overwhelmed by how many games I've not got around to. And I'm like, I'll play them at some point, and then I'm just like, and I don't play any of them. I don't game very much, is the problem. Like, one of the reasons I quite like this is I can have this in my pocket. Like, I can have this in my jacket pocket. And I can't normally have, like... You know, I don't carry my Switch in my jacket pocket. I have it in my bag, usually, but, you know, I'm not going to get... If I'm stood on a train for 5 minutes, I'm not going to get my Switch out. But I have got the 3DS out. Yeah, I know Monkey Island Sea of Thieves thing. I'm curious about that. But again, I've never actually played Monkey Island, so I don't know how much it'll resonate with me. Ah! There we go. Oh, I just need to rotate it. Okay. Okay. Fuck you. In Pirates of the Caribbean also had a Sea of Thieves thing, which I didn't really engage with. I think I played the first mission of that, and it kind of broke and was really buggy, and we just never played it again. But I like Pirates of the Caribbean. I think that first Pirates of the Caribbean film was cracking. That's a great film. I think it's aged really well, and I think it's still fantastic. And I think it's got one of the best character introductions in the world. I think that shot of Jack Sparrow on top of the mast, dun dun dun, it like pans out, and then you just see the ship is sinking, and then he really confidently just steps off the mast of his sinking ship onto the shore. I think it's such a fucking beautiful character introduction. Masterfully done by who did it? The director was the same guy who did Mousetrap, which is also a really good film that Dan and Rebecca showed me for the first time a few months ago. Sea of Thieves. Most people in Sea of Thieves tend to be really nice, from what I've found. The people who will like blow you up are really rare. That's something I've quite enjoyed about Sea of Thieves, is that the community just seems quite nice. you have to always be suspicious of other players, but I think that is an important gameplay thing, which is why I'm not that bothered by it, because it is quite important that you are at risk. I mean, pirates. I do wish there was some sort of offline mode, though. Like, I really do. But I understand the gameplay importance of having those other players around. What the fucking shit? No, they're exactly the same mold. It was in, and then I kind of rotated it out. So I guess I rotated in. Yeah, I do like Sea of Thieves a lot, and it's kind of frustrating because the people I play Sea of Thieves with will go back every so often. Like, at this point, it's like every maybe once a year at this point. And we go back, and we're like, ooh, new things. Then we play it for about an hour, and we go, oh, the new things are the same things we've been doing, but in a slightly different format. It's like, ooh, go kill some skeletons. And I'm like, but it's like, this time, they glow. And I'm like, oh, you know, like, there's something kind of, I don't know. Feels like it needs a bit more. It needs a map expansion or something. I don't know. Like, one of the towns got this really big, cool expansion. And I was like, oh, that's sweet. That's neat. Oh! That's why it's not fitting. Because it's supposed to be upside down. Oh. Why is it upside down? Why is it upside down? That's weird. Oh, I've not noticed that before. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm assuming it's so if you're playing like this and you look like that, you can see the button like that. I guess that makes sense, but still, it's odd. Nintendo doing something slightly strange. Whew. Calm down there, Matt. To be honest, I thought this bit would take like 5 minutes at the end. It's just taking fucking ages. Yeah, Sea of Thieves, mechanically, it's really simple, which I think is one of its strengths. But that mechanical simplicity is also a bit of a problem for it, because there's not really much you can do with it, as a result. It's like, oh, fight this same fucking guy again. Oh. Ow. Shit. That's broken. I haven't broke it. That's arrived broken. There's a little, There's a little, like, pokey up sticky bit. Which the spring sort of, like, slots over. And sits over. And on this right side replacement one, it's just not fucking there. It's not there at all. It needs to be there. It's on the left one, but it's not on the right one. So I've lost the left inner one. And then the right outer one's broken. Right, I think I'm not going to replace these switches. I think I'm just going to keep them blue for the time being. Even after I've just spent all that fucking time getting that out and in. If I've lost one, the other's broken. Because even if I find the other one, the fact that that one's broken means I just cannot use it at all. I need a replacement. Molding mistake. Maybe it does look like it's... It looks like it might have... The mold, it might not have fully the plastic might not have fully set the mold. I don't know how they've cast. I don't know if these have been cast or what. But either way, it's not. It's whatever. Well, I was umming and ahhing at whether the outside ones should be blue or black, and apparently the decision has been made for me. So, say if I can, I might contact the seller and be like, "Hey, bitch, the triggers was broken." Oh, the triggers was broken, bro, innit? Why? But whatever. These are the. Admittedly, these aren't the ones I'm looking at, so I'm actually a bit less bothered that these aren't matching. Slightly annoying, but whatever. I mean, replacing the rubber was the more important bit of this anyway, and the switches. I was placing the actual buttons purely for aesthetics, but considering I'm not replacing the outer case anyway, not replacing these isn't the end of the fucking world. But I will contact the eBay seller and be like, "Hey, or did I get these off AliExpress? I can't remember. I mean, they're really cheap either way. I can literally buy another set, but I shouldn't have to buy another fucking set." So I was mainly wanting to replace the rubber and the actual switches, because that's what I feel. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how they've broken, but they have. Or it just wasn't molded right in the first place. Wow. Chinese fucking cheap shit. This is the problem. This is genuinely the biggest problem I had when I was searching for stuff. Is that, I say, with every other thing, with switch parts, even with, like, parts for iPhones and even iPods, I can get most of the iPod parts from iFixit. From, like, you know, vetted sort of, like, OEM matched parts or whatever. But I just couldn't for these. I just fucking couldn't. It was really annoying. What the fuck is this? There's some porn going on. We're just gonna skip past the porn. Thank you, Blue Mink. Shut up. Thank you. The classic putting a spring back into these is. Found it on my lap. If you ever do any repair like this, these little fucking cunty springs are the most annoying fucking thing. Because to get them back in properly, you have to compress them very carefully so they don't ping fucking off. And if they do ping off, you're never fucking finding them. Ah! I'm gonna count that as fine. Oh, they feel loads better. They're like nice and clicky and they have a nice response because of the new rubber. Oh my god. Wow, Lilith. Good Lilith. Hasn't got a text from Rebecca being like, look how much better Lilith is. Because she's a little anxious to pop. It's like, wow, she's gone to a bit of the living room she's never gone into before. Like, wow. Love that little dog. Love that little thing. Yeah, they feel way better. The new switches make them feel clickier, and the new rubber just makes them a bit more responsive feeling. that was worth doing. Let's say this is why I'm replacing the rubber in them. And it's a right faff replacing the rubber. And I'm just replacing the actual buttons at the same time, just for an aesthetic thing. But I don't need to replace the buttons, obviously. I just wanted to replace the rubber. New springs might not have been a bad idea. But it's been hard enough finding fucking normal parts, let alone, hello, I would like this very specific spring part, please. Well, that's fucking gone. God damn it! Ah! Where's it gone? Motherfucker! Fucking little springs! Bane of my fucking existence! Son of a bitch. I put the spring in the wrong place. Spring in the wrong place. It looks like there's two places the spring can go. Actually, it does look like there's two places the spring can go. Oh, that's interesting. No, there's only one place the spring can go. It's not that I dropped something. The springs, the problem is with the springs, they can just fucking ping off, and they weigh nothing. And obviously they're springs. They are tiny, little, bouncy fucking springs. So they'll ping off. It looked like it pinged off in this direction. Like over here. I saw it out the corner of my eye ping off. And the problem is, they are tiny, and they're hard to see. And obviously, it could have pinged off, landed somewhere, but the second it lands somewhere, it might have bounced again, because it's a fucking spring! I'll look around my floor with a flashlight. Oh my god, I found it! Woo! Oh, bloody Nora, found it. I was lucky. I was very lucky. Now, little spring, we're going to have a little chat. And you're not going to run away again, are you? Because if you do, I will hurt you. I will hurt you, and I will hurt your family. I will kidnap your family and hold them hostage, and make you commit acts of terror on a plane under threat of me killing your daughter. That's what I'll do. Just like in that TV show I just watched. With Idris Elba. Which was really good, actually. I liked it a lot. You don't know the show I'm talking about, it's called Hijack. It's an Apple TV Plus show. Really fucking good. One of those many shows that I always appreciate, which is just a single season show. It's not meant to be a syndicated thing. It's not meant to have multiple seasons. It's just meant to exist and that's it. It's a singular story. Which I really liked. Idris Elba's just like a negotiator. He's like a business negotiator, and he's on a flight back to London. He's on a long-haul flight back to London, and a hijacking takes place. And it's a 7-hour flight. It takes place over real time. 7 or 8 episodes, I think. I think it's 8 episodes, because it includes some good stuff before. But it's basically in real time. As this, like, flight happens, and as, like... It's great, actually. I really liked it. I do highly recommend it, actually. If you got Apple TV Plus, which most people fucking don't. But they have a lot of cracking shows on. They do, Apple TV Plus is many things, but because they only have a small selection. Apple TV Plus, they only have originals, they don't buy up rights to other properties. Which means their selection is small. However, it means their selection is very high quality. That's what they go for. Which, I mean, is classic Apple, isn't it? They don't have much, but what they do have is generally quite high quality. That's what Apple TV Plus is like. A lot of it's kind of shit. People like Ted Lasso a lot, and I've not watched that. Apparently that's great. Oh, fuck me. Naughty, naughty, naughty spring. No, 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 no. We're not coming out. Naughty. And then that. Is that right? Try that side. Admittedly, the amount of tiny screws that are on my floor, right? Oh, fuck me. I've tried to, like, I've got a box under my desk, because I still haven't got a proper storage solution for the workshop area yet. I've got, like, a box under it. I've just... Any of those things I disassemble, I put in, like, an AFD safe bag. I put everything from it. I just stick everything in a little poly bag type thing, and I put it in a little box. And fuck me. It's just... I like trying to even just find a bag of a specific thing, and I cannot. Oh my god. What the fuck? Being very uncooperative here. If this bit of rubber keeps coming out. Does it need to be reversed? I don't think it needs to be reversed. I think it's symmetric. Ah. I will say the nice thing about Hijack, that TV show as well, is I've watched many things that are like plane related, and as someone who's really into planes and watches like a lot of air crash investigation and reads a lot of reports and watches loads of like plane stuff, like I know procedures, and it's quite frustrating when you watch a lot of sort of movies about flying or pilots, because often they'll do stuff and you're like, what? There's a film that came out last year called Flight. It's got Gerard Butler and... I can't remember his name, but he plays Luke Cage in Marvel's Luke Cage in the Netflix show. It's about a plane that like lands on some like deserted fucking island that's taken over by terrorists. But the reason they land doesn't make any sense. They're like, we've lost power to our instruments. We have to do a crash landing on the island. And I'm like, but your engines work. Like, yeah, but we don't have any instruments. And I'm like, yeah, it's a clear day. You can see the horizon. Why would you do a crash landing on a road on a deserted island if your engines and avionics are fully working? Just because your instruments are down doesn't mean you fucking do a crash landing on a random fucking island. Jesus. But in Hijack, they were like banging at the door of the cockpit, being like, we're going to kill everyone on board. And my immediate thought is, obviously what pilots are trained to do in that situation is you don't open the door. Right? This jaunty music from a very sudden serious terrorism thing is if you're a pilot on an aircraft and there's obviously terrorists trying to bang down the fucking door, you don't open the fucking door. They can be being like, hey, we're going to kill this person if you don't open the door. And the pressing truth is, and there's a good film with, what's his name? He's in Inception. What's his fucking name? That's gonna bother the shit out of me. Looking. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. There's a film with Joseph Gordon-Levitt in. I think it was a Netflix original. 7500. That's another sort of terror, like hijacking film. That's really good because that explores obviously how, like, the actual trauma involved in that. Because it's one thing to say, don't let them in, because obviously if it doesn't matter if they're going to kill people in the back. If you give them control of the plane, they can kill everyone on the plane. So even if there's a terrorist outside the fucking door being like, hey, I've got your flight attendant. I'm going to kill her if you don't fucking open the door. You as a pilot have to ignore it, focus on flying the plane, and effectively allow them to kill people. as horrible as that sounds, and it is horrible, and 7500 is a really good examination of how fucking horribly traumatic that is. Because you keep that cockpit door locked, and practically speaking, you can't get into that cockpit door unless they open it. After 9/11, those things are fucking safe. They're basically just safes. You can't get in unless they open it. So you don't open it. And 7500 is a very good film because it explores obviously why they ended up getting into the fit. Like, that is a core plot point, is that they're not opening the door. And then I was watching it Hijack with Idris Elba, and they're doing this, like, open the door, we're going to kill the flight attendant thing. And I'm like, but they wouldn't open the door. They're trained to not open the door. But that's a plot point. The fucking co-pilot's like, we can't open the door, but the pilot's fucking in a relationship with the fucking stewardess, who's like, no, I don't want her to die. And she's like, no, we can't open the door. And they end up fighting in the fucking cockpit. She's desperately trying to stop him opening the fucking door, and he's like, no, I'm going to open the door. And she's like, no, you cannot open the fucking door. What are you doing? Ah! So fiddly. It wasn't this fiddly when I was doing Rebecca's. No. Oh, no. Thank God it landed on my lap. And it's obviously a big plot point in that film, in that show. Although admittedly it kind of gets confusing because like not long after, the main pilot is like trying to regain control of the plane. I'm like, dude, if you gave him control of the plane in the first place, why does it... Okay. The situation hasn't changed. But I obviously think it's kind of going with the idea that humans are fallible. And I'm fine with that. It's a good show. The terrorists are kind of not stupid, but like it's kind of messy, but it's purposely messy. It's purposely a bit... Nonsensical is not the right word, but it is messy, but it's intentionally so. And I think it's quite a good show. I don't think it's great or anything, but I think it has a reasonably decent understanding of airplane procedure. And it's like you get to see like the British Home Office responding to it and figuring out how to do it, and like how to communicate with the aircraft, and how ATCs are all communicate with the aircraft in different countries, and the kind of political thing of them knowing there's a hijacked plane flying over like allies, and then them being like, okay, we can't tell the Austrians that there's a hijacked plane flying over them, because that will cause an international incident. We just have to keep it quiet. And obviously the plane, they're worried the plane's going to be used as a bomb, used as a missile in central London. And obviously, much like after 9/11, the whole thing is, it's if the plane's going to hit a building, it's better to shoot down the plane than let it hit a building. Again, as depressing as that is, because again, if everyone on the plane's going to die either fucking way, you reduce the loss of life. So obviously the procedure is that planes will... I've warped the fucking spring slightly. Is that planes they'll be shot down, obviously, after a certain amount of time, even with passengers on them. And it becomes the moral thing of that, and everyone's like, that's the procedure! And everyone's like, yeah, but we can't... And everyone's like, refusing to shoot down a plane full of, like, their own people, even though that's the procedure, because they're all like, no, this is too much. Oh my god. It's an interesting show. But you say about Air Crash Investigation. I really like Air Crash Investigation. I think it's fascinating. And I've watched a lot of Mentor Pilot on YouTube. He is a 737 trainer. He trains people he's a 737 pilot. And he trains people in 737s. And he does a lot of these Air Crash Investigation sort of style things as well. Oh my god, it pinged off again, but it landed on my chair. Jesus Christ, this spring's giving me a fucking lot of grief. Jesus. And his ones are really good because he sort of... I'm going to use this other one. Hopefully it'll hold it better. Unlike Air Crash Investigation, because Air Crash Investigation is obviously a dramatization, which is what I want. I don't want them to just read the technical report out to me. I don't want them to just read the FTC's incident, the FAA's, or the NTSB, sorry. I don't want them to just sit and read the NTSB's fucking incident report out to me verbatim. I want them to do a reenactment, I want them to make it a bit dramatized. For, suspense and whatever. But they still obviously detail plane procedure and stuff like that. But Mentor Pilot, he does approach it from a more technical angle. And there's ones I've watched Mentor Pilot cover that I have already seen an Air Crash Investigation for, But watching his coverage of it's been really interesting because he's covered it in a more kind of technical way. And he shows a bit of a reenactment in a flight simulator, but he'll often, like, go on these tangents where he'll be like, so this bit's quite important, and then he'll explain some, like, very, not complicated aircraft procedure, but, like, some sort of slightly convoluted aircraft procedure. Or, like, how, the technical details of how some really small thing works, because he's like, no, this is relevant for later on. An air crash investigation wouldn't really do that. They would explain it, like, they would give you a basic overview of it, but obviously it's for more mass market consumption, whereas mental pilot stuff is meant for, like, aviation nerds. Like, that's who his channel are, right? They're aviation nerds watching it. And I really like them as a result. Fuck me. God almighty. Oh, yeah, and shooting down the real-life hijack plane is a real-life trolley problem. It absolutely is. Because, like, a lot of the stuff in that hijack show, which I thought was really interesting, is a lot of the sort of home office intelligence service stuff is kind of focused around the idea of, like, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. And it's all them sort of, like, trying to get around those rules, because they're like, we can't just shoot down this plane with 300 British citizens on it, their argument. I will say, that's the thing I always hate. I mean, that's a realistic interpretation. It's not. I'm not criticizing the show for that, but there's always that constant thing of, like, we can't shoot down that plane. It has 300 British citizens on it. And I'm like, I feel like the phrase should be it has 300 people on it. It doesn't really matter what country they're citizens of. You know? Be like, oh, it's 300 French people. Just shoot the plane down or something. You know, like, I never like that terminology. I mean, you see that a lot in, like, incidents. When incidents are reported on the news, you will hear constantly, like, oh, 3 British people have died in a bus crash in, like, fucking Indonesia, you know? And it's like a bus crash of, like, 40 people, and, like, but 3 British people have died. And I'm like, okay, I don't see how it's... I don't really see how their lives are more valuable than anyone else's in that context. Systemic racism. There we fucking go. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Reconnect this, and I'm going to test it. Then, assuming it works, I'm going to screw it all back together. That came out again. This cable here. Okay, really. One of the reasons I quite like this webcam, it's got really short, it can go really, really tight focal distance, but it's just, autofocus is terrible. This cable's a little bit frayed from me pulling it out. It's not broken, but it's a little bit frayed, and I don't know if I want to say damaged, but it's definitely frayed. And it's pressure fit into its port. It doesn't have like a zipped lock like the others. It's pressure fit. You slide it in, and it's sliding with pressure, but because it's a little bit like crinkled, it's not as flat as it should be, and I don't think it's sliding in all the way as a result. And it's fell out on its own volition while it's been sat there, which is obviously a concern. I can't really have cables just unplugging themselves. That crease, there's like a little crease here. I think that crease is where it should have been plugged into it, because it is just falling out. It's not broken, but it is slightly damaged. More moonshine! I drank a lot of moonshine yesterday as well. I'm having a great time. I'm not having... For the first time in a long time, my personal life's going grand. But everything else has kind of gone to pot. So I just kind of... Ooh! I got more tattoos! I don't know if I mentioned that. I mentioned it on Instagram. I got 4 more tattoos. I got them all in one go. I got them all in one go, right? I mean, I can awkwardly show my leg off on stream. They're all on my leg. I'm gonna move this out of the way, right? Okay. Want to see my tattoos, right? Oh, okay. Let's come out of the way. Okay. Oh, we got Millpool. Millpool, sick, right? We got Mr. Stinky. We got Mr. Stinky. I got the stink lines and everything. We've got... It's only mats, yeah. We've got... Oh, so fucking awkward. We've got Dignity, and we've got Itchy's... We got the single frame from Itchy and Scratchy. Reaching up for Dignity, accidentally. Millpool was the tattoo I wanted to get first, but I obviously got, me and Rebecca got matching roadwork ahead. But I decided to get Millpool, and I got Mr. Stinky because I wanted a Moe, a Millhouse, a Moe, a Millhouse, and a Kirk Van Houten. And Dignity's Kirk, Millpool's obviously Millhouse, and Mr. Stinky's Moe. Excellent. And I got the little Itchy one because I wanted to see what it was like getting a tattoo. I wanted to see what it was like getting a tattoo there on the bone. Because I was speaking to a tattoo artist, and I was like, where's the most painful place to get a tattoo? And she was like, probably there. And I was like, can I have a tattoo there? I just want to see what it's like. Piece of piss, mate. Absolute piece of piss. Not a problem whatsoever. So it means my tattoo tolerance is clearly reasonably high. But I've got another tattoo planned, right? Because as you can see, I like sort of objects. I like sort of abstract objects that only really make sense with context. I think they're fun as tattoos. I don't just want a picture of Bart Simpson or Kirk or whatever, right? I want like a reference to that thing. And I was trying to think of something Star Trek related. And the problem with Star Trek is iconography for Star Trek is either really obvious or too subtle. Like, I don't want to just get the fucking Star Trek, the Starfleet Delta, on my chest. I think that's a bit just too, it's too obvious, it's too easy, it's too much. It's just too, I just think that's too fucking obvious for my tastes. And the same with getting, like, a ship silhouette. I think that's just too obvious. But I was trying to think of an object that is more literal. That's obviously something from Star Trek, but that isn't just the most obvious thing in the world. I found one! I went, that! And I've been trying to find a good artist to do it. And I actually I went on eBay, and I bought a 3D printed version for a size reference, and it's fucking this. It's this! I'm going to wait for any Star Trek fan in the audience to know what this is. Someone must know what this is. There's 35 people here. Someone must know what this is. There! Sordro! It is a portable holographic emitter. That's correct. The Doctor from Voyager wears this a lot, and he wears it on his left arm, like halfway down the upper bit of the arm. And I was like, oh, that's a good one. I can get that, and it's a small thing. It's not very big. I can get that tattooed. I can get it done flat, or I can get it done with shading. So I'm going to get that sort of shape. It's not going to look like this. There's no real clear shot. The holograph emitter, there's a few different slightly artistic interpretations, and there's one where the circuit board is more black, with like oranges and purples, more like L-cars, which I'm probably going to go for. But I really like that as a physical kind of prop to go in my arm. I think that's a fun tattoo. So that's the Star Trek tattoo I'm getting. That's my next tattoo. But I'm trying to, the reason I got loads of tattoos at once is because I'm giving blood now regularly. Every time if I get a tattoo, the second I get that tattoo, I can't give blood for 4 months. Whereas normally, I can give blood every 3 months normally, as a cis man. I mean, yeah, in this context, it's the sex that matters, because it's about, if you're a woman, I get it, if your sex is, if you're assigned female at birth, you can give blood every 4 months. If you're assigned male at birth, you can give blood every 3 months. And it's specifically to do with bone marrow density, because it's how fast your body regenerates all of your stuff. And I've got O negative blood, which is really, really, it's not super, super rare. It's like, I think 8% of the population have it, but it's a universal blood type. that they can give to everyone. So it's what's in ambulances. And only 7% of people have it, so they're desperate to get people to give it to them. So because I realised that, I'm like, no, I must give blood all the fucking time now. So I'm trying to give blood as much as humanly possible. But obviously, the second I get a tattoo, it creates a 4-month gap. Because it's infection risk, so loads of stuff. If you have anal sex with a new partner, if you get a tattoo, if you get acupuncture, if you get a piercing, any of those, you can't give blood for 4 months after that thing. So I gave blood, and I immediately, like a week later, got those 4 tattoos. And I'm trying to get that hollow emitter done ASAP, because I figure I was going to wait until after I next gave blood, but I figure me doing it sooner rather than later means that, sure, it delays it another 2 weeks from now, but it means next time I don't delay it at all, so it actually is slightly less of a delay than me doing it next time. Because I like giving blood. I think it's important. Especially because it's got that good blood. Come on. Shimmy in there. Oh, come on. I'm hoping that's fine. Hope that's fine. Right, let's connect these back up. So yeah, I'm going to try and get that EMH module faster. But as you can see, all my other tattoos are like just line art. And it's of a thing that already exists. So like I can just go to a tattoo artist and be like, hello, I'm going to send you a file with a picture in. And they just trace it. They just trace the line art of it and they print it out onto a stencil, and then they just go over the stencil. So I don't particularly need a... I mean, Apprentice has done all my tattoos. And she's really good. But, like, if I want something more colourful or shaded or realistic looking or whatever, I need to actually put more thought into someone who can do that for me in a certain way. So I need to find a good one, clearly. Right. Before I screw it in, actually I'm going to put 1 screw in just to hold it in place. Or 2 screws just to hold it in place. Maybe I should just put them all in. If I have to take it apart, it's going to be a faff either way. Let's just put 2 screws in for now. So the bottom doesn't fall off. Make sure it works and turns on. Get Tom Scott to do your tattoo. It's funny, it's some practice. I mean, that'd be a fun tattoo. I do like tattoos with a certain level of meaning. I mean, I love Roadwork Ahead. As much as Roadwork Ahead is a dumb tattoo, I like it because it has meaning. Like, me and Rebecca getting a matching tattoo, I just think was so fun. And even though it's a stupid dad joke, and it obviously works, even if we hadn't got it matching, it still works. Like, me and Rebecca could have a massive falling out and never talk again, and the tattoo still works. But I think the fact that it has that extra meaning, I think is more fun. Let's put the battery back in. And the SD card. Oh, it's booted. Screen appears to be working. Re-enable these. That's the hack. Like, that's a hack menu that's like a system config, and it appears to have set itself because I took the battery out for too long. I like tattoos with meaning. I mean, me and Rebecca keep vaguely joking about it to Daniel, but I think we both do both genuinely want it. Hey! Where is my games? Okay, the SD card does not appear to be in right, but however, the thing is working. So that's something. It's working. it's working. Right. So something's not connected correctly. The screen's connected right, however I think one of these isn't connected right. Ah. The SD card wasn't in properly, that's why that wasn't on. But the digitizer was being weird. I think the touchscreen digitizer is not working properly. Which I think is this cable here. The touchscreen digitizer. I'm assuming it must be this one, because that's the one that's going down to the digitizer. Or is one of these the digitizer? I mean, they go up to the screen. Or these three cables up here go up to the screen. And the speaker. So I imagine that's screen, speakers, and its controls for like the 3D. So they're those three cables. This is the SD card module connector. Oh, sorry, the game card module connector. That's the AB. They worked fine. The digitizer can't just really be that tiny little cable, can it? It's connected properly. Let's look back at the guides and see what they say is the digitizer connector. I mean, obviously the connectors that is being a bit iffy is this one. Which I've just pulled out again. I mean, it's like the cable's intact. I've not broken it, but it's all crinkled. And every time I shove it back in, it kind of stops being as straight. Fucking, that's what he said. I'm really worried about this cable. Because I had to use a lot of force to pull this one out as well. And it appears to be, this cable's a little damaged. It's not broken, but it's damaged. I have damaged this one. But I don't think that's the digitizer. Unless it is, and I'm fucking feeling like a tit. What if that is the digitizer? Because the thing is, breaking those cables is really annoying. Because obviously, if you break, for example, this cable, you can't just replace the cable, you have to replace this entire board with the cable attached. So, and this cable's the only one that's given specific grief. Well, this one's not fully in either. Let's classically receipt some cables. That's always a good thing to do, is receipt. If you're having a problem, just receipt some cables. And it might fix the issue. SD card's connected, that control's connected, that cable's connected, that cable's connected. Alright. Wi-Fi antenna's connected correctly. Uh-oh. This cable looks like it's slightly ripped. That's the new one I've just installed. So thankfully, if that's actually broken, I do have a spare. But considering I've just installed it, it's wild that it would be ripped. There's this one. That actually, I genuinely think has ripped. Yeah, no, it's broken completely. Wow. Fucking third-party bullshit, man. Jesus Christ. God, it's the annoying fucking one as well that took me ages to get back into place. This is the fucking problem I have with this. The thing is getting fucking parts right. I have to get fucking parts of some random fucking... some random store on AliExpress. I can't verify the quality of anything. And that cable is just immediately fucking ripped. Literally immediately. Thankfully, I wasn't replacing because it was broken. But that's still fucking annoying. What a pisser. It's been ages. Whatever. Fuck's sake. Now, I'll still replace the rubber gaskets. They are a big thing for the clickiness of these buttons, are those rubber gaskets. I say, if I need to buy this part again, I mean, it's like a couple of quid. Like, that's the nice thing about all of these parts, they're cheap. I'm just worried about, let's say, that cable. See, the annoying thing about doing this, obviously, is I'm doing all of this while the system isn't itself actually broken. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I've just chosen to take it apart to, like, make it, you know, marginally better feeling. So, obviously, I'm taking a big risk doing that. Yeah. Especially because, obviously, the, replacing just the D-pad. Like, literally, me having to take the entire thing apart was just to replace the D-pad rubber gasket. Everything else in this build. My foot pedal is sometimes being very unresponsive. I don't know why. Whatever. Everything else in this build. Oh, no, there it goes. Replacing all the gaskets for these, for the A, B, X, and Y, for the start and select, and the C-stick, all super easy, right? Replacing the the actual control stick, piece of piss. Replacing the D-pad, you have to disassemble everything. Same with the home button, you have to disassemble everything to get to either of those parts. And obviously, me disassembling everything, you just have the risk of damaging something while you're disassembling it. Yeah, I'm worried about this cable. That cable's not broken, but it is damaged. Is there anything I can use to sort of flatten it? Let me get it as flat as possible. A bit of heat would help. So that's the last case. That's a last reaction is me trying to fucking eat them. Piss. iFixit don't actually list what each of these connectors is. Okay, I'm looking at a picture of those connectors. So, this cable, this cable, this cable... this cable here is the home button. That's all that is. That's just the home button cable. This cable is to an LED. These three cables here... this one, and this one go to the touchscreen. So I'm assuming the big thick one is video. I don't know what this little one is, and then I'm assuming that the actual digitizer must be this one. I'm gonna be right fucked off if that's broken. Admittedly, But literally, when I was looking at new like replacement parts for this device, I found a this piece here, like this top bit of the plastic, was like 10 quid. I found on eBay. An entire new bottom screen, including the digitizer and all the cables, was also 10 quid. So like, if I need to replace that bit, I can buy a new one. It's not a big thing, but like, problem is, you say recalibrating the touchscreen, but to get into the menu to recalibrate the touchscreen, you need to use the touchscreen. I haven't specifically broken it, but something's been a bit skew-whiff. This cable's been a bit skew-whiff. And I think this is the digitizer. Although it's only 4... It's only 4 fucking connectors. I suppose the digitizer doesn't need that much data, right? Like, because obviously, the big thick cable's for video data. I don't know what that is. Should I try heat? I don't know if heat would help. Which is why there's a button combo to do it on startup. Oh, sweet. Do you know what the button combo is by any chance? I mean, I can look it up if you don't, but hold L or X when powering on. Sweet. And actually, Derpy, one thing did break. It was this, where is it? This cunt broke. I mean, the port's still, the broken port's still in the fucking thing. I don't even think I broke that. I genuinely think it was already fucking partially broken when I put it in, because it just literally ripped with no force whatsoever. I think it's just shit. Because half the fucking parts I get for this are just cheap fucking knockoffs. Because nothing else exists. Because even, like, iPod parts, like, a lot of the iPod parts I've used. Like, I got replacement batteries for these boys, right? These big original iPods. Some of these, I mean... This iPod here, right, is from 2004. This iPod is almost 20 years old. I bought a replacement battery for this from iFixit. They sell replacement batteries for this iPod. 20 years old. I could not get anything for this from iFixit. I had to get everything awkwardly from AliExpress or Amazon or fucking eBay. Because just no fucking parts exist for it. It's super fucking annoying. Moonshine, moonshine, ooh, moonshine. I bought this bottle of moonshine being like, this will last ages, and unfortunately, the problem I've got with the bottle of moonshine is... oh, that's a really bad representation of the moonshine thing. Don't drink while you're pregnant! Naughty, naughty! Also, that's today. That's during this stream I've drank that. Oh, it's a product of Germany. Ugh. It's got Manchester written on it, but it was made in Germany. 17.5 units. That feels like a lot. Everything's fine. Maybe I shouldn't be drinking this much while repairing a very intricate little piece of electronics. It's fine. I think the problem with this cable is obviously I have to kind of slide it in. And sliding it in with Right, let's try some contact cleaner. Maybe just to give it a bit of extra, like, lube it up. Ah, I see the problem. So what's happened is there's basically a couple of layers to these little ribbon cables. It's plastic, but effectively they've kind of bonded, they've bonded some copper. They have a plastic layer, and then they bond some copper to the plastic layer. So it's like 2 or 3 layers. The plastic, I'm assuming it's 2 plastic layers. There's like a top plastic layer and a bottom plastic layer, and then the copper's bonded with the plastic layer. The top plastic layer appears to be slightly delaminated at the front, which is making it awkward to slide in. It's not broken, it's just... I don't know if it's just struggling with contact. And when I'm pushing it in, it's getting smushed rather than going in. Let's try that. Let's try doing that button combo that Cinnamon Robin has beautifully decided to help me with. Thank you very much, Cinnamon Robin. Take the SD card out because have it in while it's going in. It'll be a fucking fanny on. Re-add the SD card just because it's going to be the system doesn't. It gets a bit confused when it doesn't have the SD card in. Bless it. Right. Let's put at least one screw in just to make sure it doesn't fall out. Daniel was very, he was like, don't take the battery out without turning it off first. I'm like, I genuinely don't think it fucking matters at all. It's like, it can get really weird, and I'm like, maybe it can, but equally, I don't care. And I've not had a problem doing that so far, so fuck it. How do these buttons feel? Oh, no! I didn't think they'd feel that different. Having the old switches and the new switches, these switches, there's a click, I can hear the clickiness to them. They're nice and clicky. These switches, they don't click. They're just soft. Click, 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 click. Soft, 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 soft. That's really annoying. Especially since those are the triggers I'm going to use more. I'll have to buy that again. Thankfully, they cost fucking nothing. Or whatever. And thankfully, it costs nothing, and they're obviously the easiest part to access, arguably. Right. And the power button still isn't clicky. It works. I mean, I wonder if the holder L, R, and X while powering on still works with this jailbreak. I'm going to boot it up, see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll do that. Okay. Themes in. Buttons work. Ah! Piss! Ah! By the way, I bought more styluses. I mean, the original stylus is this one, 'cause it's got the Nintendo logo on it, none of the others do. These extendable styluses exist, and these are made for the new 3DS XL. But they don't fit properly. Like, they have this end cap piece, but the end cap on this, like, extendable stylus does not fucking fit properly, and it just fits really fucking weirdly into its slot. The battery fell out. Fine. I would... It's just the cable. It's the cable. It's that connector at the very end. All it is this. So if I can get that cable working... It might do it if you reboot again. Oh, that's a good point. The fact it's not doing anything or even responding at all. Because look, that just slides out with no effort. So, let's look at this. Let's look at this connector. Let's have a close look at that. This is one of those things I'm like, I wish I had a microscope. I do have this. I do a big magnifying glass. It's not that helpful, all things considered, actually. It doesn't really make it any bigger at all. The contacts are fine. The cable itself is fine. It's just frayed. It's just all crinkly. The actual, all the actual connections are fine. The contacts themselves are fine. It's just the way it's connecting. It's me sliding it into the port. It's not making full contact because it's crinkly. I'm not able to slide it in enough for it to make full contact. And I think I make it straight. Did it say that about the connection? Oh, actually. Oh, that might explain it. Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna try and get the camera as close as possible so you can see what I can see. Set the focus, fucking length, 255. Right. Let's get as close as humanly fucking possible. I'm gonna get my phone to light it up. Right. Okay, that's as close as I can get it. Right. Okay, there we go. Do you see how those points... You see how there's like a gap? You see how there's like a slight... You can see it with the silhouette. You see those two middle contacts? How there's that little gap in the middle. The cable's basically frayed and those two contacts have separated. It's like the plastic's stretched, the metal hasn't. The plastic is able to stretch and the metal isn't. Shit! I did break it. Right, well... Not like I can make it any worse. So let's try let's try my micro soldering iron. I'm wondering if I try and bridge the connection slightly. With the tiniest bit of solder, maybe. So thankfully the part I've broken is one that I can buy for nothing, but it is just annoying. I did think I was quite careful taking those cables out, but I do remember when I was taking that cable out, it was the hardest to take out. It was the most uncooperative when I was removing it. And this is not going onto the iron. Come on. There we go. Right. Right. So I'm thinking if I try and bridge those two tiny points. I don't think this will work, to be clear. But I might as well give it a go, because if it doesn't work, I don't make it any worse. If it does work, great! Got on to lose. Oh. They did a cover of Instant Karma. That was in 970. When did John Lennon record Instant Karma? Oh no, John Lennon recorded this in the 6th on... Oh! It was released on the 6th of February 1970. It was recorded on the 27th of January. It was released within a week of it being recorded. That's wild. Where is this cover released? We're almost at the end of the album. Blue Mink. I will say, I'm definitely drunk, which probably doesn't help my case. I mean, considering the amount of moonshine I've drank, I'm definitely drunk. What we all shine on, like the moon and the stars and the sun. What we all shine on. Oh, that's who you are. Oh, the people singing this are still alive. Roger Cook and Madeline Bell. Oh, I'm assuming this is Roger Cook. They recorded, they started in 1969. They're all still alive. Wow, they're all still alive. Bloody hell. The guy singing this is a guy called Roger Cook. He was born in 1940. He's 82 currently. Born in Bristol. Oh, he helped write I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing by the New Seekers. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. That one. He helped write that. That's interesting. He helped write a Cilla Black song. Interesting. Is it good to live solo while drunk? Maybe. I can't make it any worse. I don't think this will work, to be clear. I think I'm going to melt the plastic. It's going to fuck it. But, let's have my nice soldering iron on. I will say, right, this soldering iron I did some research on pots, right? Like, the stuff I bought for this workshop area. I did loads of research, and my general thing is I like to buy the best thing I can possibly afford for the thing I'm doing, because then I never have to replace it. I like to just buy the highest end thing I can afford if it's a reasonable price. Then I never have to replace it. So I did loads of research into soldering irons, and I found the fucking... I said it was the Porsche of soldering irons. I think it's better to say the McLaren of soldering irons. This fucking boy, the Ursa Icon Nano. Whoo! I mean, look at this fucking iron. Look at it. Look how thin this is. Apparently it's a beauty to work with. Because it's so thin, and it's got this lovely cable. Which doesn't tangle. And it's just as light as a feather. Perfect control on the ends. You have the actual stand is separate from the actual controller. Apparently it's the best soldering iron you can buy. So, the thing is, if I fuck it up, it's entirely on me, is the point I'm making here. That the soldering iron, I can't blame my tools. A bad trader blames his tools. I can't blame my tools. The tools are the best I could possibly buy. It's not even the best I could possibly buy. They are the best anyone can buy. That is the best soldering iron anyone can buy. If I fuck it up, it's on me. Not only is it the best soldering iron I can buy, I have the exact right tip for it. So, it's on me. As you can see, this end bit, which I really like. The problem with this soldering iron, the main complaint with it, is the ends have these... There's two bits of this soldering iron. There's this, like, bit of plastic and this sort of sheath bit. And then the actual head goes on top of that. And they're separate pieces. And people complain, obviously, because when you buy the heads, they just come with this bit and not this bottom bit. So if you want to swap heads, you can't take this bit off because it's hot. So you have to buy more of these, like, sheaths. So I bought more of these sheaths. And you put them on these little stands, and you've got this lovely ceramic... This lovely molded ceramic piece, which it sits in, is where the heads live. And I've got this little blunt head, which is the standard one. I've got this very kind of thick head, which is good for, like, normal soldering. And this tiny thin head, which is obviously good for this. So... The pencil soldering iron, I've heard about that. That was, is that the one that's wireless and has a little, like a little board in it? I'm going to click that and I'll be confirmed if it is or it isn't. That is exactly what I was thinking of. Yes, I've heard that's very good. The reason I ended up getting this one over a wireless one is because apparently this has much better heat control. Apparently, if you set a heat on this soldering iron, it's fucking perfect. I also wanted a station. I didn't want a little handheld thing. As much as little wireless one's handy, the fact that this is so thin, apparently working with this is beautiful, because this bit's so light, it's like working with a pencil. like genuinely actually working with a real pencil. It's just so... And if you're trying to do soldering this tiny and this precise, you need that sort of really light precision. It's clearly not plugged in, though, so I'm going to have to plug it in. Because it is not turning on. Because I barely use it. I'm playing Spirit in the Sky, which is a really bad sign, I'm going to be honest. Oh, send me up to the spirit where I'm gonna go when I die and believe I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. What do I not need? I don't need my hairdryer plugged in. Yeah. I was installing skins last night, that's why I've got a little portable hairdryer up here. I tried doing it with the heat gun once, it went very badly, it melted the skin, so I decided not to use heat guns for skin installation going forward. What is this plugged into? Printer. I do not need that plugged in. I think that is a soldering iron because it has an adapter, because it's a European soldering iron, so it has a very high-end. Yes, it was definitely that one. Wonderful. Right, my printer's not plugged in anymore. Oh no, I can't print my fucking documents. The horrors. Oh my god, it's smoking immediately. That's a bad sign. Alright. This is currently at exactly 370 degrees Celsius. No, 360 degrees Celsius. So that's good. I'm sure that won't cause me any issues whatsoever. I'm not... Oh yeah, I'll lick the 360 degree... I was going to use my little clamps, but it's too small to use clamps. Right. I'm worried if I have the camera too close, it might melt the camera. So, look, if you want to watch Drunk Matt do silly things, this is the time to be alive. Clearly, focal distance right, so you can probably see it. That's about right. So the fourth point on this is seemingly intact. The other three that are fucked. And I say this probably isn't going to work, but I'm going to try anyway. I have melted a hole in it. That's exactly what I expected was going to happen. You know, I expected anything different to happen when I just put the soldering iron directly to it. Let's get some tin on the iron. Come on. There we go. Some tin on the iron, and let's literally try and resolder the thing. People don't generally do this because it doesn't work, but I'm not expecting this to work again. But if it does, I'm a genius, and if it doesn't, well, I'm exactly like everyone else. Come on. Because if I can fix this without needing to buy a new fucking touchscreen digitizer, I'll take that as a win. Unfortunately, that's a glob of molten metal. Unfortunately, this tip is so small it will not actually hold a glob of anything. It literally will not hold any solder. It's too small. Great! Come on, please just take the fucking solder. Jesus Christ, it's stripped onto the thing. No. God damn it. Great. The soldering iron is too small and dinky to actually literally hold any level of solder. Okay, it's holding a bit of solder, that'll do. The solder on it is currently bridging the 3 connections, but that's fine, because I can hopefully fix that. I mean, I'm assuming there's a prediction that I'm... No, obviously I won't. I wouldn't even bet against that. Jesus Christ. This is the thing. There's a reason I try stuff like this is because it is literally a Hail Mary. Like, there's no way this is working. But if it does work, I'm a genius, right? Like, it's not until lose. I can't look like an idiot. Well, I was going to say I can look like an idiot. But the fact is, like, I don't think anyone will be able to fix this. But if this somehow works, then I'm a genius. If it doesn't work, then it's exactly like it was. Need a little more solder. There we go. I just need to bridge these. Basically, it's it's effectively 4 wires, 4 micro wires, that I need to bridge. It's currently copper, which I'm tinning it with lead-free solder. There's a little drop of solder on that. Let's get these little bits of solder out of the way. There's a little dab of solder on that. And effectively, I need to try and make it into 3 separate points. Now, the problem is I did melt a hole in it because it's plastic, right? Obviously, it's going to melt under a fucking soldering iron. This is why you don't generally repair these little ribbon cables. No one repairs these ribbon cables. They just buy a new ribbon cable. That's why I'm trying, because, again, if it doesn't work, then that's exactly where I was. Maybe I'll fix it. I was going to say I probably won't. I definitely won't. But I might as well give it a go. Worst case scenario, I'm no worse off than I was. Yep, no, that's, yep. Yeah, I've just melted that connector off completely. Alrighty then. Well, that didn't work. Fanny bombs. I can't believe that was what broke. I have everything that could break. It was just a random fucking cable. A very, 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 very... I mean, it works still. It's just the digitizer is not connected. So anything that requires the touchscreen to be used won't work. And the slightly annoying thing about the 3DS is, much like a lot of touchscreens, the digitizer and the touchscreen are 1 unit. I'm pretty sure they're 1 unit. I'm actually debating whether they're 1 unit now. They might be 2 separate things. I might be able to replace the digitizer separately, but I don't think I will. God, that's a pisser. 3DS, new 3DS account touchscreen. I didn't really want to replace the screen. Not because it's a huge faff or anything, I just didn't really want to. New 3DS XL 2015, bottom LCD screen. Oh, the touch digitizer is a separate part. I can buy a bottom LCD for 25, but the touch digitizer is just £6. And it is a separate part, which admittedly, this isn't a this is a capacitive touchscreen, which is responds based on pressure, and those are usually separate units. Yeah, £5. The price of this is the thing. There's not really a cost issue. I've not broken something very expensive. It's £5 to repair it. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. Fanny bombs. Let's buy a touch digitizer with 3DS. Buy it now. You know, what's going to happen? I'm going to buy this touch digitizer, and then I'm somehow going to break the fucking connector for the actual screen while I'm fixing it. I'm going to have to buy a new screen. Then, while I'm fixing the screen, I'm going to break the touch digitizer again, and I'm going to have to buy a fucking second touch digitizer. That wouldn't surprise me. That doesn't sound like it would be, It's why I like the iPods. The iPods cost pennies. These cost nothing, and then if they break, whatever. I'm not using them. Whereas this, I obviously paid like £70 for. Hang I am currently using. I can still use it. Like, the digitizer being broken doesn't make it completely useless. Like, the games I'm playing on don't use the digitizer. It's just a lot of stuff on the 3DS is quite annoying because it forces you to use the touchscreen for, like, to go into the settings menu of the 3DS, you have to use the touchscreen. For some fucking reason. Very annoying. So I'm waiting for the C-stick anyway, so I need to open it up anyway. Oh, I need to confirm it's me, even though I've already done the two-step verification. For fuck's sake, like, why the... Fuck off, Derpy. Derpy has sent me a drawing, as they've just said in chat. I'm going to show you the drawing. It says, get fucked wanker on Derpy's 2DS. So that's... Thank you, Derpy. I appreciate that. I can get it the day after tomorrow. That'll do. Cool. Cool. Found those. I'm going to disassemble it again. There's no argument for me disassembling it later, but I need to disassemble it anyway. So I would rather just do it now, so I can actually look at how to disassemble the digitizer. And then I can just leave it ready to go when the new digitizer arrives. Yeah, Derpy's a little bitch. Derpy's great. Derpy's wonderful. If you ever need someone to just, Derpy can figure it out. I always say, right, if Nercube had the money, I'd hire Derpy in a heartbeat. But we definitely do not have the money. We definitely do not have the money. It's a growing problem. It's fine, I'm ignoring it. I'm not ignoring it, I'm just sort of... if I can't fix the problem, I'm just sort of shrugging my shoulders and hoping it gets better soon. If I can't fix the problem, it's currently my attitude towards Nercube. What? The government are really angry at us? No. That's fine. Hey, you can Patreon. I've re-enabled annual Patreon subscriptions. If you fancy doing that, because our issue is always cash flow rather than cash amount, as the accountant always gets slightly annoyed at. Cash flow is basically obviously the rate at which money comes in, rather than how much money you're earning. If we're earning enough, it's just it comes through in little drips and drabs, and sometimes there's not enough one month. So I've re-enabled yearly subscriptions, annual Patreon subscriptions, for those who want them, and it is helpful because obviously it gives us that sort of money in advance, which is more useful now. If you fancy it, there's a 5% discount, so you get a little bit off. It's not a huge fucking discount, but we already had the Patreon prints are already cheap, like pretty much as cheap as we can make them. So 5% discount is pretty generous, frankly, considering. Can I remove this little bracket without taking out this module? I don't think I can. That is fucking annoying. Take this module out. I'm going to save this VOD so I can look back on it later and be like, this is how I disassembled it. So I'm keeping the screws separate. Thankfully, all the screws are fairly standard. They're just slightly different lengths. You know, it's amazing being able to disassemble an entire device with one screw head. Apple use a lot of Torx screws and pentalobes. They love their fucking pentalobe screws, Apple. Ooh, they love the pentalobes. Fucking love those pentalobes. And these are clipped in again. I remember that. Matt, YouTube members still don't get Discord benefits. Are they able to get Discord benefits? I didn't know that was an integration you could even do. Admittedly, I think it's like 4 YouTube members. But I'm happy to fix it if it's something I can fix. Derpy is generally the one that alerts me of things being broken, if you're ever wondering. Yeah, the digitizer on the top. Of course, the digitizer on the top. Of course, the digitizer is on the top. Why wouldn't it be on the top? That's where it lives. Oh, LCD and touchscreen replacement. Yes, remove the bracket. I have to pay attention to this to not damage it during the step. Apparently this ribbon cable, you can damage it quite easily during the step, but for some reason they don't tell you just to take the fucking board out, which I can do. I'm just going to take the fucking board out. So I don't risk damaging another fucking cable. Because as much as I'm sure this is a cheap part to replace, I imagine trying to get this actual board, it'll be a bit of a fanny on. I have seen some job lots for 3DSs, which I have debated buying, just to get replacement parts, like OEM replacement parts, but half of my point with me buying new parts is I want unworn parts, not just OEM parts. I want unworn OEM parts. I need to slide a tool under here, apparently, and lift it gently. I don't like that. This is from the era of touchscreens that were obviously the digitizer and touchscreen are inherently separate, whereas on modern, you cannot separate the digitizer from the screen, and then like on a modern iPhone, they're all laminated to the same piece of glass. Like on a modern iPhone, I mean, even on the iPhone 4, for fuck's sake, the glass, the digitizer, and the touchscreen are all just one single unit laminated together. It gives you it means that when you touch the touchscreen, it looks like you're just touching directly the pixels, but it also means it's harder to repair because they're all one single fucking unit. Debbie, I've told you this at least twice. That sounds about right. I do miss things a lot. How do you think John does it? I didn't know John did it. If you ever wonder about how my job works, it's usually just me kind of running around, stopping vague fires, and missing a lot of the fires because there's other fires. The amount of fires that you don't know about is just insane. Daniel doesn't even know about a lot of the fires. That's my job. I keep putting out fires that no one else knows about. Even Daniel doesn't know about a lot of the fires, which is part of my job. But there's a lot of fires. There's more fires than you might expect. That's my job to deal with them, which is incredibly fucking horrible. Very stressful. But hey ho. Many fires. Many calls to the account where he's going, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "It's fine." He's like, "It's not fine." I'm like, "It's probably fine." You'd be surprised how Daniel will joke about it as well. He doesn't generally know about what's going on in the company, and that's intentional. He doesn't want to. There is the digitizer. Literally, it's above these two cables on the screen, and that's the digitizer on the top. I don't know if it's glued. It shows them putting a pick under there. I have a lot of these little tools, but most of them are slightly worn, because if I use one fucking once, it just warps it slightly, so I keep buying them. Need a metal pick. There's a metal pick in the Hoto toolkit. iFixit make a lot of money from me just buying tools that I just break. And they're not doing it on purpose. Like, the fact is, these tools are so thin and delicate that they will just break if you put any pressure on them. That is, I wouldn't say it's intentional, but it's physics, you know? There we go. Cunt. I'm gonna have to remove the, where the fuck is my screwdriver? There it is, it's right in front of me. I'm gonna remove this. cunt. Do I have to remove that? I'll probably wedge that out from underneath that. Without fanning on with that nonsense. That's the screen. It's slightly adhesed, and that's the digitizer. Wow, it's clear! Obviously, it has to be clear, it's a digitizer. And that is what I've broken the cable of. That's a weird sight. That's a really weird thing to see. There's a novelty to it. Also, that print update, you've not got around to doing today? No, I haven't got around to doing today. I was going to do it after the stream, but the stream has taken way longer than I fucking thought it was. One other print update. Yeah. They arrived yesterday. They've been delayed due to a lot of, I'm going to say, vague personal interference in Dan and Rebecca's life. Which we can't talk about. It's private. But it's there. So, just... Oh, yep, that's fallen out. I was like, what's that? No, that's the home button assembly. Put it over there with the rest of the junk. If you don't want to see this month's prints, look away! I've got one in my hand. This is your fair warning. I'm not going to show you the back of them. They're in the... I'm going to show you one of the prints on the sticker. So if you don't want to see them, look away. This is your teaser. This is the everyone's left teaser, because I'm going to be packaging them tomorrow is my plan. I was going to do it today, but today's been kind of a write-off. So, 3, 2, 1, here's the print. Wow! It's Matilda from Robot Wars. Which month's prints are these? These are the June prints. If you backed the Patreon in June, you get these prints. If you back the print here in June, you get these prints. These are late. These are like a month late, almost. Actually, they are a month late. I'm going to tell my the soldering iron's still on. These are a month late. For many reasons, which I can't really get into. But they're there. They're on. Oh, look, it's a Steam Deck. Wow. Oh, isn't it pretty? I like this print a lot. It's one of Rebecca's things. The prints are kind of going into a vibe of... every month, I'm trying to get Rebecca to... Well, I'm encouraging Rebecca to do one print that's very much kind of their style, and one print that's more like the book. So this is very much Rebecca's kind of like neon work. If there's another print that was very much like a Game Boy, a neon Game Boy, which is great. And I love that print. I think it's just a wonderful work of art outside of Nerdcube, right? Like, that's not to say Rebecca's art isn't good outside of Nerdcube, but you know what I mean. It does not rely on the context of being Nerdcube related to be good, or be interesting. I think this is a good one. It's just of Matilda from Robot Wars. And you got the Steam Deck, which is good. The back of this month's print, I'm not going to show you yet, because that's for the Patreon reveal video. But it's also quite good. I like this one a lot. I have a discussion every month about which prints I would be willing to display myself personally. But oh fuck! So I've just realised this is held in by adhesive. I broke the only fucking thing that's glued in. Of course I broke the only fucking thing that's glued in. Of course I fucking did. Of course I broke the only thing that was glued in. Why would I not break the only thing that was glued in? I was replacing the buttons of the rubber gaskets and have somehow managed to need a heat gun. For fuck's sake! Come on, you bitch! Whore! There we go. Fuck's sake. Oh, that's just popped out. Okay. I was meant to do that. I disconnected it. It's fine. I will say this 3DS is in a much worse state than when I started. It's in a significantly worse state than when I started this. I mean, I've bought a new digitizer. I'm hoping it comes with the adhesive. If it doesn't come with the adhesive, I'm going to leave this adhesive on. But fuck me, man. Jeez. Why was that the one fucking ribbon cable? Every other ribbon cable I could have possibly broken would have been easier to repair than this fucking ribbon cable. I broke the most awkward thing to possibly fucking repair. The fucking digitizer. Why the fuck? Why the fuck is that the most delicate fucking goddamn ribbon cable, Nintendo? More like Ninkunto, am I right? Fuck's sake. You just keep breaking things. I mean, it's not broken. I removed it. I have to... This is the unit I have to replace. This is what I bought replacement of. This is the digitizer unit. But it's annoying because the digitizer itself is fine. It's just the ribbon cable that it's attached to. But obviously the reality of reattaching this ribbon cable... Because effectively, these digitizers are very clever. It's effectively a lot of these micro sort of contact points. Or is it micro contact points? You can see. So, you see these sort of 4 cables that are coming to it here. Right? You got this big ring around the edge. Basically, these capacitive touchscreens, they basically measure voltage from your finger. And they use that to determine where your finger is on the digitizer. They're very clever. This is how old school stuff did it. They were separate units. This is the screen, this is the digitizer. They are separate inherent units. Modern touchscreens have them, they're laminated together. So they're one unit. Like on an iPhone, they are one unit. On most modern phones, they are one singular unit. Well, look, it's one unit. Wow. That's why they look so close to the display. But these older style sort of touchscreens, you have a separate display, and the digitizer goes over the display. Like that. Which was kind of good for repair. A lot of repair people kind of poo-poo separate, like, laminated digitizers. But it just create a better touchscreen experience. Like, them being like this means there is, like, a slight gap that you can always see when you're using the touchscreen. But obviously it means you can repair the digitizer separately from the touchscreen. But fuck it, man. Like, this is the problem with a lot of modern tech. A lot of people complain about a lot of modern tech being unrepairable, but a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's so... To get the tech to do what you want it to do, it has to be laminated together. It has to be fucking soldered together to be that small. And it's just frustrating. I don't know whether this plastic rim is separate from the digitizer. No, the black casing appears to be separate. I don't know whether the... let me look at the eBay listing. Does the eBay listing include this black display? Does it include the black surround or not? It does not. I need to separate this from the black surround. Oh, for fuck's sake. I've got lots of microporous tape. I've got really, really thin adhesive tape which can do this. I don't need to buy specific tape. I don't need to buy a dedicated tape for the 3DS. I can make it myself. I've got the parts for that. But I do have to separate this from the display. From the digitizer, that is. How many things have you managed to replace while just replacing some ones? Literally, the only thing I've broken. The only thing I've broken is this fucking cable end. That's the only thing that is the only thing. And it wasn't even broken, it was just slightly damaged. And it's just it means I have to replace the entire digitizer. This is the frustrating thing with repairing a lot of this sort of small tech. It's recoverable. Unlike the Apple Watch, which I broke irrecoverably, the nice thing about tech of this era is I can't fix it. It's a faff. I needed to buy a £6 part, and I have to wait for it to arrive, and I have to re-adhese it to the fucking thing. Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, I know what that is. That's from there. Which is annoying. There we go. Separate the digitizer off from this plastic housing. And then I have to re-adhese the new digitizer to the plastic housing once that arrives. Whether the digitizer will come with adhesive is up for debate. But either way, I can figure it out. I have adhesive. I can make it work. Even if it doesn't come with adhesive. But the fact that I am having to de-fucking laminate the digitizer unit from the support bracket when I was just replacing the fucking D-pad rubber is really evident of why people don't fucking bother with these kind of repairs. Because they're just a fanny on. They are just a fucking fanny on. I mean, I could literally reassemble it now without the fucking digitizer, but it would, you know, it obviously wouldn't work as a fucking touchscreen, which is why I bought the damn thing. But as much as I do things very messily, I like to think I'm competent enough to fix shit like this. This is the one perk of having this ridiculous setup, is that I can repair stuff like this, even if it's a faff. I can repair it. And even if I seem messy on stream, which I am, especially when I'm fucking drunk, because I am fucking drunk. Yeah, I've got this tape, which is the thinnest fucking double-sided tape you've ever seen in your life. So if I need to make new adhesive for this, this is what this tape is for. I have it. I don't need to buy... This is a dedicated molded piece of adhesive. This is like a square piece of adhesive, or a rectangular piece of adhesive. I don't need that to be intact. As much as I would like it to be intact, just to save me some fucking effort, it doesn't have to be intact. I can fix it. Now, you will note that I was just replacing the buttons on my 3DS, and the entire bottom bit is missing now, which is just fucking perfect, isn't it? Fucking poetic. I literally, it's just that part that broke. And it was just frayed slightly. That's what's really fucking annoying. I didn't even break the connector. Actually, I didn't break this connector. That's the this is the actual screen. The screen's fine. I mean, I could replace the screen. That's the nice thing about these separate units. I could replace the screen. I need to make sure to keep the screen clean, because if the screen gets dirty, it's going to be under the digitizer. I can't clean it. It's this. This is the unit I broke. I just broke the digitizer. And the digitizer itself, this bit is fine. It is just the ribbon cable. This is the complaint Nintendo always get. As much as their systems are modular, they're modular with these sort of ribbon cables. And they're incredibly delicate. They're incredibly delicate units. That plugged into... there. They're incredibly delicate. And the fact is, if it was a bit longer, I could potentially maybe make that contact point work. Those contact points are still in existence. You know, if I could somehow scrape the plastic off these tiny little ends, and it was long enough to reach these contact points, I could make it work. It's just, it is literally 4 contacts and this little bit of plastic. But because of how these units are made, they're all in one. This is a single digitizer unit. You've got this capacitor bit around it, and you've got this sort of main bit here. And this sort of plastic ribbon cable comes off it with these bits of copper built in. And if you damage that bit of copper, or that bit, more specifically the bit of plastic, I mean, I damaged the copper within the plastic. The plastic can flex, the copper can't, which causes issues when you're disassembling it, which is why you have to be very, very careful. It's what iFixit will warn you about. It's whenever doing a repair like this, they will warn you about the damage. The risk is always damaging ribbon cables. That's always the risk. You're not going to break the digitizer. You're not going to break the screen. You're going to damage the ribbon cable. And it's going to break the entire unit. Which is what I've done here. Which is very frustrating. But it is reassuring that when I reassembled it, everything worked aside from the digitizer. I mean, I could reassemble this now without this unit. And it would work. It's just the digitizer would obviously be broken. I couldn't use the touchscreen, which is obviously half the point of me buying the fucking 3DS. Currently, my 3DS is the top screen and the bottom buttons that aren't connected to anything. My goal for today was to replace all the buttons and replace the casing. And what has resulted in is me needing to replace the digitizer, which is just perfect. It is poetic in its fucking ridiculousness. Chin chin. Ooh. 20%. Related? I'm fine. How is your life doing? Everything's grand with me. Oh, plus that I repaired my shoes last night. That was fun. I should probably mark these. All the buttons are falling out. Great. Put them there. Where is the other button? I spilt some fucking moonshine on my fucking deep joystick. It's fine. There's the other button. There's the control stick for the button. Put those together. I'm not using those. I am using those rubber pieces though. I'm not using those old rubber pieces. I've got these two bits on the screen. These came with the button replacements, but I'm not replacing them. I could replace the volume thing, but I can't be fucking arsed, frankly. And the 3D slider is just grey. It's the same as the current one. And disassembling the screen isn't too difficult. These little rubber pieces here, unlike Apple, who just seal it all in with adhesive, Nintendo have basically, there's these rubber pieces, and these rubber pieces lift out. They're adhesed in, much like the bottom rubber pieces of the device. But you can take them off, and there's screws underneath them, and that's how you access the screen unit. But even the replacement screen unit I got, apparently one of the complaints with these screen units is just buy a new 3DS at this point. It's grand. It's in perfect working condition. It's just whatever. This new screen unit, it doesn't have it doesn't have glass covering the or I guess plastic covering the camera lenses, which isn't the biggest deal, but really you need to transplant the camera lenses, which I'm fucking bothering. That's why I'm not fucking bothering with these new pieces, but I'm probably going to paint them. I think it would look nice being matte black on the exterior. If I had a matte black exterior, I'd love this navy blue interior. That's why I got this the metallic blue one. I love the black. I'm glad I replaced these with black. I think they look great with these black pieces. This D-pad, by the way, feels way better. It's not rickety like the previous D-pad. So at least the intention of me replacing it has worked. As much as the entire system doesn't fucking work anymore. At least the D-pad is nicer feeling. Yes, the system doesn't work. My hands are poking through the bottom of it. But at least the D-pad feels nicer. Woe is me. Right, 3DS bullshit. Right, that is the digitizer frame. We'll keep that separate. I'll need to readhese that to a new digitizer that arrives. I'm going to keep the old digitizer for reference, but as much as the cable is broken, very annoying. The screen, obviously, is fine. I can replace the screen in future, separate to the digitizer. That is the nice thing. Interestingly, if a lot of education, a lot of like schools, like especially high schools or junior schools, they really like the original iPad. And they still like the original iPad because the display is not laminated to the top glass. A lot of people complained when the new iPad released that the display isn't laminated to the top glass, but it's because if a kid smashes the fucking screen of a base model iPad, which is what they generally use in education, a repair tech can just replace the glass. They don't have to buy a whole new fucking screen. They can replace the glass because it's not laminated to the display. This is the advantage with this. The glass isn't laminated to the display. The digitizer itself is the plastic element that you're interacting with. That is effectively the glass. And the display is separate. I mean, it's plastic. Why it's not cracking? Nintendo, they like plastic. Good quality plastic. It's why education likes original iPads, and even the modern original iPad, which has that issue with this sort of laminated display, where the display feels further away from your finger than it is. It's because of that reason. It's because you can repair the digitizer. Well, not the digitizer. You can repair the glass separately to the display, which is a big thing in education. Because, as I say, it costs £6 for this part. It costs £30 for this part, which is the display, which is fine. It's just the digitizer that I've broken. Wow, what a productive session. I've spent 4.5 hours breaking my 3DS and getting absolutely pissed. What? Peak Matt stream, am I right? It's fine. On the plus side, look, do you want to look at my nice skin? Bought a something skin from iFixit on my phone, and it's definitely vaguely okay aside from this big white fucking blob on the side, which happened when I fucking sanded when I used a microfiber cloth to sand down the edges. All the glued, slightly delaminated, and it was a whole thing. You know what's annoying? Mix the chestnut. I'm drunk now. I'm not gonna sort of pretend I'm not. I'm definitely drunk now. I've drank 17.5 units, which is quite a lot. That is a lot, actually. Fuck me, that's a lot of alcohol. That's not why I broke it! That's what's really annoying! If I broke it because I was drunk, I'd be like, well, kids, don't drink and disassemble a 3DS. The actual fucking element that broke because it's fucking badly designed, and it's really delicate. This was one of the first things I fucking disassembled. I disassembled this when I barely had a drink. It was just really delicate, and the copper just split under the plastic. That was the issue. I'm not blaming Nintendo. I mean, I fucked it up, but it was the fact that it's incredibly delicate, and it was difficult to pull out. I had to really force it out because effectively you've got these ZIF connectors here. These have little clips. As you can see, I'm pulling it up and down. That's a clip. All these other cables, all these other connectors. Grab my little tweezers here. Let's bring my microphone over so you can actually hear me. These ZIF connectors have little locks. See, there's a lock here. You push it up. It's a little clip. It locks it in place. Same with this ZIF connector here. Locks in place. Same with this big ZIF connector here. Locks in place. If you disassemble a Switch Joy-Con, all the connectors have these little locks. They're locking ZIF connectors. Apparently, the 3DS uses a lot of pressure fit ZIF connectors, which is this connector here, this connector here. Well, actually, it's a pressure fit. Okay. That connector there, it is this connector, and this connector are pressure fit, and that connector are pressure fit ZIF connectors. And it just means that you have to push it in, which results in potential fraying. I don't know why on the Switch you don't have this issue. They're all locking. Even these 4-port connectors, these 4 sort of slot connectors here, on the Switch are locking ZIF connectors, like these ones. On the 3DS, they're not, and I don't know why. I'm assuming it was cheapness. That's a cost-cutting measure, I'm assuming. Obviously, a locking ZIF connector is more is more expensive than a non-locking ZIF connector. They're much better to repair, and they've just chosen not to. And as a result, that has broken when I pulled it out. If I'd have unlocked it and just pulled it out, it wouldn't have broken. And I could have pushed it in and locked it, and it would have been grand. Because it's pressure fit, it means you have to pull it out with more force, which means it's more liable to damage, which, here we are. Great, 10 out of 10. I'm a fan of how Nintendo designed their systems. I can criticize them to death, but they design them better than any other fucking manufacturer. Disassembling a PS5 or an Xbox Series X, or even a MacBook or whatever, everything's soldered together, everything's soldered to the board. Nintendo really commit, even on the OLED Switch, which I own. Most things is ZIF connected. As you can see here, even on the board itself, you've got this SD card connector, which I'm going to take the SD card out just because I'm going to forget it's there clearly. This isn't glued to the board. This is connected with a ZIF connector, which has a lock here. And if I pull up the lock, I pull the thing out, that just comes straight out. They're so modular. It means that when you have a breakage, when you have your home button breaks, you can just replace the single module of the home button, which is somewhere. I've separated it off, but it's a single module. Same with the L and R buttons. They're single connected modules, which is just so good for repairability. And it's beneficial to Nintendo as well, because when they repair these devices, they obviously have to interact with their repairability. I've just reconnected the SD card reader. That is how easy it is to replace the SD card reader. You would take the back off the device, you would unclip this little clip, you'd pull it out, you push a new one in, clip it down, screw it back on, you've got a new SD card reader. Fucking excellent. That is excellent repairability. And as much as I'm criticizing the delicacy of these fucking connectors, there's no other way you can do it. You just can't do it another way and keep it this compact. People keep complaining about iPhones being so locked in, but if you want that level of power and complexity in such a small space, you need that level of fucking density. The new Mac Pro, notably, it has lots of PCI Express slots, but you can't replace the RAM, you can't replace the graphics card, you can't replace the CPU, they're all a single SoC. But that's the price you pay, right? You get amazing performance out of the SoC, but they're inseparable. That's a trade-off. It's the unfortunate reality of sort of very powerful modern technology. Nintendo, because they commit to really, frankly, I like Nintendo's attitude. I love the Switch. I love the Switch to death. The Switch's attitude is, hey, all I do is play games, fuck off. Which I adore. It doesn't bother with achievements. It doesn't bother with any of this nonsense of like, hey, we have the best graphics, we have the best frame rate, we have the best fucking No, it doesn't do any of that. It just goes, hey, I play games. And that's all it does. You open it up and it goes, here is a list of games. It doesn't fanny on with launchers. Every time I boot my PS5 up, it's like, hey, do you want to buy fucking Mission Impossible? I'm like, no, I don't. I go into the store, I back out of the store, it's added another menu in between the store and the fucking main menu because its fucking UX experience is fucking shit. Nintendo commit to really simple, very elegant UI experiences. It's why I really like Nintendo. As much as they don't know how to market for shit. Hey, we're going to sell the Wii U. It looks like a Wii accessory, and we call it the Wii U, and everyone thinks it's a Wii U accessory. And we're going to market it like it's a Wii U accessory, and no one buys it as a result. And I'm like, yeah, obviously. No fucking shit. Daniel and Rebecca, they did there's a Patreon video where they covered that fucking conference, that E3 conference, where they announced the Wii Motion Plush. Which literally, I had a Love Film subscription for years. And I used to rent my games through them. I used to rent my CD games through them. And I rented Skyward Sword. I rented Skyward Sword. And I put it into my Wii. And it went, hey, you can't play this because you don't have the fucking Wii Motion Plus accessory. And I went, what the fuck? And I was so angry that I sent it back and I never played Skyward Sword. And I still haven't. I bought it on the Switch to play, and I still haven't played Skyward Sword because it went, hey, fuck you. You need to buy this fucking accessory. And I'm like, fuck, why the fuck? And that's what apparently PlayStation are doing, because PlayStation are releasing the fucking stupid little handheld console, which is basically just a Wii U controller for the PlayStation 5, and they're going to charge like fucking £200 for it, or something ridiculous. Even though it is literally just a Wii U controller for the PlayStation 5. What the fuck? How the fuck? Japanese companies, man, they do weird stuff. Debbie, the fucking Xbox Series SSDs are so fucking scummy, holy shit, they're modular, but bound to the board. If you put it on the Xbox drive in, it will just refuse to boot. It can't even factory reset or anything. It's not even a Wii U controller, it's just an Android tablet with a remote play installed. Yeah, literally, that's what the PS5 thing is. It's a piece of shit. If you want Don't buy the fucking PS5 controller bullshit. Buy a fucking Iron Odin. That can at least emulate every other device. It can emulate PS2 pretty well. SSX3 doesn't run well, but it doesn't run well on fucking anything. And the marry to the board thing, Microsoft have been doing that since the start. I mean, original Xboxes, you can't replace the hard drives on those things without a massive fanny on. Because those hard drives are fucking locked. Hardware locked to the board. And Apple get loads of flack for that in modern iPhones and stuff like that for doing that. But fucking Microsoft were doing that in 2001 with the original Xbox. It's ridiculous. Right to repair. Yeah, no, 360, yep. Proprietary. Right to repair is entirely based on this concept. It is based on the idea of that you have a modular system like this 3DS, but they're not married to the board, that they have documentation to repair these things, that you can buy the replacement parts direct from the manufacturer. That is all right to repair is. Right to repair is the idea that you can go to the manufacturer and be like, hello, I need a new digitizer for my 3DS, and I would like instructions for how to replace it, and they go, okay, here is the instructions, here is the digitizer for RRP, here you go. That is all right to repair is. It is not unreasonable. It is not asking for iPhones to be made with loads of compromises to, like, portability or whatever. I appreciate that these devices are incredibly singular, and they have compressed most of their hardware into a single SoC that can't be replaced. I'm fine. That is a trade-off. Fine. But if the screen breaks, I want to be able to buy the fucking screen. Apple have done that, but only because the hand has been forced. Same with most companies. They don't want. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's a financial thing, but it is literally is a net positive. It's why I don't like modern consoles. The PS5 fucked me off. I barely used my PS5 since I got it. Daniel bought me it as a gift, and I love Daniel. I'm glad he bought me as a gift. I appreciate him buying me as a gift, but fucking I hate the PS5. The PS5 is just a console that just fucking hates its user. It's like, hey, you want to play fucking Spider-Man? I'm like, I want to play Spider-Man at 60 FPS. And it's like, fuck you. Buy Spider-Man Miles Morales, the deluxe edition, for £70 to play the game you already own at 60 FPS. And I'm like, fuck off. And then even if you do that, you have to go through a complicated save state transfer fucking thing. You have to boot the original game, the PS4 version of the game, go into the settings, go into a save state transfer menu, transfer the save state, and then you boot into the PS5 version, and you upload that save state to the PS5 version. Even though it's on the same console. Which is in-fucking-sane. I hate Sony. Literally, my tier list for, like, console accessibility and, like, repairability is Nintendo, Microsoft, and then Sony. Or arguably Xbox. Or Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony. Sony is always at the fucking bottom. Loads of people love Sony. I can understand why. They have a lot of very good exclusives, but fuck me, they fucking hate the consumer. Jesus Christ. They are the worst offender. Sony are the worst offender by a really big margin. For, like, sort of upgradability and repairability and everything. Sony are awful. They all suck. I agree, Deb. They all suck. But Sony are the worst by quite a big margin. They just... You know, I had a problem with my PS5 controller. My original DualShock. My DualSense, they call it. It's the DualSense. My white DualSense that came with my PS5, it started rattling. And it was clearly like the spring. The spring and the trigger had misaligned, and it was rattling. Every time it vibrated, it went... And it rattled like this. And I desperately fucking tried to go through Sony's warranty process. Literally, they made it impossible. Their warranty process was, is your controller working? And I was like, yes. And they were like, update the firmware. And I went, well, I've done that. And they're like, well, fuck you. And I'm like, what? You couldn't even talk to a person. Sony's fucking customer support is genuinely awful. Like, I appreciate why people like Sony. They have a lot of good exclusives, and I like the design that they kind of go for. But their customer service is the absolute worst by such a large margin that I find it inexcusable. And I bought this new DualSense controller, this black one, to use with my PS5. But keep in mind, my DualSense that I got with my PS5, I used for the space of one single game. I played Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart with that DualSense. That's the only thing I used it for, and it broke. And then I couldn't get it repaired through them. They wouldn't even give me an option to contact them and be like, hey, it's fucking rattling. They didn't even have the option. Their support is fucking awful. And yet it's on PC now. Fuck the PS5. I have not turned the fucking I have not turned that console on in about fucking 9 months, at least. I don't like it. I like Nintendo. Nintendo do awkward, weird shit. But whenever they do awkward, weird shit, it's always like, hey, we're Nintendo. We're going to do what we want. And I'm like, okay. The Switch, they make a lot of mistakes with the Switch. So many mistakes. But every time I boot up the Switch, it's like, here is a list of your games. Fuck off. And I'm like, that's all I want. Every time I boot up, like, the fucking PS5, it's like, hey, do you want to buy this random cunt? And I'm like, no, not really. And every time I boot up the fucking Xbox One X at Dan's, you know, I keep telling this story, but about a year ago, me and Rebecca tried to, like, sit down and watch a Blu-ray on the series, on the One X. We put the Blu-ray into the device. And I went, hey, you can't open the Blu-ray player because you're not signed in. And I went, right. I mean, you can't sign in because you haven't updated the console. And I went, right, I'll update the console. And I went, you have to sign in to use the Blu-ray player. But it's Daniel's Xbox and he wasn't there. And he couldn't sign in because he wasn't there. And we're like, we're just trying to watch a fucking disc. Why do I have to sit there for fucking 60 minutes and wait for the system to update to watch a fucking Blu-ray disc? Microsoft. It's peak Microsoft. And Sony do less than that, but not as bad. Nintendo just go, you can't do that. When I boot up the Switch, it goes, hey, you can't watch fucking YouTube, you can't watch Netflix, fuck off. But I can play Tears of the Kingdom vaguely. And I'm like, I appreciate you can do that. As much as I wish you could do it better, I appreciate you know what you are. I boot up the Switch, and it gives me a list of games that goes, here, these vaguely work. Fuck off. And I'm like, that's all I want, thank you. I love the Switch because of that. It doesn't pretend it's anything else. It doesn't pretend it's perfect. It doesn't pretend it is the most powerful. It doesn't pretend it is the most capable, but it just goes, hey, we play games, fuck off. And I love that. The Switch is great because you can hack it and pirate all the stupid expensive Nintendo games, says Derpy. Only the original! The second revision original Switch and the OLED Switch are way harder to hack. Way harder to hack. But even then, I don't want to hack it. I just like it working. I love my Switch. I mean, I get into constant arguments with Daniel because he loves the Switch Deck. The Switch Deck, the Steam Deck. And I appreciate the Steam Deck. My friend has a Steam Deck. He brought it over. I gave him access to my Steam family sharing on it. The Steam Deck is a really good thing. But Jesus Christ, it's a vague fanning onto it. The Switch, I appreciate it does everything a bit worse than anything else. Like, me playing a game on the Switch, it is objectively worse than any other way I can play the game. But it is so simple. I buy the game, I play the fucking game, it doesn't fanny off. You know, I buy fucking a game on the Switch, it runs, it might not run great, but it runs, and it doesn't fanny me on with anything. I just play the fucking thing, and that's the end of it. And that's all I want. Because I fanny on PC too much. I love the PC. I love fanning on a PC. I like that I can faff on. But with the Switch, I just like it being as simple as possible. I love it being as simple as possible. Like Star Trek Resurgence, right? A game I should have loved. A talky Telltale style game. I loved the Walking Dead game. I loved The Wolf Among Us. I loved a lot of Telltale games, right? Every Star Trek game I've complained about because I've been like, hey, I just want it to be talky. It should be a diplomatic simulator. I don't want a shooter. Star Trek is diplomacy and fucking talking in the motions of the game. And Star Trek Resurgence is apparently that. And I bought it on the Epic launcher and I bought it on PC and I booted it. It doesn't fucking work. If you try and run it at ultra wide, it doesn't work if it's more than 4K. And if you try and run it at more than 4K, it runs at about 3 FPS. because it doesn't fucking work. And I'm like, what the fucking shit? Why can't I run it on my fucking monitor? I'm like, oh, if you run it in 1080p, it'll vaguely work, but it won't fill your screen. It'll be in a window, 1080p, the size of your screen, but it will work. And I'm like, why am I playing a video game that I paid £40 for in a tiny fucking window? What the fuck is this? But every time I buy a game on the Switch, they make no allusions to the fact it's going to run great. If I buy a game on the Switch, it's never like, hey, it's going to run at 60 FPS 4K. They never say that. They're like, hey, it's going to run at 30 FPS. Barely 720p. But at least it works. And it's simple, and I'm like, that's all I want, man. I can't be fannied on with it. I can't be fannied on with it. Star Trek Legacy from Mike Bithell. I don't know what Mike's doing. I like to think I know what Mike's doing. Every fucking, like, Mike Bithell podcast I get with Dan is like, he'll talk to me at the start, and he'll be like, hey, Matt, how you doing? And I'm like, Mike, I miss you. I haven't seen Mike for years. I haven't met Mike for years. I used to hang out with him at Res a lot. He's Mike Bithell. Mike Bithell is a wonderful guy. I hope that comes across in the podcasts he does with Dan. But he's genuinely a wonderful guy. I like to think anyone we've been associating with for this long is really nice. John is lovely. Mike is lovely. Stuart is lovely. But fuck me, I don't know what he's doing. The amount of podcasts I'll listen to, and I'll listen to like the preamble before the actual recording starts, and Daniel will be like, hey, Mike, what are you working on? And Mike's like, I can't tell you, but it's NDA. And I'm like, damn it! I want to know! I don't know what he's doing, but I'm always excited. I like Mike a lot. Mike's wonderful. He's such a good guy. If you ever worry about supporting Mike, what he does is wonderful. He's a lovely human being. He's very supportive. I fully support him. And I'm pretty sure he forgets almost every week to send me his audio for the fucking, like, I was going to say Too Fast 10 Forward, but it's Impossible New Worlds now. He always forgets to send me the fucking footage for it. And I always have to, like, poke him and be like, hey, Mike, you forgot to send me the footage. And he sent me the footage for, like, this week's Strange New Worlds, or Impossible New Worlds, like, literally a few hours ago, before this stream started. But I've tried to be a lot more, I've tried to have stricter boundaries with where I'll work, because I want my more strict time off. After 8 p.m, I'm like, nope. Thursdays and Tuesdays, I'm like, no, this is my time. Fuck off. Unless I decide. But I do have to poke them. God, I'm looking at the screen and I'm just seeing my 3DS looking very sad and missing lots of things. But I will say, as much as this has been a massive waste of time, it does look great with the black. And the D-pad feels really good, which is the one thing I thought felt really bad. So, sure. Anyway, there's barely even 30 people here. I'm clearly very drunk. I have drank this entire fucking jar of moonshine today. That's quite a lot. I've drank 17.5 units. That's a lot of alcohol. Like, come on, man. What the fuck? That's a lot. But hey, I've learned about how the 3DS works. I bought a new digitizer. I can replace the digitizer. As much as the adhesive is annoying, I have... If it doesn't come with adhesive, I have this, which will work as adhesive. It might be janky, but at least it's mine. That's my attitude towards most things. At least it's mine. I've made it my own. I've got my buttons here. I've got my screws separated out. As much as I've slightly confused myself by not labeling them, they are all distinctly their own thing. I've separated off the original parts. I'm going to put this back. I'm going to forget about it. I don't even know what this is. I would like to replace the hinge, but I genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know how, because I cannot find. iFixit don't even have a guide for replacing the hinge. As much as I have the part, I don't even know how to access it. I don't want to irreparably break my 3DS as much as I am fanning on with it. The digitizer is repairable. The buttons are repairable. Whatever. I fannied on with it. I can make it work. I'm very confident that it's gonna be fully working in a few days. I don't know how to fix the hinge. I'm happy to kind of fanny on with it a bit. I might take this. Actually, hang on. We're gonna say I'm gonna go. Hang on. How much of a faffy is it to get these little rubber bits off? It's how you disassemble the top case. And yes, I'm very drunk, but we're going to ignore that. There we go. Screw one. This is what these little picks are for. I like to think one of the good things I got from my dad is being very competent when drunk. It's the Irish, I like to think. Or I like a joke. There we go. 2. I've kind of slightly fucked this 3DS, so can't break it anymore. I mean, I definitely can break it more than it currently is, but fuck it. 3. 4. There we go, I've taken those off. Screen. I'm going to slightly label these, even if I can't remember fully what they are because I'm drunk. I'm going to slightly label them so at least I know where I'm going back to, because I'm going to leave them disassembled, so I can just insert the digitizer when it arrives. And I'm going to be sober Matt in like 3 days is going to be really angry at current Matt for like not fucking fully labeling everything, but you know, I tried my best. Where's my pen? There's my pen. Where is the 4th screw? Fuck it. Top case. Motherboard. No, that's not the motherboard. That's the bottom case. Bottom case motherboard. This is the point of this iFixit kit, by the way, is that you can just write what your things are on it. And it should supposedly clip off. This is why I like disassembling the iPods, because if the iPod broke, it's kind of whatever. Because the iPod's breaking obviously was just kind of a whatever thing to a degree. Like, it didn't really matter if the iPod's broke. I had a fully working one available, and they cost me £1. Unfortunately, this 3DS cost me £90, and that was with £130 off, which is definitely overpriced for what it is. I've seen this same 3DS on eBay for like £170. And as much as if I would have sold the graphics card, it was like a 1080 Ti. I could have sold the graphics card on eBay for more money, and I could have like fucking bought one on eBay for more money, for less money. Selling it to CX and then buying the same one from CX was just way easier, and it cost me 70 quid all in. Like, that's all the money I spent on this was 70 quid. I spent about 20 quid buying replacement parts for it. Well, 26 now, but the digitizer. So in the end, it was cheaper, but still, I have paid actual money for this, and I want it to work, and I've been actually using it. And I was refurbishing it for it to work properly. or work more legitimately, more newly. That's not set apart. That just attaches from the hinge element, and then why are you still going? Mine cost 40 quid. Came with the box too. Was it a new 3DS? I mean, the problem I've had with this is I've wanted a metallic blue one. Admittedly, I'm replacing the entire case, so what does it fucking matter? But I can't get an OEM metallic blue case. I don't really care about the exterior very much, but I do care about the interior. Ooh, what are you? Ooh, what are you? That's the camera module. That's the camera module. A new 2DS XL. Well, that's the thing. A new 3DS XL, metallic blue. They were just expensive. And notably, someone has written someone has written on it. I don't know what they've written on it, but it's a 3 and it's an S and it's got 2 figures in the middle. And when you say it was £90 with 130 off, does that mean it was just 220? I don't think it costs more than that brand new. No, I mean, if I go on eBay now, the problem I had with I don't generally buy things from CEX. I sell things to CEX because there's an ease to it. But I don't generally buy things from them. But because they offered such a good trading value on a 1080 Ti, see, on a technical level, this is owned by Nerdcubed. But I figured taking £140 trade-in versus £90 fucking cash, I was like, it's literally 50 quid. Metallic blue 3DS. I mean, they're cheaper on eBay. So you're destroying company property. I'm fixing company property. You can get them. New Nintendo 3DS XL, 140, 7 bids, 8 days left. That's probably going to go up to about 200. Let's look for sold listings. Sold items. eBay's a fanny on. There's one for 160, including shipping. That includes a couple of games. It's really scratched. Doesn't say it's dual IPS. Nintendo and classic Nintendo. It was a bit of a lucky dip whether you got an IPS or a TN screen on the top. A bunch of these have TN screens, which means they have worse off-axis viewing angles, which admittedly isn't a huge deal because if you're trying to view the 3D and off-axis, it's going to look like shit anyway, but it's a bit... An IPS is a better screen. So a lot of eBay sellers list them as IPS screens. There's one listed currently on eBay as IPS both screens, and it's really expensive. So the fact I saw... CX barely listed these. And the fact that CX had one for about... I think it was about 210, 220. And I got 120 off because of trading. So I think I paid less than 100 for it. I can't remember the exact figure. But I paid 100 of my own money for it. Oh, there's the speakers falling out. Because we buy all of our consoles on the company because they're used for work. To a certain degree. I mean, I've got loads of company property that I've fixed. I fixed Daniel's 3DS. I fixed Rebecca's 3DS. I don't know if he'll do a video with them, but the idea is that he can, especially when it's jailbroken. There's an app you can get which can stream the video data to a PC directly, which is sick. So you can technically live stream it even with a slight delay. I might do that in future. I'd like to do that in future. Also, this is really light now. I've taken almost everything out of it. It's just a screen and a bit of plastic. It's the lightest thing in the world currently. I know the quality's a bit ass, but it's obviously easier than a direct hardware mod. But I could do a direct hardware mod. And there's a certain degree of obviously how we sort of work is we will talk about games a lot. Even if we don't do a direct video or a live stream in a game, if we will discuss a game, I mean, there's games we covered on the top 100 Nerdcube video games, which he put in the book. He put in Fuck Yeah Video Games. It's a bit of a different order because it had changed since he did the video. But like a lot of the games in the top 100 games of Nerdcubed, I recorded on emulators. And I would have preferred to have actual hardware for like not Hi-Fi Rush. That's The World Ends With You. Crush. I ran them with emulators to get really good footage for those videos. A lot of the footage in those videos were recorded by me on emulators. And I prefer to do it legitimately. The 3DS isn't perfect, but it's great, and we all like it. It's one of the few things we all like. Generally speaking, me and Daniel will like a thing, and Rebecca will hate it, or me and Rebecca will like a thing, and Daniel will hate it, or Daniel and Rebecca will like a thing, and I'll hate it. The 3DS is the only thing we all agree that's really nice. So making it work is a priority, and I repaired Daniel's, I repaired Rebecca's, and now I'm repairing mine. But I've managed to break it in the process. Classic Matt. You got to remember, most of the technology we own is owned by Nerdcubed. My phone is owned by Nerdcubed. My laptop is owned by Nerdcubed. My monitors are owned by Nerdcubed. This camera is owned by Nerdcubed that you're watching this on. Because I use it for work a lot. A lot of the videos you see, a lot of the footage you see is recorded on these devices. The accountant has tried to get me to declare my instruments as business expense, and I'm like, no, I can't. He's like, but you've used them for video soundtrack, and I'm like, yeah, 3 times. I don't feel like that's justified. But this sick. Sitting in Robin, I got my original 3DS on launch day, £230 with bros playing Pilot Wings Resort and Lego Star Wars 3. I did try those. Woof. I mean, 230 quid. I think this is a brilliant console. I absolutely love it. I'm annoyed I didn't get into it sooner. Like, when I was younger, I was a big proponent of like the 360 and the PS3 and the PS4. And as I've gotten older and I got into the PC, and I recently got an ultra-wide monitor. I say I've recently, it was about a year ago I got an ultra-wide monitor. I love the PC. I love that I can do ridiculous stuff on the PC. But my balance is based on the fact that I can do ridiculous. I have an ultra-wide 5K monitor on PC. It is 2160 by 5120. And you can only get that resolution on PC. Like that's a ridiculous resolution. You can get that resolution on PC or on a Mac, because the Macs have 5K screens as standard. Mac address, Linus Tech Tips, one of the Linus Tech Tips channels. They did a video recently on how a couple of companies are finally doing really high PPI monitors, like pixel density monitors, to compete with Apple, because none of them are bothered. Apple have had the highest pixel density monitors for a long time, and no one has even come fucking close. I'm a big fan of monitors that advertise themselves based on PPI rather than resolution, because resolution is slightly irrelevant, because you can have a 4K monitor that's fucking 50 inches, and the size of those pixels is huge, right? A 5K monitor that's 27 inches, those pixels are tiny. And that's what Apple makes. No one makes an equivalent monitor until recently. Dell made one, and it was like fucking 10 grand. Where you could buy an iMac with a computer for half the price of that single monitor. That's what made them a good value. But I got this nice ultra wide. Its horizontal resolution is 5K. Its vertical resolution is 4K. It is 5.1. It's 5 something by 2160, and it's great, and you can only play that resolution on PC, and I love it, and I'm excited to play Rift Apart at some point if they ever send us a code. But there's a lot of faff to getting games to work like that. It's a huge faff, and some games I like the faff. I don't like the faff, but some games I'm willing to put the effort in to get that out. But a lot of games I don't want to fucking bother, especially like 360 era games. It's why I was so angry about the GTA trilogy. Because I love San Andreas is one of my favorite games of all time, and they released it on the Switch, and it barely fucking ran at. It couldn't even run at 30 FPS, and it looked like shit. And I'm like, how the fuck are you running a game from the original PS2 at less than 30 FPS, looking like shit? It looks worse than the original, and it runs worse than the original on a console significantly more powerful than the original. Furious, I hate that. But I'm excited for Red Dead. They're releasing Red Dead on the PS4 and the Switch, which is a friend complained to me the other day about it, and I was saying that it makes sense because the Xbox Series X can obviously play Red Dead Redemption at 4K due to back compatibility, but the PlayStation can't, the Switch can't. So they're just adding feature parity to the PlayStation and the Nintendo consoles. That's all. That's all Rockstar are doing. They're adding feature parity to Red Dead 1 to the PlayStation and the Switch and the Nintendo. It's not going to be any better. It's not a remaster. It is just a straight port. I'm excited for it because playing Red Dead Redemption 1 at 30 FPS at 720p on a Switch, I'm fine with. But considering that's better than how fucking GTA San Andreas runs, the LA Noire port was great. Daniel's been very skeptical of the Red Dead port because it's by a shitty developer. I'm skeptical as well. Rockstar could have had every port done by the who did the LA Noire port, because the LA Noire port is fucking spectacular. It's a wonderful port. It was one of the Switch launch titles. It's really good. There's no multiplayer. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. There is no multiplayer. But frankly, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the multiplayer. I barely fucking touched it. It's £40 on the Switch, which I think is a little too high, but whatever. I like playing stuff on the Switch. I like that it just fucking works. The GTA trilogy didn't just fucking work, and it still doesn't just fucking work. I was really excited to replay San Andreas, and I haven't even got past fucking I can't remember the name. Mount Chiliad. San Andreas takes place in it takes place in the LA equivalent, and then it takes place in the Mount Chiliad area, and then it takes place in the San Andreas or the San Fierro area, then the desert, then Las Venturas, and it goes back to Las Venturas, the LA equivalent. It kind of loops around. I didn't even get past the Mount Chiliad area because it ran like shit. And it looked like shit. It looked worse than the Xbox version. I'm like, how the fuck can you port a game to the Switch, which is objectively as powerful as a PS4, and you've made it look worse than a fucking PS2 game? Awful. Thanks, Grove Street Games. Although, admittedly, I don't blame them very much because they were a development team of like fucking 30 people and they were given like fucking 6 months. I blame Rockstar. I don't blame Grove Street Games as much as their name is on the product. They did not have enough resources. They did not have enough staff. They did not have enough money. It's Rockstar's fault. And if they'd have done every game like the L.A. Noire port, because the L.A. Noire port was fucking excellent. I loved playing L.A. Noire on the Switch. It ran fucking great. The only reason I didn't complete it is because I was playing it when I was going to Dublin every week. I was going to Dublin in like once a week because I was looking at my nan with Alzheimer's. I was flying there and back every weekend. And I have this very distinct memory of being sat on a plane, and I was playing a mission per kind of flight. That's how I was doing it, because missions are about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and the flight to Dublin's about 30 minutes. And I sat on the plane to Dublin, and I started the mission that involves the first rape victim. And you examine a naked woman's body. And I'm sat on a plane, and they turn the lights off for takeoff at fucking like 10 p.m. And I've got this big naked fucking dead woman on my screen. And I'm like, I can't play this. I'm sat in the aisle row. I'm like, I turned it off politely. I mean, I can't play this on the plane. I never got any further than that because I felt too ashamed to play it on the plane. Did you say the Switch is powerful than the PS4? It's not as powerful as the PS4. It's less powerful than the PS4, but it's on similar level to the PS4 in some areas. it can play games that were on the PS4. Is, I think, the point. It can play games from that generation, even if they're downgraded. It can play games from that generation. The Switch can technically play GTA 5 if you want to. It can play GTA 4. It can play Alien War. It can play Crisis 3. It can play all those games with a port. In that technical sense of that generation, is my point. It's not as powerful as the PS4, but it can play games of that generation with some optimization, but they don't bother with optimization. I didn't mean PS3, I mean PS4. The PS4 could... Oh, sorry, the PS3. I did mean the PS3. The PS3 and the Xbox 360 could barely play GTA 5. The Switch is of parity with them. GTA 5 could easily run on the Switch if they fucking bothered to port it, but they can't be fucking bothered. Rockstar are a shitty developer, and Take-Two are a fucking right load of cunts, who really liked us during the GTA 5 launch because we were really, really complimentary to GTA 5, and then we started criticizing their business decisions, and then they started just fucking ignoring us completely. Both me and Daniel separately were on GTA, like, official Rockstar live streams, and both made a Saints Row joke, which any developer worth their fucking anything would just laugh off, because other games exist, and every other developer acknowledges that other games exist. Rockstar were like, no, you can't acknowledge fucking Saints Row. Yes, our apartment is Saints Row purple, but you can't acknowledge that. That's not appropriate. And we're like, fuck off. I was in a GTA 5 live stream on the GTA 5 on the official like Rockstar channel, and it was when they were showing off the new apartments where you could start colors and stuff, and I made a Saints Row joke, and they ignored it completely. Every person on the stream ignored it completely, and then we were playing like a little game, like I can't remember what it was, but it was just a little like 32 player game. And when I died, I respawned inside Michael's house, and I couldn't leave because I was inside Michael's house. And no one acknowledged it, and I just was sat in Michael's house for the entire rest of the stream because I couldn't die and I couldn't play. Whereas, you know, people will criticize Just Cause 4 a lot and Saints and sort of Square Enix a lot, but Square Enix acknowledged that game's a bit of a mess. Saints Row, the fucking Volition acknowledged that game's a mess. I really like Saints Row. Daniel really likes Saints Row. I don't like Just Cause 4. I disagree with Daniel. Well, I don't disagree with Daniel on Just Cause 4. I think Just Cause 4 is an interesting game that Daniel gets a lot more out of than I do. Saints Row I really like. The new Saints Row. They're messy. The developer acknowledges they're messy. The publisher acknowledges they're messy. We're all on the same page here. It's a messy, fun game that is kind of like cinema, popcorn, turn your brain off bullshit. Rockstar take great offense to being even slightly acknowledged as being janky. You know, I respawned in Michael's house during an online game, and I'm like, I'm stuck in Michael's house, I can't get out. No one even acknowledged that I was doing that. It's ridiculous. And you say it's a bit above them in dock mode. The Switch could play GTA 4. It's why San Andreas and Vice City and 3 running at 30 FPS barely. It's such a fucking travesty because the Switch can comfortably play GTA 4 at 30 FPS stably with a good port. And Grove Street Games, frankly, they just didn't have enough staff. They didn't have enough staff. They didn't have enough resources. They didn't have enough money to port it properly. I don't fault them. I fault Take-Two. I'll criticize Grove Street Games forever, but Take-Two should have given them more money. Take-Two should have done it in-house. Take-Two should have given the port to the people who did the L.A. Noire port, because the L.A. Noire port is fantastic. L.A. Noire runs wonderfully on the Switch. And it is a much more complicated game than GTA San Andreas, especially GTA Vice City and GTA 3. And those games run like shit on the Switch in the trilogy. Absolute shit. It's very frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating, because those games can definitely run. GTA San Andreas and Fallout New Vegas are two of my favorite games of all time, and they are incredibly janky, they are incredibly badly dated, and Bethesda will not acknowledge that Fallout 3 and New Vegas is a mess. Rockstar and Take-Two will not acknowledge that San Andreas is a mess. They just won't. For some fucking reason. They are a mess! It's fine that Fallout 3 and New Vegas are a mess. It's fine that GTA 3, San Andreas, and Vice City are a mess. They're of the rage. But they won't acknowledge it. They won't accept it. They're like, no, they're perfect. And I'm like, no, they're not perfect. We all know they're not perfect. I like them in spite of the fact they're not perfect. I love them in spite of the fact they're not perfect. I actually love San Andreas because it's not perfect. I love New Vegas because it's not perfect. And they're like, no, it's a perfect game. I'm like, fuck off. It's why no developers will talk to us anymore, because we are very vocal about stuff like that. Much of their frustration. Massive frustration. Oh, they don't like us being critical of the games. It's why no developers will send us codes anymore. A big part of my job used to be going to like EGX Rezzed and like finding cool indies and like getting codes and sending them to Daniel and blah 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 blah. And like nowadays, Daniel will be like, "Hey, I want to buy this game," and I'm like, "Oh, I'll check for a code." And I'm like, "There's no code." I'll email for a code, and they won't get back to us, which is completely fair. I get it. I understand the PR aspect of it. I know lots of PR people. I get it. I don't dismay them at all for that, but obviously being very honest about how games are and what they are kind of makes a lot of publishers off-put by you. Square Enix liked us for a while because we were the only fucking people who liked Just Cause 4. I will defend Just Cause 4. I don't even like Just Cause 4, and I'll defend Just Cause 4. Just Cause 4 does so many clever things, and it's a fucking mess. Just Cause 4 is a fucking mess of a game with loads of bullshit in it. I still think it's worth playing and interesting. I think they're focused on the wrong place. Just Cause 3, I think, is a good game with an unfocused sort of story. But no, they won't acknowledge that. They're like, no, the game is perfect. I'm like, okay. And for a while, the sort of PR people at Square Enix were sort of leaning into the fact that like it's a game for fun. Daniel was having great fun with the fact that you could spawn 3 fucking ridiculous fucking car carrier fucking ships, and you could take planes off them. Because that's fun. You can't do that in any other game. But it was really janky, and it's fine that it's janky, it's fun. Just because 4 had loads of fucking valid criticisms, but fuck me. Publishers are fucking really sensitive. Every PR person I've ever spoken to has been lovely. I have this very distinct memory of, Bye Derpy! I have this very distinct memory of, when Fuck Yeah Video Games came out, I was contacting every publisher that was listed in the game. Any game that Daniel mentioned, I contacted the publisher of, and was like, hey, we'd like to send you a copy. And I really remember Nintendo, because Ubisoft and Square Enix people were like, hey, we'll try and contact the original lead chief developers of those games. You know, Square Enix, we've had a really good relationship with the people from Square Enix. Square Enix's sort of PR and social media people have been wonderful. Because these companies are big. You can't expect the world from them. But when I've contacted Square Enix and been like, hey, we'd like to send our book to the lead developer of Tomb Raider 1, they are like, hey, we will try and find out who they are and contact them. Which I respect endlessly. But when I contacted Nintendo about several of the Nintendo games that are listed, I have this very distinct memory of them saying, hey, we at the UK office are fine with this, but if we send this to a Japanese office, they won't talk to us anymore, and they might fire us. And I'm like, okay. So I know Nintendo's UK office have a copy of Fuck Yeah Video Games, but the Japanese office do not. Bethesda's European office has a copy of Fuck Yeah Video Games, and they were the most sort of notable developer that really wanted a copy. I offered every publisher a single copy for, like, every game that was mentioned. I offered a single copy for. Bethesda were like, hey, can we have 3 copies? And I'm like, 3? And I'm like, yeah, we'd like one for a UK office. We'd like one for Pete Hines. And we'd like one for Pete Hines to give to Todd Howard. And I'm like, okay. Sure, I'll send 2 copies of Fuck Yeah Video Games to Pete Hines so he can give one to Todd fucking Howard. Sure. I never heard anything back about it, but I from what I understand, Todd Howard did get a copy of Fuck Yeah Video Games handed up by Pete fucking Hines, and that's so fucking funny to me, and I never heard anything else about it. But they seem to be... Bethesda seem to be aware of the fact a lot of the games are fucking broken. Like, how can you be the publisher of fucking... developer and publisher of Skyrim and not be aware that your game is broken? It's great in spite of the fact it's broken. That's what's wonderful about Skyrim. It's a great game even though it's broken. Fallout New Vegas is a masterpiece even though it is one of the most broken games of all time. That is what's amazing about those games. And I think Bethesda knows that. I hope Todd Howard knows that. I hope Pete Hines knows that. It's fucking wild. The games industry is fucking wild. No one will talk to us anymore. I quite enjoy our sort of like company emails now because it used to be a big part of my job to monitor the company emails. It's still a big part of my job, but it's not as big of a thing as it used to be because no one talks to us anymore. Like, developers will email us being like, hey, we have this game coming out. And we're like, okay, we'll take a code. And they're like, hey, will you do a video on it? And we're like, dunno. The game's kind of shit. And they're like, well, if you're not going to do a game on it. And I'm like, okay. The sort of landscape has changed a lot. It's been a constant sort of thing with Daniel about, like, he's like, why don't we get games anymore? I'm like, no one likes us. And the industry's changed completely. I mean, even, like, getting codes for, like, little games. Daniel used to do those big sort of, like, Switch game extravaganzas where he'd, like, cover, like, 30 Switch games in one. Everything's fine. Everything's fine in Matt Town. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm very drunk. Just to be clear, again, just to illustrate the point, I've drank 700 milliliters of 20% moonshine, which is 17.5 units, which is apparently a week's worth of alcohol for a man. So we're just gonna accept that. Gmail, like, they only send... They have a rating system. If you don't cover certain... If you request a game code or you accept a game code and you do not cover the game, it marks you down in, like, this rating system. So as a result, we don't get codes, because the fact is, 90% of fucking games we've ever got codes for are frankly shit. And I think the developers would be fairly open to the fact that we'd rather us not cover a game that we think is shit. Better to say nothing than something shitty. Some games are just kind of boring. It's not because we think they're like, oh, this is a terrible game. It's not like fucking Right to Hell Retribution. You know, they're like games that are just boring. But like, we don't want to cover a game that's boring. And we don't want to disparage a game that's boring. A game being boring doesn't mean it should be panned. Most games are fucking boring. It doesn't mean they should be panned. Developers are passionate. Developers are creative people. And just because a game is boring doesn't mean it's worthy of critique in that same sense. But it's a different landscape now. I mean, I've joked many times that it's August now. I've worked for Daniel for 9.5 years. It'll be 10 years in April. 10 fucking years! And obviously, the landscape has changed a lot. And a constant discussion I get into Daniel with is him going, why is this thing not happening anymore? And I'm like, because the landscape has changed. It's been 10 years! Like, we can't just get people giving us things anymore. Like, 10 years ago, every developer would contact us and be like, here's 7 codes for this game. And obviously we don't have that pull anymore. We obviously don't have the pull anymore because it's rare that a game even gets covered, and if it gets covered, it doesn't get many views because we're a smaller channel now. And we're a smaller Twitch stream, and that's fine. We're comfortable with that. Daniel's writing a book, which is taking a long fucking time because it's a complicated time travel novel. There's been a pandemic on, he's neurodivergent, there's many things going on. It's just taking him longer than he clearly expected. He was like, I can write a complicated time travel novel as my first novel in a year, and I'm like, okay. Alright. Took him longer, unsurprisingly, but he's trying his best. And it's gonna be great. I'm reading through Paradox currently. I'm reading through the first half of the sort of current draft. And it's really good. There's a lot going on, but it's really good. I'll happily criticize Daniel all day. I think his Fallout 4 series was messy. I think a lot of what Daniel's done is messy. Even a lot of the videos I've edited, I'm like, I don't think they're very good. I think Paradox is generally a good book. I think it doesn't take a while to get going, but it is the first several chapters are like individual bits that are feeding into the wider story. I don't think it takes a while to get going, but it takes a while for the wider context to be understood. I think it's a wonderful book. I think Daniel's a very clever writer. I think Daniel is a very intelligent writer, a very funny writer, a very considerate writer. And I think it's a really good book, and I think it's worthy of the time it's spent being made. A lot of people have questioned updates about Fuck Yeah Video Games. Not Fuck Yeah Video Games, Paradox. It's just taken longer. The Paradox impacted us all in different ways. You'd think the pandemic wouldn't have impacted Daniel because he's introverted and he stays inside all the time. Yada yada yada. It did. It really impacted him. It really impacted me. It impacted all of us in different ways. There's been lots of interpersonal things happening that we just don't talk about for privacy reasons, but have impacted it. And also, Daniel is always slightly over optimistic with everything he ever does. He was like, I can do this thing in 6 months. And I'm like, okay. I've always have this joke that whenever Daniel gives me a time scale for something, I double it. He's like, I'll have this thing done in like a week. And I'm like, okay, it's 2 weeks. I'll have this thing done in a fortnight. Okay, it's a month. I'll have this thing done in a month. It's 2 months. Because ADHD, and the fact is, Daniel likes very complicated things. And he likes to make them perfect. And I think that... I keep kicking my ground loop inhibitor. It's attached to it's attached to the other side of my desk via... One, two. That'll work. Fuck it. My ground loop inhibitor is attached to my desk via picture binding strips, and they sometimes fall off a lot because it's literally where my fucking knee sits. The audio is as drunk as Matt. Definitely, I'm very drunk. What time is it? It's midnight. I should probably go because I'm very drunk because I've drank that much moonshine. I've drunk 17.5 units, which is quite a lot. I was hoping that this moonshine would last several months, and I've drank it all in a day, which is a good sign, and I've managed to break my 3DS in the meantime, which is a good thing. The point is, Daniel's a very good writer. Fuck yeah, but Paradox is going to be really good. I don't want to hype it up too much. One. That's fine. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna go because I'm fucking clearly too drunk. I just want to point out that as much as I'm very aware of the hype train of something like Paradox. This ground loop inhibitor is pissing me off. I'm gonna be honest. It's literally. I think every stream I kick this off somehow. It's attached by pijanging kind of strips. I clearly need to mount it with using like a actual screw method. Like I have my other audio interface mounted. I need to fix that because I keep literally just moving my legs slightly and kicking it off. It's ridiculous. And I'm also very drunk, which isn't helping. The point is, Paradox is, I think, going to be really good. Daniel is wonderfully creative, and as much as I appreciate I have a certain bias, I'm happy to criticize Daniel when I think he's being bullshit. Daniel is really wonderful at being bullshit a lot of the time. He is very good at being like, hey, this thing's going to be great, and then not doing it. I appreciate that. ADHD is a thing. But I think Paradox is genuinely going to be wonderful. I'm reading through it. I don't think it takes a little while to get going, but obviously it takes a little while to understand the full context of everything going on because there's lots of characters in different time. I was going to say time zones, but in different time scales, and it kind of all merges together at a certain point. I think it's really good. I think Paradox is going to be wonderful, and there's a reason it's taken so long. And I think if you've backed it when you read it, you will understand why it's taken so long. You'll understand why it's been so complicated to kind of do. There's regular times where Daniel will kind of change something in one chapter, and he'll go, "Oh fuck, this impacts every previous chapter," because they all sort of vaguely overlap each other, and he'll have to change sort of vague bits of every other chapter to make something work. It's wonderful. It's slow burning. It's really good. I'm reading through a current. I want to say third draft, of it. He's kind of working on his third main draft currently. And when that's done, it's being handed to the publisher, and that's going to go through several drafts with sort of like editorial people who are going to be like, "Hey, this doesn't make any sense." I'm reading through the first half of that draft currently. I've read through a lot of chapters over the past few years that were out of context that I always thought were really good, but didn't make any sense in the wider sort of broad thing. If you've read the excerpt on the Unbound page, you'll kind of get what I mean in that you're reading a bit that's kind of part of a wider story, but you don't know the wider story. That's what I've got over the past few years. But I'm finally reading it in a wider context, and it's really good. Daniel's a really good writer. He's a very considerate writer. He's a very thoughtful writer. And any little niggles that are in there, there's quite a few that are mainly grammar related. Every issue I've had so far with reading it has been like a vague format issue. It's been an issue with a font or an issue with like the punctuation. It's never been an issue with the story. It's always been an issue that the actual Unbound editors will get to when they are given it in very soon, I'm hoping. Daniel is... I've always been very encouraging of Daniel to take as long as he needs with it. He's always overly optimistic with how long things will take. In every context, whether it's a video or a fucking book or whatever. He's like, I'll be done in a month, and I'm like, okay, that's 3 months then. Paradox is obviously taking a lot longer than we thought. There's been a lot going on during it. The pandemic happened, obviously, after we announced it and after we started writing it, and lots of other things have gone on that we can't really talk about because they're private. Just lots of family life stuff. Family life, personal, interpersonal stuff has just happened. Which a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers would be like, hello! I'm going to talk about my life at great length and make you feel very sympathetic. But obviously we think it's somewhat gauche, so we don't do it. But it is a reality of it, and obviously writing a very complicated overlapping time travel story is very difficult. Especially considering it's Daniel's first novel. And he's doing a wonderful fucking job. He's doing a wonderful fucking job, as much as it's difficult. I've been worried for the past few years. Because I've only gotten little bits and pieces, but I'm finally getting a bigger picture. And I'm like, no, it's actually really good. Any little niggles are going to be sorted by, like, you know, the editors from the book publisher. You know, add a semicolon there, add a fucking full stop there, stuff like that. And that's what they're going to do. It's really good. You'll understand why it's taken so long, because he'll change something in like he'll change something halfway through the fucking book, and it'll affect something at the very start, and you'll have to rewrite everything. That's why it's taken so long. Because unlike a normal novel where you change something and it just affects everything after the fact, he changes something and it affects everything in the whole book. Because overlapping time travel. It turns out it's really complicated. Who knew? I'm sorry it's taken so long. I'm really sorry it's taken so long. It's been a frustration for me as well, because obviously all of the finances has been based on the fact that the book would have been done before now, and it obviously hasn't, which has caused major issues. Oh, major issues. It's fine. My job's great. I'm just kind of quietly dealing with those major issues so Daniel can deal with the book, because that's it. His job is making things. My job is sorting out everything else. But it's really good. It's going to be good, but it's going to be done soon. There's been a joke internally with me, Daniel, and Rebecca that it's been about a month away for about 2 years. But genuinely it is about, you know, a couple of months away now. It genuinely is the last sort of, we can see the finish line now. But when it's handed into Unbound formally, a lot of people at Unbound have read it, but when it's handed in formally, the process is about a year. You know, for all the editing rounds to go through, with sort of just vague structure and punctuation, and then obviously printing goes through, and how it's going to be printed, and how it's going to be distributed, and then signing, and blah blah. It's almost a year-long process before it's published. But I would very comfortably bet my house on the fact it's going to release in 2024. And he's going to be finished in 2023, but it's going to be released in 2024 because book publishing takes a while, especially for big, long, complicated novels. And one of the reasons we like working with Unbound is they respect sort of Daniel's creative endeavors, and they will give him space, and they will, if Daniel's like, hey, no, I think it should be this way, even though it doesn't really make sort of sense in a wider context, I think it's important to do this, they will be like, okay. That's why we like Unbound. Unbound sort of respect Daniel's creative vision. It's one of the reasons we like working with them. But they will happily criticize where it's necessary, because it's Daniel's first novel. Many things are going on. Daniel will be glad to see the back of this book, I bet. Very much so. Holy fucking shit. He will be so happy to be finished with it. It should have been finished a year ago, frankly. And he is very excited to be done with it. I'm very excited for him to be done with it, because it's just been this constant fucking thing. And the thing with a lot of book publishing agreements is a lot of the money comes in after you finish the book. So if he expected to be finished with it 2 fucking years ago, and obviously he's not like finished with it yet, and it's... money's been tight. There's money there, ready to be paid, but only when he finishes it, which is a completely fair arrangement, but obviously has created financial difficulty. As the accountant always says, it's a cash flow issue, not a cash issue, which has been something I've had to deal with. Do you know what the front cover art will be like? We have many ideas for it, but the cover art and stuff like that that process only really starts once he is finished with the sort of initial draft. He's on his third draft currently, and that'll be handed in on BAM, and that's technically the first draft in inverted commas. But that process only starts once it is formally handed into the publisher. As much as Unbound has read sort of like bits of it, obviously over time, but when it's handed in formally, which will be in the next month or two, and I'm very confident it'll be in the next month or two. Unlike previously, where it's like it'll be in a month or two. I'm like, okay, I would bet my sort of house on it being in a month or two. Then that process starts. The process of actually editing it and figuring out what font it should be in and what art should be on the front of each paragraph of each chapter and what the cover art is going to be and yada yada. That only starts after that process. Like book publishing is a kind of step-by-step process. That only starts after the actual book is fucking handed in formally. So that process hasn't actually started yet. We have a lot of ideas. A lot of them are based around Star Trek The Motion Picture, unsurprisingly. But that process formally starts at that point. We have a vague idea of what we'd like it to look like, but it'll be finalized, obviously, over the next sort of 12 months. It'll be great signed. I've read a lot of it. Daniel's been really stressed about it. Because it's taken way longer than we all expected, including him. And he's working really, really hard on it. I don't want you to think he's not. He's not like... It's not this case of like, he's been lazy. It's just... Turns out a very complicated, very long time travel novel that overlaps itself takes a while. Even if it wasn't his first novel, I think it would have taken this long. I will happily criticize Daniel to the end of the earth. But I think he's just fighting this sense. I think it's going to be a good book when it releases. I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's frustrating that it's taken so long. Everyone who's frustrated that it's taken so long, I fully empathize with, because, you know, it's been basically Daniel's full-time job for the past few years, which effectively means it's been kind of the company's been sort of subsidizing him writing it, which has been hard. Because effectively me and Rebecca sort of make all the money for NetCube at this point. With art, print, and shipping, and Patreon, yada, 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 yada. It's difficult. I just want you to know we are listening and we care, and it's a long process, and I'm sorry. But it'll be good when it's released, and we're all so excited for him to be done with it, because we can start dealing with this other stuff. His brain can deal with the stuff. His brain can deal with therapy. His brain can deal with fucking... new projects. I can deal with new projects. And Brown can deal with new projects. We get some money in. Yada, yada, yada. It's a big thing for it to be done. And it's obviously taken a lot longer than we all expected. And it's been difficult. It's been really difficult. As I say, my accountant always says cash flow. And cash flow is a big thing. Cash flow is the idea of it's not yearly revenue. It's how quickly the money is coming in. And unfortunately, the process of YouTube and Patreon and yada yada books is that cash flow is very stop and start. It's very like, here's a big chunk of money all at once, but we're not going to pay you anything else for 3 years. So you better be able to deal with that. And we're like, I can't. I say if you're a Patreon subscriber, yesterday I re-enabled annual subscriptions. So if you want to pay for a year in advance, you get 5% off. And it's very helpful because it helps get a bit more money in advance, which is literally our only issue. Like year over year, our finances are fine, but it's like month to month. It's the fact that most of our money comes in all in one big bulk, rather than that we're not earning enough. That's the frustrating thing with a lot of our finances, and that's my job. So the annual subscription is there if you want it, if you're currently a yearly subscriber. We are committed to doing Patreon prints for at least a year from now. And if we ever stop doing the Patreon prints, our intention is to refund the remainder of a person's time. Like, you know, if we do Patreon prints for 6 months, let's say, and we want to stop Patreon prints, we would refund 6 months worth of Patreon prints. We can do that through Patreon. That's the intent. But we're not intending to do that. We intend to do the Patreon prints for the foreseeable future. and they're really good. Me and Rebecca are working really hard on it. Yeah, the Patreon prints are basically mainly me and Rebecca. Rebecca obviously designs them and get them printed, and then I handle all the practical shit. I handle getting them printed. I handle getting them delivered. Rebecca handles getting them signed. I package them into the little sort of biofilm mailers. I ship them to me, and I package them into the actual envelopes, and I ship them with postage, which is the biggest expense, and also the biggest delayer, because every month we buy the postage as we need it, because it's a huge expense. So we don't buy more than we need. But some months we're like, hey, we're going to spend £1,000 on stamps. And Royal Mail's like, okay, we're going to take 2 weeks to deliver those stamps. And we're like, what the fuck? Which is the current status. I have the prints next to me, but I'm waiting on the stamps. That's often what the delay is. And that's just a logistics issue. Because if Dan and Rebecca get delayed for like 3 days, it can often cause a delay of like 2 weeks just because of Royal Mail. It's a whole thing. I don't want to think we're taking advantage of everyone's generosity. I especially am very aware of it. And I don't intend to take advantage. If you have a message and like, hey, I'd like a refund this month, I don't want the thing, I will always process it. If you're like, hey, what the fuck's happening with the prints, I'll always explain it. I generally wait to publish a big Patreon update until I have the most up-to-date information. Like today, I was going to post the Patreon update, but it is currently 5 to midnight, so I'm not going to get it done today. So I've managed to get very drunk on moonshine, classic man. My intent was to post a Patreon update today because I have all the information. Currently, I have the prints, I'm waiting on the stamps. I have all the packaging, I have all the prints, I'm just waiting on the stamps. And they'll be shipped the second the stamps arrive, which is going to be in the next 7 days. They are delayed, but it's because they were delayed due to just many interpersonal issues, which we can't get into because of privacy. But they'll arrive. I'm sorry they're so long. If you've moved, by the way, in the last couple of months, please message on Patreon because I will update your address. We pull the addresses at the end of each month. If you back in, it's currently August, so if you backed in June, the prints that are going to go out are going to go out from the June list. If you've changed your address since the end of June, send a message to Patreon. I'll update the spreadsheet and I will make sure it's at your new address. Uniquet, does anyone know how to change my sub from monthly to yearly? I don't know. There is a process for it. I don't know what it is. What the fuck? 2 weeks for stamps. Sometimes I have ordered stamps from Royal Mail and they have arrived the next day. Sometimes they've taken 2 weeks. It's fucking random. It's really annoying. I was gonna get a franking machine. However, it would have required a completely different design of the actual mailers. And it wouldn't have really saved us any money. It would have saved us time, because obviously I could just buy the postage as I printed it. Like, I wouldn't be delayed by the postage now if I had a franking machine. But I would have to have this massive fucking franking machine in my office. And it wouldn't have really saved any money. So we didn't. I decided not to bother with it. But yeah, sometimes it can take a while for stamps. Like, I can order stamps. They always ship them out by, like, first class next day by 9 a.m. thing. But sometimes they only ship it out after, like, a fucking week. Sometimes I'll order stamps and they'll arrive, like, a week and a half fucking later. It's really annoying. And I ordered stamps, like, a few days ago, and they still haven't arrived yet. So that's my current status. Uniquet, I found out how to do it. It's super easy. Cool. Feel free to do it. What are we going to do with the prints? It is obviously a big thing for us. It is a discount. We're losing a bit of money, but obviously us getting the money in advance is very helpful, because our issue is always cash flow, not cash. As I always say to Daniel, cash flow is the idea of how the rate at which money comes in, not how much money is coming in year over year. You know, over the year we might earn X amount, and we might be guaranteed X amount, which we are. But obviously month to month, it's tighter, which is why it's not one of the reasons I've enabled annual billing. We've been talking about it for a while. The reason we disabled annual billing in the first place is because we weren't sure we were going to commit to the prints for a year. But obviously we've been doing it for almost 2 years now, and we're very committed to the prints. So I've re-enabled it. And obviously it is helpful for us to get that money in advance, because month to month it's enough money, but we kind of it's kind of, it always comes in blocks, and us getting the money in advance is very helpful. Especially because Daniel's book is taking longer, and he only gets paid once he finishes it. Turns out when you're spending your full time writing a book, and you only get paid when you finish it, your money runs out. Who knew? So it's kind of getting that going. But you will always get the prints. The prints, we are very committed to the prints. As I say, if we ever cancel the prints, we will refund you the amount of the prints you haven't received. Like, you are never going to be left out of pocket with the prints. Is my big consideration. If we, for example, stopped the prints this month, if we said, hey, we aren't going to do any prints past this month, I'd refund everyone. We're not doing that, obviously, but I'm saying if we did that, we'd refund people. That is, it's not even a consideration. It is something that is necessary if we do it. Anyway, yeah, Nercube's got more than this channel. I mean, I changed the Nercube Blue Sky. Blue Sky, you can have username. Usernames can be URLs with Blue Sky, which is a very clever way of verification. You use the Nercube Blue Sky, for example, can be at nercube.co.uk, and you can only have nercube.co.uk if you own the domain nercube.co.uk, and you can only DNS record to it, which is a very clever way of doing verification. It allows non-centralized verification in a very, very clever way. It's a very clever way for Blue Sky to do it. I changed the Nercube Blue Sky to dan.nercube.co.uk rather than just nercube.co.uk, because that means I can make a dad.nercube.co.uk when I get another invite code, and I can make a separate nercube.co.uk one if we want like a generic one. They are obviously trying to be separate things. And on a technical level, I could have matt.nercube.co.uk or mrrebecca.nercube.co.uk. Or rebecca.nercube.co.uk, but we don't want that. But they are technically linked to our accounts because of how Blue Sky works. But yeah, they're there. Blue Sky is great. I really like Blue Sky. A lot of people criticize the developers of Blue Sky because of the whole M-word thing. And they were very slow to respond. They were way too slow to respond to the M-word thing, because someone was able to make an account with mwords.bluesky.com. But admittedly, once it was reported, they removed the account within an hour, and they updated the fucking blacklist so people can't make an account with that name anymore. But they took over a week to make a formal statement about it, which was frankly too fucking long, and people were justifiably angry. But they've made a strong commitment to banning people who are obviously sort of like bigots. And several people who joined the site who are known white supremacists and are known sort of like Jordan Peterson fans have been immediately fucking banned. The CEO of Blue Sky is an Asian woman. And the Blue Sky devs are fairly communicative. You know, they're not perfect. I don't think social media can ever be perfect, but Blue Sky are definitely trying. And unlike Hive, they have a bigger team and they're committed to a certain level of decentralization, which is decentralization can be sort of the federation is what Mastodon called it. It can be messy, but Blue Sky are committed to it in a sort of slightly different, useful way. And I really like Blue Sky. I like how Blue Sky moderate. I like how their app works. It's just a case of getting invited to it and getting an invite code. And they are, I think, completely valid in slowly building their user base, because it is making sure that the moderation tools aren't getting overloaded and yada, yada, yada. They are completely justified. It is just, I appreciate it's frustrating because Twitter's fucking a fucking garbage fire. And I've kind of abandoned Hive because I think Rayola's lovely, but not professional, and Hive's kind of broken. But I really, really like Blue Sky. I hope they work and get DM sorted soon. The AT protocol, Blue Sky works on an open source protocol called the AT protocol, which all the apps can hook into. I hope they can figure out a way to do private DMs via maybe integrating the Signal protocol. I don't know. But I hope they figure it out. Either way, they've been very communicative and very open with how their protocol is going to work and how the moderation is going to work, and a lot of people are unhappy with that. But frankly, they're the best of a bad bunch. It's justifiable to criticize them all you want. I think it's important to criticize them all you want, but they are the best of a bad bunch. You know, if you want to use a Twitter equivalent, they are the best, I would argue. So, if you get an invite code, use an invite code. There's a lot of them around. I'm on Blue Sky. Rebecca's on Blue Sky. I was going to say Daniel's on Blue Sky. I run Daniel's Blue Sky, but it's an official Nerdcube account. I'm at Mattophobia.ie because I realised I could get a .ie domain because you have to prove have a strong relationship with Ireland to get an .ie account. I was like, I have an Irish passport, so I can get a .ie account. So it's like proving my Europeanness, which, you know, I appreciate. Daniel's is at dan.nerdcube.co.uk. Rebecca's is at mrrebecca.co.uk. And then I'm going to be making a dadcube one at dad.nerdcube.co.uk soon when I get another number code. It's a good platform. I think it's the most reasonable replacement to Twitter because Mastodon's a bit too overcomplicated, and every Linux user is going to be like, actually, it's not complicated, and it is. You're wrong. It's too inaccessible from a basic level. Blue Sky makes it very accessible at the immediate level, like Twitter does, but adds the features of something like Mastodon as an extra, whereas Mastodon requires it. It's a whole thing. If you get an invite code for Blue Sky, join it. I think it's really good. The community is really nice currently because it's quite small. It feels like early Twitter. You know, I like to think early Twitter was a big thing for me. I fucking in 2008 I was meeting people to date on Twitter. I dated people on 2008 Twitter. You know, I got my. I find it very frustrating because on the same day, kind of Twitter and Reddit died because Reddit changed its API and Twitter put its rate limit up. My job with Nerdcube happened because of Twitter and Reddit. If those sites didn't exist, I wouldn't have got this job. And it was a kind of weird loss, because I only have my job because of those sites, but those sites have kind of horribly imploded on themselves, which is a weird level of grief. But I still like them, and I wish Twitter wasn't the way it was, and I wish Elon Musk wasn't who he was. But Blue Sky's the only site really trying to replicate what Twitter had. Hive is trying to do something different. Mastodon's trying to do something different. Lots of these other sites. Co-host is trying to do something different. Post.news is trying to do something different. Blue Sky's trying to do the same thing. It's trying to replicate that vibe. And I really like it. It's my favorite platform. I've deleted Hive from my phone because no one's fucking on it. And I think Ryula's sort of attitude, as much as I like her, is really fucking unprofessional and really off-putting. I just like Blue Sky. I like Blue Sky's format. I like how they do verification, where it's decentralized verification, which is such a clever way to do verification without a centralized source. It's such a clever way that you do domain DNS verification. So clever. Such a simple little thing. I appreciate how frustrating it is to see creators and people like me being like, hey, follow me on Blue Sky, and you don't have an invite code. I appreciate how frustrating that is. I understand. But it is genuinely the best thing. Like, there's a reason we're all doing it. It's because it's the best replacement. And invites are coming in slowly. You can find them. But I appreciate it. It's a slow slog. But I think it's worth it because Blue Sky is the most Twitter comparable site that exists. I really like it. I wish I had more people on there. The biggest problem currently is that, like, you know, I like doing polls on Twitter. I like doing, you know, advertisements on Twitter, like, hey, I'm doing a stream or whatever. Twitter's where all the eyes are. And I still use Twitter for that. And it's frustrating. I kind of don't want to have to use Twitter for that, but I do. Blue Sky doesn't have polls. It doesn't have the user base. It doesn't have fucking GIFs. It doesn't have video support. But it is, at its core, very similar to, like, peak Twitter. And, you know, I was... You know, I joined Twitter in 2007, 2008. My current Twitter account was made in 2010. I've had several relationships on Twitter. I've had several serious long-term relationships from Twitter pre-2010. You know, like, I got my job from Twitter pre-2010. Like, I understand it's fucking power, right? A big part of my life has been influenced by Twitter and Reddit, and that's why I've kind of grieved them dying, but I like Blue Sky a lot. I mean, I've got Blue Sky. Blue Sky is currently open on my main monitor. Currently, it's very active. Hive isn't active. And I think a big part of that is because they don't have a desktop app. Blue Sky obviously has an app, it has a website, and the website, honestly, sometimes I forget I'm on Blue Sky and not on Twitter because it feels like Twitter. It feels identical to Twitter. It's great. You can make custom feeds on Blue Sky, as in, like, you can make custom algorithms for feeds, which is sick, and then you can subscribe to those custom algorithms, which is amazing. I think Blue Sky is such a really clever way of open sourcing the Twitter idea in a really clever way. I say the verification idea is so clever of being able to verify via DNS records of websites. You know, at uber.com, you can only have at uber.com if you own Uber. So obviously it's Uber, right? At nerdcube.co.uk, you can only have at nerdcube.co.uk if you own nerdcube.co.uk. It's a really clever way of doing verification without a central kind of verification system. So clever. I like how long their username, their descriptions can be. You can have page breaks in the description. You can have line breaks in the descriptions. I'm going to make a Diecube one the second I get a verification code, but it's really good. And I've moved to it entirely outside of like basic announcements. Announcements obviously go through. If I do a live stream, I'll post it on Twitter. If I have a big question that I'm like, hey, I want as many eyes to see this as possible, like, hey, I need a fucking courier, I'll put it on Twitter. But it's only for stuff like that. Everything else goes on Twitter or maybe Instagram stories. Fuck Threads. Fuck Mark Zuckerberg monopolizing all fucking social media. Fuck Mark Zuckerberg. I like Instagram in spite of the fact Facebook own it. But I don't want Facebook to own all social media. Fuck Threads. Threads is a piece of shit, frankly. Wait for Blue Sky. Hive is fine. Wait for Blue Sky. Something fell off my piano. I'm gonna go. I'm very drunk. What time is it? 10 past midnight. I am very drunk. There's barely even 20 people here because I'm just rambling because I'm drunk. I have managed to rake my 3DS completely to the point that there is literally nothing in its touchscreen during the stream. So I'm glad I have managed to literally make my 3DS significantly worse during the stream. Peak Matt tech stream. Peak Matt tech stream. Mixed Chestnut, when my codes come my way, I'm going to give to friends. Then maybe just give them to anyone in Matt's own Discord. That's a good shout. Like, I'm announcing stuff through Twitter, Discord, and Blue Sky currently. That's my current status. Nerdcube stuff gets announced through YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, and Discord. Discord's the current backup. I would say if you don't have Discord, get a Discord. Because that's the current backup a lot of people are using, even though it's not the same thing at all. Yeah. I'm hoping to get to the point where the codes I'm getting, I'm giving to mutuals currently. If I get a Blue Sky code, I'm giving it to a mutual. Because I control the Nerdcube account and the Mattophobia account. I get 2 Blue Sky invites a week. One of those is going to, obviously, a Diecube account next time I get it, but the other one is going to go to a mutual. But every time I offer it to mutuals, I'm like, hey, if no one wants this, I'm going to just offer it to followers in general. And it's slowly expanding Blue Sky, which I think is a good choice as much as it's frustrating, as I say, because they're trying to scale their moderation practices. They're trying to make sure their site and their moderation and their tools can handle the influx of users, which I think is really important because Twitter's a kind of cess fucking pit. And I hate Discord. I fucking hate Discord. I've always hated Discord. Every time I fucking open Discord on either of my computers, it's like, hey! We've logged you out. Fuck you. And I'm like, dude, I fucking... Why? And it's like, you've not been logged in for a week. And I'm like, yeah, I've just turned my computer on. It's like, fuck you, log in again. I'm like, fuck off. I fucking hate Discord. I fucking hate Discord, but everyone uses it, so I use it. If you want a reliable update on my stuff, the sort of Mattophobia Discord's a thing. If you type ! Discord in the chat, it'll give you the link. My link tree has my current links on. I'm not really using Hive anymore, but it exists. Mattophobia.ie is the site I'm currently directing people to. It's got my Instagram on, it's got my Blue Sky on. They're the main boys I'm using. Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitch, and I guess YouTube. I'm not really using YouTube, but they're the 4 main boys I'm currently using. My link tree is the current thing that'll be updated. So the link tree that Mattophobia is the big boy. Kofi / Matt also gets updated a lot because they own the fucking / Matt domain, which is a novelty. Matt's a very common name. The fact I own Kofi fucking / Matt is insane. But I'll take it. So you can go there if you want to see my stuff. That isn't to say you have to like pay money to see the updates, but they're there. The NoCube Patreon has a lot of updates on for NoCube stuff. A lot of them are public. Again, that isn't to say you have to give money to get updates, but social media is a bit of a mess at the moment. Sorry. It's the way the world is. Linktree ain't working. Really? Mattophobia. Like linktree.com/mattophobia? Or mattophobia.ie. Mattophobia.ie. Because mattophobia.ie should oh my god, what the fuck? This profile's not verified yet. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it saying that suddenly? I will say, I can't access my fucking settings menu in my link tree, and I contacted support like yesterday. Oh! To publish your profile, please verify your account. Why is it? I'll fix that immediately. Sorry about that. I appreciate you pointing that out, Uniquets. Verify your Linktree email. I was able to change my Linktree email. I updated my personal email. And I was only able to update it recently because my Linktree like settings wouldn't work. It's been looked forward to their fucking support. It's a whole thing. But apparently it hasn't verified, so the Linktree doesn't fucking work. Let me just verify that briefly. Thank you for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. My account has been verified. Link. Matt. So. Does it work now? Admittedly, your DNS records might be slow to update. But yeah, mattophobia.ie works now. It redirects to linktree.mattophobia. Wonderful. Linktree doesn't support custom domains yet, very annoyingly. But mattophobia.ie works. And it is proof that I'm Irish, which I'll fucking take. I'm not British. Don't think I'm fucking British. Please, God, don't think I'm British. I'm sorry to the British, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. You got a bit of a bad rep. I'm sorry about that, but the truth of the matter, really, innit? I'm Irish. Thank you. I was able to get an Irish domain, you have to prove you're strongly related with Ireland. I had to send my fucking Irish passport, a photo of my Irish passport, to like the Irish embassy to prove I got a .ie domain. Hilarious, but it feels justified, and yeah, it's a valid thing. I take great pride in the fact that NerdCube has a .co.uk, Mr. Rebecca has a .co.uk, and I'm sat there with my .ie. I'm like, yeah, look, fuck you! Fuck you, I'm not British! Admittedly, I'm half British on a technical level, although all my British ancestry goes back to Ireland within like 3 generations, so I'm technically fully Irish. Aside from my 0.1% fucking like Nigerian, which is definitely something slightly suspicious that happened because one of my like great grandparents on my English side was like involved in the Boer War, and I'm like, You know, these, honest to God, literally, I keep getting ads on my Instagram for like, hey, we provide this mounting hardware for like fucking audio interfaces under your desk, so you don't keep kicking them. There's a reason I quite like Instagram ads, because they're needlessly targeted. I keep getting adverts of vegan condoms lately, which I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, I don't need to. Shut up, I'm not a sex pest, it's fine. I keep getting adverts. There's two things to get adverts for on Instagram. It's vegan condoms and, like, underslung desk-mounted fucking mounts for audio interfaces, which I think says a lot about me. Anyway, I'm gonna go because I'm clearly very drunk, because I've drank an entire jar of fucking vodka, which I got delivered yesterday. Jesus fucking Christ, how have I drank this much vodka? Not vodka. Moonshine. It fell on the floor. The spout broke. And it fell in the vodka. Not the vodka, the moonshine. I quite like my audio... my ground loop inhibitor. It's aerodynamic, but it fucked me. I hate having to have it, and it literally constantly is the thing I kick. And this is broken off somehow. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go, because I'm clearly very drunk. I don't think I'll bother rating anyone, because in classic me... What time is it? Top past midnight. In classic me, there's no one fucking streaming when I'm streaming. And I'm clearly very drunk, because I've drank so much alcohol. I like to think I'm a good drunk, because when I'm drunk, I'm just like, hey! Socialism. Fairness. Ethical. Being ethical. I have a constant angry attitude towards people who... there's a constant attitude, especially by men, right? By cis men, towards people who are like, oh... A lot of cis men are like, oh, I only fucking groped her because I was drunk. And I'm like, no, you groped her because you're a fucking rapist. And you being drunk removed your inhibitions and made you feel comfortable doing that. You're a rapist who was drunk. When I'm drunk, you know what I do? I talk about socialism at great length and ethics. And I like to think that's a very good indicator of who I am. Because being drunk doesn't make you a different person. It just lowers your inhibitions. There's an important difference. If you're an asshole when drunk, it's because you're an asshole and you're hiding it. Sorry, go to therapy. Ellie's streaming Jurassic World Evolution. They've only got 35 viewers. So my fucking 15 viewers is actually relevant to them. Ellie's really good. I don't know a huge amount about Ellie, to be honest, but they're a really good egg. They're very LGBTQIA plus friendly. They have a chronic illness. They're very progressive. And that's the kind of person I want to support. They seem really nice. They're really nice on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm going to raid Ellie. There's always that slight awkwardness when I raid someone. Like, hi, Matt! And I'm like, I'm gone. I'm not here. I'm sorry. I've gone. So if Ellie's like, "Hey Matt," please tell her I'm not here. But I respect them greatly. Ellie Joy Panic. They're English. They live in Canada. They're very good. I like their Twitter a lot. They have fucking cracking hair. I love the little blue streak. I'm debating getting a blue streak because of them. Maybe I'll get a blue streak. My hairdresser likes the blue streak. Anyway, Raiden Ellie. They're playing Jurassic World Evolution 2. Apparently sponsored. It's fine. They're very honest about the sponsorships. I'm fine with sponsorships as long as they're honest about it. That's my big thing. I'm not against sponsorships. I'm against dishonesty. Isn't the classic thing. I'm going to go. I hope you liked my tattoos and my plan for a EMH tattoo and the fact I've just destroyed my 3DS during this 6 hour fucking stream. I literally have broken my 3DS. Peak Matt doing things. Peak Matt going about his day. Peak Matt. Woo, I won't sober up. I'm going to sleep and piss. Okay, bye.